Let's just get you a bit of a brief headline as far as voting for phase 4 for the Lok Sabha elections is concerned. Just what are the numbers really like? As I mentioned, this is phase 4 out of the 7 phases, and there are many key constituencies that are going to polls. A lot of very key contests to watch out for as well. There are as many as 96 seats in phase 4 of the 7 phases. There's going to be voting in as many as 10 states and union territories. So there will be about 1,700 candidates whose fortunes are going to be put into the ballot box today. There are as many as half a dozen union ministers who are testing their mettle in this election. Remember, Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir is going to polls today. So this is, of course, going to be a big one to watch out for. The first election in Srinagar after the abrogation of Article 370. There's also a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress in half of the seats, roughly, going to polls today. We'll also get you, of course, a breakdown of how each of these parties performed last time around. But 42 is where there's a direct fight. The rest, roughly half of them, is where a lot of other regional players come to power. Talking of regions, a fierce battle on 13 of the Maharashtra seats today. Remember, Maharashtra is the big conundrum to watch out for as far as these elections are concerned. We don't really know which way it goes. Hindi heartland, 30 seats. 13 of those are coming from Uttar Pradesh. How did the BJP fare in those seats in the last time around? We'll show you on our magic wall in just a bit. And as I mentioned, today is the final step of the battle of the South. So Andhra and Telangana both are polling today in single phase, but not to forget, of course, that Andhra Pradesh is also witnessing its state elections where CM Jagan Reddy is facing a resurgent TDP. There's the Janasena party, of course, the BJP alliance as far as the national elections are concerned, but that is giving the opposition a spring in its step in the assembly polls as well. So lots to watch out for. What is going to be the BRS's future, for example, in Telangana? They didn't really fare that well in the recent assembly elections. Also joining me is our consulting editor, Rahul Shivshankar. Rahul, many good morning to you. What is the big one that you're watching out for today?
Yes, it's been many good mornings. We've been here so early, crack of dawn, for the last 4 phases. Wonderful to be back amongst the viewers. Viewers, this is in sum. Let me just very quickly give you the top 5 headline numbers here. I've written a piece, summed it all up. It's the trickiest phase. It's the trickiest phase because there is no one clear dominant player in this particular election. Why isn't there a dominant player? Because neither the BJP nor the opposition have any defined strongholds, or let me put it in a more militaristic term, strangleholds over the voters in any of the main constituencies. So neither the BJP, of course, has 42 out of the 96 seats, but it is really the non-India as well as the India bloc, in particular the Congress, which is up for test here. And it is fundamentally so because if the Congress wants to get beyond the 54 mark, which is where it needs to be to at least claim the leader of the opposition post, it needs to do phenomenally well in this particular phase. And let me break down the top line numbers for you. As I was saying, unpredictable. Why? Because, and look at the statistics here. Out of the 21 swing seats, 11 were won by less than 1% of the votes cast. Of these 11, only 2 were held by the BJP, and they were Bardhaman, Dungarpur in West Bengal and Khajuraho in Jharkhand. The opposition is therefore more vulnerable to voter disaffection in these 21 seats. Out of the 20 strongholds or strangleholds, as you want to call them, of a fifth of the seats, these are a fifth of the seats, it's 10 all. So basically, the BJP has 10 of these strongholds, that is, seats that it has won in 3 consecutive elections beginning 2009. And the same applies for the opposition. It looks like an even contest here, but it's not quite, because in a number of these strongholds, the BJP finished a very close second. And remember, the BJP has not been traditionally very strong in any of the phases especially this particular phase, where it is seen as an emerging party in Odisha, it is seen as an emerging party in Telangana, in Andhra. So, for it to draw even on strongholds is a phenomenal achievement. It's a remarkable achievement. And remember, there is little reason why the BJP's trajectory, which has been increasing over the last 10 years, in this particular phase will see a reversal, given the fact that it is looking at Telangana as a breakout state, the second state in the south. Why
Yes,
don't we just
absolutely.
have a look at the quick map and the overall
Absolutely.
view?
Telangana, I visited, of course, recently. Big catchment area for the BJP. We're going to break down a little bit of the phase 4 details for you on our magic wall. How well did the BJP do last time? And where were the areas that they did well in last time? But before that, we've got some breaking updates coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, bright and early, has urged voters to exercise their right to vote and come out in large numbers. The Prime Minister says, let us all do our duty and strengthen our democracy. Home Minister Amit Shah has also appealed voters to vote for a decisive government that will continue to promote India's cultural heritage and develop infrastructure, infuse power into the farm sector, and accelerate industrial growth, fortify national security, reform administrative and legal processes, uplift the poor, facilitate youth with new opportunities to build a developed nation. So that's the big canvas of the BJP eyeing Amrit Kal that has already been laid out by the Home Minister. I've got my colleague Harish Upadhyay joining me. Harish, where are you joining us from this morning?
Well, we are in Pulivendula. This is in the Kadapa constituency. And just a short while from now, we'll have Jagan Mohan Reddy voting here. We are at the YSR Urban Primary Health Center. This is where he will vote. Remember, it's a prestigious seat. Pulivendula is the assembly constituency from where Jagan is contesting. This is a family stronghold, as well as the larger Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency as well. The fight here is to get a piece of the YSR legacy. You have Jagan and his cousin Avinash Reddy, who wants to repeat his performance that he did in 2019. But this time around, for the first time in perhaps 4 decades, you have somebody from the YSR family contesting against another member of the YSR family, Sharmila, who's gone around Kadapa saying that she's contesting from Kadapa. It's the same symbol that her father was contesting on. She's raised several issues, including the murder of her relative Vivekananda Reddy and the Kadapa steel plant not being activated, operated, and several such issues. And perhaps this is the best and the big hope for the Congress across Andhra Pradesh. This is one seat they'll be hoping that Sharmila can get for them. And also, this is a constituency that has a significant minority votes. And the Congress is hoping that traditional votes will come back from YSRCP to the Congress and they can grow here. Remember, they've had a double whammy here. One was the death of YSR and then Jagan walking out of the party. And the post-bifurcation of the undivided Andhra Pradesh, the Congress has been decimated here. They're hoping that it's time for revival here.
Oh, absolutely. One of the very, very interesting contests to watch out for as far as this phase is concerned. And Andhra, of course, as I keep repeating, because it's very important in terms of national politics and the fortunes of a few parties also going for assembly elections simultaneously. But before we get you more from Andhra, Telangana, lots happening there this morning. This is just a quick breakup of phase 4. So this is phase 4 seats as they polled in 2019 Lok Sabha. You can see the BJP has a strike rate of roughly 50%, a little bit less. They won 42 of the 96 seats that are going to polls today. So, not really that great, but they've got to maintain that if they want their target of 400 par or, even 350 plus for the BJP. So what are the regions that are going to polls? Of course, there are this pocket, which is in Uttar Pradesh. I'll show you that in detail. There's Madhya Pradesh seats in Maharashtra. There's, of course, Andhra and Telangana. You see, of course, a sweep of sorts for the YSRCP. There is TRS here. How well will that play out as far as Andhra is concerned remains to be seen, because the Congress seems to be on a resurgence. And the fight is being seen between more Congress and BJP for the national elections in Telangana. Not so much the BRS now. And whether the BRS is able to retain some of its hold in the national, in the assembly, in the general election remains to be seen. key constituencies in Bengal, Bihar, and of course others as well. But I want to just quickly go across two states. Now, this is of course the UP map. The UP, fortunes very key for the BJP. Last time the NDA won 64. This time around they're talking at least in excess of 70. Who knows, 75 plus. Amit Shah was recently on CNN News 18. He said it could be 80 out of 80. Remember Akhilesh Yadav's fortunes in contest today from his family bastion. But if I was to show you just how this went in 2019 as far as the 13 seats polling today are concerned, then this is how it was. It was a sweep for the BJP in all 13 states, and this will remain to be their toughest challenge. Rahul, would you content, or is it pretty safe for them given that situations have changed in Uttar Pradesh since 2019?
Well, one thing that is dramatically changed is, of course, in the last election was the SP and the BSP alliance. So that was, on paper, at least a very formidable alliance. And despite that alliance, unfortunately for them, they couldn't make much of a dent, at least in this particular phase, the seats that are going in, the 13 seats in this particular phase. But remember, now we have from Kannauj, Samajwadi Party Supremo, Akhilesh Yadav, it's family bastion. He expects to sort of at least hold on to that. It's a prestige fight for him. There you can see it against Subrat Pathak, but it's not going to be easy. The Samajwadi Party looking a bit squeamish and queasy over a large number of seats, have been changing even till a day before or the day of the nomination, their candidates. But I think the real story of this phase is Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Let's not actually take our eyes off that contest.
I will just show on the magic wall a little bit more in detail, Rahul, of Andhra and Telangana.
So I just want to put Andhra and Telangana in context for our viewers. There are issues here because in Andhra Pradesh, neither the BJP nor the Congress is really in contention. This is a fight between a dominant YSRCP that has held forth for 10 years in this particular state up against a India alliance. So things have dramatically changed. And you're back against the NDA, rather not India alliance, the NDA alliance, which has three key constituents, led by, of course, the TDP. You have, of course, Pawan Kalyan's party, and you have the Bharatiya Janata Party. And statistically, if you look at the Andhra battle, there isn't much when it comes to vote share between the two. It's only about a 3% differential, less than 3% differential. And what I suppose the NDA is hoping is that the chemistry clicks this time. The Congress is out of the picture. The Congress had about 1% of the vote share. They are hoping to obviously make a bit of a dent like they did in Telangana in the state election. And therefore, this becomes important because this is neighboring. They are trying to sort of prove themselves at the state level. State level also, they were not much of a player. The TDP remains a key. If you just open that map to Telangana, it'll be very interesting, viewers, because, and Andhra, of course. Andhra, let's begin with Andhra first, because in Andhra Pradesh, you have a very interesting story, as I was telling you. You have a resurgent alliance, NDA alliance, hoping that its chemistry is going to trounce the YSRCP. The YSRCP in 10 years is looking a little shaky. We are being told that Jagan has his fingers crossed hard. He took, once again, a big bus tour. These tours work for him. His yatras work for him. He's hoping that the connect remains. But it is going to be,
as you said, Rahul,
a tough one.
The Congress and the YSRCP contending for the same vote share, and exactly what benefit the Congress can regain from that vote share that used to be traditionally theirs since the split is going to be an interesting one to watch out for, because the Congress believes they can retake a little bit of went towards Jagan Mohan Reddy. I've got a lot of my colleagues joining us from Andhra and Telangana, but as we are showing you on our pictures, this is G Kishan Reddy. He's the BJP Telangana state in charge and Sikandrabad candidate. Very key constituency for him, wanting to retain that from last time around. He went to the polling booth, and this is, I think, Madhvi Lata. Now, Madhvi Lata is, of course, that firebrand, out of the blue candidate of the BJP that came from nowhere and was pitted against Asaduddin Owaisi in the high-profile Hyderabad seat from Telangana as well. She's, of course, made a lot of waves, but Demographically, if it's going to be possible for her to upseat the Owaisis in Hyderabad, is the big question. That's G. Kishan Reddy one more time. He, of course, has the added headache, apart from retaining his Sikandrabad nearby seat, the added headache of having to boost the BJP's numbers in Telangana. I spoke to him on the campaign trail, and the BJP is talking anywhere in the region of 8 to 10 seats. They won 4 in Telangana last time around. They want to at least double that. 8 would be good for them. If things go a little bit more their way, they're hoping they could get 10. But interestingly, Rahul, it's also the Congress that is hoping to get a little bit of the BRS chunk from last time around and get 9 to 10 seats as well. So they're thinking that this could be 8-6-2 in the sense you could divide it like that.
Well,
as
look,
far as the
BJP,
17 seats are concerned.
The BJP, at least at the Lok Sabha level, has been on the ascendant in Telangana. But there is a state election that is also complicating and clouding the pictures. Just about 6 months back, the Congress really won a very, very emphatic win in Telangana. So it is hoping that it continues down that path, consolidates the and let's be very clear about this, the anti-BRS vote. The BRS is the one that has a floating vote. It's hoping to capture most of it, but the BJP is also hoping to pick up the floating BRS. So it's very interesting because Telangana, if you look at Telangana where it is today, and you look at where the BJP was in Bengal about 10 years back, it's almost a mirror image. So when you talk about vote shares, today the BJP is in Telangana where it was in 2014 in Bengal, and you saw the left vote completely moving. It's an absolutely complete, almost vote-to-vote shift in Bengal of the left vote for the BJP.
Whether it happens with the BRS,
the BRS is the million-dollar question for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BRS is the floating vote. Obviously, we've seen Ms. Lata basically hog the headlines, but let me tell you that it will be tough for her to do what Sadhvi Pragya did in Bhopal against Digvijay Singh. This is really...
Or what Smriti Irani did.
Well, that's a different... Because, they are both...
It was a bastion of the sorts.
Yeah, but
and this is a bastion for the Owaisis since
Hindutva is not the overplay. Smriti Irani made her election really about the Gandhi's failure to deliver. Here, she is breaking out as the Sadhvi Pragya of the last election, making a large number of statements that have captured the headlines for slightly controversial
her pitch
reasons.
too in Hyderabad, because I witnessed both of their contests, her pitch too is about how the Owaisis have been in power as the MP and at corporator or other levels in Hyderabad since 1984, since Owaisi's father was the multiple-time MP. He's been a 4-time sitting MP, contesting for the 5th time. What have you done for old Hyderabad?
Yeah, but remember,
is the pitch in
the
Hyderabad
MIM vote is not going to come to the BJP.
That's their pitch.
So the idea is to polarize there, and she's done a very good job of tactically polarizing that election. Now, whether it works in consolidating the Hindu vote is, of course, a million-dollar question, but demographics are also against her there.
Absolutely. The demographics are absolutely against her, plus the voting percentages in some of these seats like Hyderabad, Sikandrabad, the 4 seats in Hyderabad and Greater Hyderabad are actually quite abysmal. So that will also be a challenge for the BJP that may not have its best machinery, unlike in Uttar Pradesh, to get its voter or the voter that may be conducive to it to come out and vote. But on this seat,
there is also the complication with the BRS.
Yeah.
Okay. The BRS, obviously on the face of it, and there's the Congress. So there are secular votes, so-called secular votes, which can be cracked here. So
all right,
as I'm saying, it depends on the consolidation.
Yeah, it depends on a lot of factors. Purnima, my colleague, is actually joining us from Hyderabad, where Madhvi Lata is. Swastika Das is also reporting from Hyderabad. Many key constituencies to watch out for. Purnima, what's happening there? What's the buzz like in Hyderabad?
Well, in fact, we are coming to you from a polling booth in Hyderabad, where Madhvi Lata is casting her vote. Remember, initially there was some confusion. There are 2 booths inside, and she was in fact waiting for at least 5 minutes to choose one of the booths because there was some confusion here. Finally, as you can see on the screen, she's casting her vote. Hyderabad is going to be an interesting battle because it's always been an AI-MIM bastion. And this time around, Madhuri Lata, the first woman candidate that the BJP has fielded from Hyderabad, is also giving a tough fight. So quite an interesting battle as far as Hyderabad constituency is concerned. And we'll have to we'll try and get your reaction from Madhuri Lata after she casts her vote. But she is an interesting candidate that the BJP has decided to field, and all the heavyweights, all the star campaigners of the BJP from Prime Minister Narendra Modi had campaigned for her, and she's quite confident that this time around, especially the first-time voters will come forward and cast votes. And remember, this has been an AIMIM bastion for the last 4 decades, and it's going to be an interesting constituency to watch out for as far as Lok Sabha elections are concerned.
Yes, Swastika has also been tracking, of course, all the buzz and the build-up. Madhvi Lata has hogged a lot of the headlines, what the results will be. Maybe not too much contention on that, but who knows? Stranger things have happened, Swastika, in electoral politics as they happen in sports. But tell me, what's the buzz like in Hyderabad, and the fortunes that these elections are going to decide as far as Telangana is concerned?
Oh, well, absolutely. In fact, we're waiting for Asaduddin Owaisi to come here to cast his vote, particularly the Hyderabad constituency. It has been with the MIM for the last 40 years, since 1984. Asaduddin Owaisi himself has been a representative of this constituency since 2004. And it's almost, if you have been on the ground, we've done extensive reports. The majority factor here is the Muslims. And as far as the Muslim core vote bank is concerned, that's with the MIM. If at all there is a shift towards Madhavi Lata, even in terms of an increase in vote percentage, that definitely would in fact signal a lot of things on the fact that the Muslims are also perhaps looking at the BJP Muslims of Hyderabad per se. But it's going to be a neck and neck fight as far as Hyderabad constituency is concerned. Overall, yes, if you're looking at the BJP, they are willing to expand at the cost of the BRS and also banking on some factor from the Congress. But it's largely the BRS's floating vote at the cost of which the BJP is willing to expand. And as you rightly pointed out in your analysis, for the BJP, from 4 seats in 2019 to at least 10 seats, as that's what they've been targeting. If they manage to do that, that is going to be a big dent that the party will be able to make as far as South is concerned, because after Karnataka, their next big focus is on Telangana.
Yes, lots to gain for the BJP. At least they contend from Telangana and Andhra, perhaps more in Telangana than even Andhra Pradesh, where they didn't really win anything last time around. In Telangana, their vote share has been increasing steadily. Their graph is pretty good. They won, they doubled their vote share in the recent assembly elections, won more MLA seats, and
they've also doubled it from 2014.
Yeah.
So now they're at about 20%. And even if they can get about 10% out of the BRS, the BRS had about 30% of the vote. If it can get about 10%, then you can imagine that number astronomically increases, because BJP will be.
But what do you contend is going to happen as far as the national election is concerned? Because, they are banking a lot, even in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, anywhere you go, most of the south of India, unlike what the opponents would contend is their calling card on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity. So do you think...
Well, can I be a little cheeky here?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the Andhra election, whichever way it goes, actually the BJP won't mind too much.
Yeah.
Because the YSRCP has been coalition agnostic. In a
and supportive of them and the center.
That's what I'm saying. And in a post-poll scenario, Shivani, it won't take very long, or let's say too much persuasion, to ensure that YSRCP is at least on the right side of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the national level. So just to put that thought out there. But coming back to the questions that you're posing, I think it's very interesting. Telangana presents for the BJP its second big southern breakout moment.
Yes.
Karnataka was one, and Telangana can also be the difference between 350 and 303, 310, 315.
Their best case scenario could be increasing 4 to 5.
But the point is that put it at 10. Right, it'll be an increase that might offset some of the losses that they're anticipating in other places.
Sure, but it's going to be a greater headline more because of them breaking through into a state like this.
So all I'm saying is it continues the upward trajectory of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and it gives them that sniffing chance of getting to those targets that they've set for themselves.
They've also, of course, contended the BJP is very hyper about this, that actually they will have more seats in the south than the Congress does. For that to happen, Congress graph has to come down in Kerala. Karnataka has to be kept or retained by the BJP, and they need to add in some of the other states. So it's going to be interesting to watch out, because this whole, below the Vindhyas, the BJP doesn't win. In the north, the Congress
very
is not
probable,
winning.
because look at the Congress, 16 in Kerala, and I think it's 7 in Tamil Nadu. So just do the math there. And that's really what
They have to retain Karnataka for that.
And that's really where the Congress is.
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know,
so of course
in
the
the
BJP
south.
has made those noises ahead of these elections, but post-election the numbers would matter, and it would be bragging rights for between BJP and Congress, whoever has more seats in the 5 southern states, because that's a big dividing line that has been created unwittingly, some would say, by some Congress or aligned leaders themselves. Neetu is actually joining us live from Vijayawada. Vijayawada, one of those key contests to watch out for as well. Neetu, just tell us what's the enthusiasm on the ground?
See, Andhra Pradesh is witnessing a very interesting fight, and it's not just for the Lok Sabha elections. They are having an assembly elections also for the 175 assembly constituency seats. The elections are happening today. We are right outside Chandrababu Naidu's residence. He's expected to come out any time right now to cast his vote along with his family. Vijayawada is a constituency where even when in 2019 it was a landslide victory for the YSRCP when they won 22 out of the 25 seats. The Vijayawada seat was with the TDP. But then what happened was that in January 2024, the TDP MP left the party, and now he is a candidate for the YSRCP and his brother is a candidate for the TDP. So these are some interesting fights that is happening in Vijayawada. At the same time, here in Andhra Pradesh, it is a fight mainly between the YSRCP and the TDP, which is fighting in alliance along with the Jansena party of the Pavan Kalyan and BJP. If you look at BJP's chances in the state of Andhra also, whenever they have contested in an alliance, they have had a better chance. Last time there were no MPs, 22 of the 25 MPs were for the YSRCP and 3 for Chandrababu Naidu's TDP. Now, both these fronts are hoping that they will be able to do better their positions. Jagan went out and said that last time he got 151 seats of the 175 in the assembly, but the campaign was saying that why not 171. So both these fronts are trying hard. It is a battle between these two. That is what we are noticing on the ground. And on the ground also, Jagan is hoping that the welfare measures that he has started or he has given will help him this time. Meanwhile, the TDP is racing. Where are the opportunities? Where are the employment opportunities?
Right.
Development that is happening.
If I can come in
Andhra
here,
is also a state after bifurcation.
Neetu, if I can come in here, will we see a decoupling this time at the state and the national level? We know that the YSRCP has done very well at both levels. Could there be an uncoupling? And how is the Kappu factor working for Mr. Pavan Kalyan? That really remains the one dark horse, isn't it, in that alliance?
Yes, that's correct. Pavan Kalyan, he has a lot of fan following and also the caste factor, the Kapus factor. But in Pitapuram, it is a very tough fight because of YSRCP has brought in one of their senior leaders, Vanga Geeta, into this poll. She was a sitting MP and she's contesting from the assembly constituency. So in Pitapuram also, it's a very tough fight. But it remains to be seen how much Pavan Kalyan can help in both these factors, the Kapoor's factors, as well as his popularity as a film star for the alliance as such. Now, if you look at YSRCP and TDP, there is a lot of we can see there is a clear urban rural divide, especially in the urban areas. The people are asking more about where are the job opportunities, what has happened to those things. And also, this is a state after bifurcation, it is not it doesn't have a capital. The Amravati, from where we are standing a few meters away from that place, but even there is no and all the activities related to that has stopped. Jagan wanted a 3 capital, so this is also something which has not not really gone well with the people. So Jagan is hoping that the welfare measures that he has taken up and he has promised also in his manifesto
Right.
will help him. Meanwhile, the TDP hoping that the aspirations of the people will help them.
Yeah, interestingly, the TDP was considered to be doing very well in urban areas, but it was in urban areas that its decline was actually quite stark when its graph came down. So they will want to regain that sympathy or that affection or the support that the likes of Chandrababu Naidu had, particularly because of what they had done in urban areas, because of his record as the chief minister in urban areas. I've got some breaking updates coming in. 7 TDP polling agents have allegedly been kidnapped in Punganur, Andhra Pradesh. This is what the allegation of the TDP is. They're claiming YSRCP leader Pedireddy Ramchandra Reddy's followers have kidnapped 7 of their agents in Korakamanda, Chadampandal, Punganur assembly constituencies. The agents were on their way to polling stations when they were beaten up and forced inside a vehicle, is what the charge of the TDP is against the YSRCP agents. My colleague Neetu continues to be with us. So, Neetu, already, even as polling booths are opening up, there are very serious charges coming in from the political parties. Don't think Neetu can hear me just yet. But as I said, there are 7 polling agents that are being accused of having been kidnapped. TDP is saying their polling agents have been kidnapped by the YSRCP agents. They've been beaten up and put inside a vehicle and taken to a location. That's the allegation coming. Neetu, I think, can hear me now. Neetu, anything more that you're learning on this very serious charge just as polling begins today?
Yes, very serious charges, and these are charges made by the TDP saying that their workers have been kidnapped, and they are mentioning specific instances. Now, there's another instance also which the TDP has been saying is that in Macherla Assembly constituency, it's a constituency in the Palnadu district of Andhra Pradesh, where the TDP's booth workers were also attacked by the YSRCP. So these are the allegations coming in from the TDP. In this booth attack, they have even released the pictures of the attack against their booth workers. So these are some of the allegations coming in from the TDP.
Right. So already some charges flying thick and fast as far as polling is concerned. Of course, Andhra, Telangana continue to be the last of the south states that are polling now. Let's also cut across to Hyderabad. Madhvi Lata was casting her vote. My colleague is speaking to her.
To bring सबका साथ सबका विकास, because सबका विश्वास ये लोग कभी नहीं ठहर पाए, तो सारा देश और दुनिया जानता है हर एक विश्वास को ठहरने वाले प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी एकमात्र हैं.
And ma'am, in Hyderabad constituency,
my constituency, if you can understand.
Just last question, ma'am. In Hyderabad, it's always been.
Please.
Ma'am,
मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहती हूँ मेरे सारे वोटर भाइयों और बहनों से, भाइयों और बहनों, आपका एक जिम्मेदार कदम हमारे पूरा हैदराबाद लोकसभा पार्लियामेंट को ही नहीं, पूरा तेलंगाना को और देश को और आगे लेके जाने का एक हिम्मत दे देगा. तेलंगाना में और हैदराबाद में तो कई सालों से जो बदलाव नहीं है, जो तरक्की नहीं है, वो देगा और पूरा देश को 5वां नंबर से नंबर 1 अव्वल नंबर पे आर्थिक रूप में लेके जाने का एक मौका.
मैम, हमारे साथ हैदराबाद लोकसभा सीट से बीजेपी की उम्मीदवार माधवी लता हैं.
So Madhvi Lata, she has of course grown up in Hyderabad and is hoping that that connect that she has had even in old Hyderabad is going to help her. And interestingly, why the woman candidate choice for the BJP? Because they want to counter the stand taken by Asaduddin Owaisi, particularly on the instant triple talaq legislation that they say benefited Muslim women, and hope that that really reaps rewards for them. There are other facets to this. Of course, we'll discuss that as we go. But let's also go across to West Bengal now. 8 constituencies of West Bengal are going to decide their fate for the political bigwigs like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Dilip Ghosh, Mahua Moitra, SS Ahluwalia. All are waiting for the polling today in the 4th phase. So Behrampur, Krishnanagar, Ranaghat, Bardhaman, Bardhaman Purb, Bardhaman Durgapur, Asansol, Bolpur and Birbhum. These elections and polling are underway. My colleague Kamalika Sen Gupta is also joining us. You're joining us from Behrampur in West Bengal. Kamalika, interesting battles to watch out for in this phase.
Yeah, definitely. Here we see Adhi Chaudhary. It is the tough fight for Adhi Chaudhary. That's what people are saying. And Adhi Chaudhary has come out of his residence, and he will be going to a different. अभी तक सुबह से क्या खबर है सुबह से क्या अभी तक क्या शिकायत
चलिए
क्या खबर है कोई शिकायतें मिल रही है
आके बोलबो কাকে বলতে তো দিন আমাকে আপনারা চুপ রয়ে মুঝে তো বলনে দো সকাল থেকে কয়েকটা জায়গায় যেমন বেলডাঙ্গা যেমন বনওয়ার যেমন সালারের কাকগ্রাম ৩-৪টে এলাকা থেকে আমাদের এজেন্টদেরকে কোথাও ঢুকতে না দেওয়ার অভিযোগ এসেছে আমাদের কাছে কোথাও ভয়ভীতি দেখানোর ছোটখাটো চেষ্টা হয়েছে কিন্তু প্রতি মুহূর্তে ইলেকশন কমিশন এবং তাদের যে কিউআরটি তারা এখানে খুব সক্রিয় ছিল ফলে প্রত্যেকটা ঘটনা যেগুলো বলছি আমরা সেগুলোকে তারা তাড়াতাড়ি মিটিয়ে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছে এই মুহূর্তে বহরমপুর লোকসভায় আমাদের বুথ এজেন্ট নিয়ে এই মুহূর্তে সমস্যা নেই কারণ সব জায়গাতেই আমরা আমাদের বুথ এজেন্ট দিতে সক্ষম হয়েছি এই মুহূর্তে একটা দুটো জায়গায় ভয় দেখিয়ে বার করে দেওয়া হয়েছিল আবার তাদেরকে ঢুকিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে কারণ বহরমপুর লোকসভা বিভিন্ন ইন্টেরিয়ার এলাকা আছে তো অনেক ইন্টেরিয়ার এলাকা আছে সেই সমস্ত ইন্টেরিয়ার এলাকায় তারা চেষ্টা করছে এখন দিন যত এগোবে আমরা দেখছি কিন্তু কিছু কিছু জায়গায় বুথের বাইরে বড় বড় জমায়েত করে রেখেছে তারা যাতে ভোটাররা না
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, a lot has happened as far as he's concerned in West Bengal. The alliance, so-called, of the TMC and the Congress didn't really pan out as far as the West Bengal elections was concerned, and he was blamed squarely for it by Mamata Banerjee and the TMC. He's of course, contesting again from Behrampur, and that was this. These are the seats, the 8 seats that are going to polls in phase 4 in West Bengal. You can see the TMC won 4 of them. The BJP 3, the Congress 1. The 2 seats that the Congress won last time around, one of them was, of course, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's seat that is polling today. What will be his fortunes? He's, of course, taking on Yusuf Pathan as of the TMC this time around. There's, of course, the BJP's Nirmal Kumar Saha as well. But this has kind of made this battle very interesting because it gave the Congress, or at least Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the opportunity to say, you've not even got candidates from West Bengal who speak the language and understand West Bengal to contest against him. But there is some star power attached with Yusuf Pathan as well. So, of course, there are some other big names that are in contention. You've got Rana Ghat from where BJP won last time around. And this is, of course, Dilip Ghosh's constituency of Burdwan, that is also Durgapur, that is also going to polls. So this is going to be very interesting as well. Kirti Azad versus Dilip Ghosh as far as this battle is concerned. Babul Supriyo had won for the BJP last time around from the seat that SS Ahluwalia is contesting from this time around. My colleague Kamalika continues to be with us. Kamalika, interesting battle to watch out for. Of course, Mahua Moitra is the one name from the TMC also in contention today. Just give us a sense for both Mahua Moitra and SS Ahluwalia, the 2 candidates on the 2 sides. What are their fortunes looking like this time around?
टीएमसी पार्टी की गुंडों की सारे
All right, we'll go across to Kamalika in just a bit. Let me pose that same question to Rahul Shivshankar as well. Rahul, how do you see that battle for both Mahua Moitra and, of course, SS Ahluwalia pitted in West Bengal this time around?
Well, look, there's a cash for query entire cloud that is sort of hanging in the backdrop. And of course, Mahua Moitra has pitched this contest. Let's just change that graphic to reflect that fight. Mahua Moitra is pitching this as some sort of a vindication for what actually happened to her. But she's up against Amrita Roy, who's a descendant of one of the royal families there. after whom, of course, Krishnanagar was actually named. Now, Mahua Moitra is playing the sympathy card, and she is also trying very hard to ensure that she comes back from there so that she can tell the people that, look, she can tell the BJP that in the court of public opinion, their schemes don't work. So this is a prestige battle. But coming back to that fight in Behrampur, which is very, very interesting, that's Yusuf Pathan versus Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, 5-time Lok Sabha member of parliament from there, hasn't lost this particular constituency 5 straight consecutive times. But for the first time, he's facing a Muslim candidate, a Muslim challenger. 51% is the Muslim vote there. And it's also replete with irony. First, it's an India versus India battle, of course. But more than that, TMC and Mamta Banerjee constantly talk about the outsiders who are coming in. And who are these two outsiders? Modi and Amit Shah. Both of them are from Gujarat, and guess where Yusuf Pathan is from? He's also from Gujarat, but he's not considered an outsider. And the BJP says that, you see, Muslims are not considered outsiders in Bengal. It is only Hindus who come in that are considered by Mamta Banerjee, subcontinent, across the subcontinent. Any Hindu coming into Bengal is considered an outsider. That's why she also has a problem with the CA. So if there's any constituency where all of this will begin to play out, whether Mr. Saha is able to sort of galvanize the Hindu vote, Yusuf Pathan and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, of course, going up against each other.
It's not just Yusuf Pathan, right? There's also Shatrughan Sinha. There's Kirti Azad.
I'm talking about this constituency. So in this particular constituency, if the secular vote shifts either which way, it gets split, the BJP might just sneak in. It's happened in the past. Okay, we're so obsessing on the two big players. You don't know which way this contest is going to go. It's very, if you just click on that particular icon, that seat back there, and you can see the demographics as well as the vote shares, it's not an easy ride for either Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary or Yusuf Pathan. Yes, the 51% Muslim vote is there, but will they all vote tactically, and who will they vote for? Adhir Ranjan, or in this case, the TMC's Yusuf Pathan? No one knows.
Yeah, because nationally they're actually going to coalesce in the sense that it is still going to be an India alliance seat, regardless of who we vote for.
So how do the Muslim, how does the Muslim voter on the ground now differentiate? Both sides are an alternative to the BJP, which according to many people in Bengal is the reviled option as far as the Muslims are concerned.
Similar fight in West Bengal as we witnessed in Kerala. For example, in Kerala too, the left and the Congress are fighting really, they're really going at each other. They want to preserve their turf, which is what Mamta Banerjee also wants to do as far as West Bengal is concerned. She's been making this rhetoric against the Congress for many years now, actually, that you can't beat the BJP. Leave the fight against the BJP to me, at least in West Bengal. You go and take care of UP, Bihar and other states, for example. That's the same rhetoric that was, of course, mounted by Vijayan and the left in Kerala against the Congress as well. They were very miffed that Rahul Gandhi comes and fights from Wayanad. Why don't you go and take the fight in Uttar Pradesh instead? And interestingly, it would be very interesting to watch out for Rahul. How does the voter decide? Because this election is very interestingly cut into pro-BJP and anti-BJP vote. But how does the anti-BJP vote decide who to vote for? Because eventually the seat goes to India Alliance.
Shivani, in this particular seat of Behrampur, that's going to be a bit of a problem. We've seen in the past also in Bengal, the Muslim voter or the so-called secular voter has opted for Mamta Banerjee as the need arises. They have rejected the Congress and the left. That left vote has shifted to the BJP. Will that continue to be the case? The left actually, if you saw in the last phase, is hoping that some of its vote comes back to it. Right? So how does that play out in the larger scenario? We don't know. But because it's an India versus India fight, the BJP this time believes it's actually got a better chance in Bengal.
Well, Bengal, they're making a lot of tall claims. 30 seats is what has been talked about.
And look at the Bardhaman-Dungarpur fight. Here you have, again, I know that Mr. Kirti Azad can't be deemed as an outsider, but fundamentally, he's been seeking his electoral fortunes from Bihar. Now he comes into where, traditionally he belonged from. So he's become a son of the soil for the TMC. But on the other side is Dilip Ghosh. Dilip Ghosh is no pushover. This is not a walkover. He's a veteran. He's the person who's leading the charge on the ground also for the Bharatiya Janata Party. That's a fascinating election. And again, here, will the CPM play spoiler? And who for?
Yeah.
These are fundamental questions.
Okay, lots to watch out
Yeah.
for. We'll talk in detail about some of these key constituencies. A lot of big faces polling in this phase, actually, including union ministers, former ministers, state ministers, etc. The big contest to watch out for continue to be the one in the south, both in Andhra and Telangana. And after a very short break, we'll get more focus on that.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार जो इंडिया आघाड़ी की सरकार आई तो बिल्कुल मंदिर का शुद्धिकरण किया जाएगा क्योंकि हमारे सनातन धर्म में घर में अगर माँ पिताजी कोई एक्सपायर्ड होते तो सर मुंडाना पड़ता है, पूरी विधियां होती है, लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने वो न करते हुए इन्हें गलत विधि के साथ ये सब वहां पर पूजा की है।
ये कांग्रेस वालों की 18वीं शताब्दी की मानसिकता, विकृत मानसिकता, पापी मन ये कह रहा है कि ये राम मंदिर का अब हम शुद्धिकरण करेंगे, राम मंदिर को गंगा जल से धोएंगे। क्या एक आदिवासी प्रभु रामलला के दर्शन करे और इसलिए आपको मंदिर धोना पड़े?
Let's just get you a bit of a brief headline as far as voting for phase 4 for the Lok Sabha elections is concerned. Just what are the numbers really like? As I mentioned, this is phase 4 out of the 7 phases, and there are many key constituencies that are going to polls. A lot of very key contests to watch out for as well. There are as many as 96 seats in phase 4 of the 7 phases. There's going to be voting in as many as 10 states and union territories. So there will be about 1,700 candidates whose fortunes are going to be put into the ballot box today. There are as many as half a dozen union ministers who are testing their mettle in this election. Remember, Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir is going to polls today. So this is, of course, going to be a big one to watch out for. The first election in Srinagar after the abrogation of Article 370. There's also a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress in half of the seats, roughly, going to polls today. We'll also get you, of course, a breakdown of how each of these parties performed last time around. But 42 is where there's a direct fight. The rest, roughly half of them, is where a lot of other regional players come to power. Talking of regions, a fierce battle on 13 of the Maharashtra seats today. Remember, Maharashtra is the big conundrum to watch out for as far as these elections are concerned. We don't really know which way it goes. Hindi heartland, 30 seats. 13 of those are coming from Uttar Pradesh. How did the BJP fare in those seats in the last time around? We'll show you on our magic wall in just a bit. And as I mentioned, today is the final step of the battle of the South. So Andhra and Telangana both are polling today in single phase, but not to forget, of course, that Andhra Pradesh is also witnessing its state elections where CM Jagan Reddy is facing a resurgent TDP. There's the Janasena party, of course, the BJP alliance as far as the national elections are concerned, but that is giving the opposition a spring in its step in the assembly polls as well. So lots to watch out for. What is going to be the BRS's future, for example, in Telangana? They didn't really fare that well in the recent assembly elections. Also joining me is our consulting editor, Rahul Shivshankar. Rahul, many good morning to you. What is the big one that you're watching out for today?
Yes, it's been many good mornings. We've been here so early, crack of dawn, for the last 4 phases. Wonderful to be back amongst the viewers. Viewers, this is in sum. Let me just very quickly give you the top 5 headline numbers here. I've written a piece, summed it all up. It's the trickiest phase. It's the trickiest phase because there is no one clear dominant player in this particular election. Why isn't there a dominant player? because neither the BJP nor the opposition have any defined strongholds, or let me put it in a more militaristic term, strangleholds over the voters in any of the main constituencies. So neither is the BJP, of course, has 42 out of the 96 seats, but it is really the non-India as well as the India bloc, in particular the Congress, which is up for test here. And it is fundamentally so because if the Congress wants to get beyond the 54 mark, which is where it needs to be to at least claim the leader of the opposition post, it needs to do phenomenally well in the
Ma'am, what is your message to the voters of Hyderabad and Telangana?
I would only say that entire Hyderabad and Telangana should move towards the development, because either my Hyderabad Lok Sabha constituency or entire Telangana till date have seen only being deceived by various political parties. Now it's time that they take the right decision, a proper decision to move towards Viksit Bharat, a right decision and proper decision to bring सबका साथ सबका विकास, because सबका विश्वास ये लोग कभी नहीं ठहर पाए. तो सारा देश और दुनिया जानता है हर एक विश्वास को ठहरने वाले प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी एकमात्र हैं.
वोटरों से अपील करूंगा, अपने गांव बड़हिया से लेकर के मुंगेर बेगूसराय से लेकर पूरे बिहार देश को कि वोट जरूर डालें. ये लोकतंत्र का पर्व है और ये एक वोट अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को गिरा सकती है सरकार से, और एक वोट नरेंद्र मोदी को 400 के पार ले जाने का काम करेगा, जिससे गरीबों को एक ताकत मिले. मुंगेर बेगूसराय सहित 40 की 40 सीट नरेंद्र मोदी के झोली में आएगा, और कल पटना का रोड शो नरेंद्र मोदी ने करके जनता से सीधा अपील की है, और उस अपील का दृश्य दिखने शुरू हो गए.
Co-presented by phase. And let me break down the top line numbers for you. As I was saying, unpredictable. Why? Because, and look at the statistics here. Out of the 21 swing seats, 11 were won by less than 1% of the votes cast. Of these 11, only 2 were held by the BJP, and they were Bardhaman, Dungarpur in West Bengal and Khajuraho in Jharkhand. The opposition is therefore more vulnerable to voter disaffection in these 21 seats. Out of the 20 strongholds or strangleholds, as you want to call them, of a fifth of the seats, these are a fifth of the seats, it's 10 all. So basically, the BJP has 10 of these strongholds, that is, seats that it has won in 3 consecutive elections beginning 2009. And the same applies for the opposition. It looks like an even contest here, but it's not quite, because in a number of these strongholds, the BJP finished a very close second. And remember, the BJP has not been traditionally very strong in any of the phases, especially this particular phase, where it is seen as an emerging party in Odisha. It is seen as an emerging party in Telangana, in Andhra. So for it to draw even on strongholds is a phenomenal achievement. It's a remarkable achievement. And remember, there is little reason why the BJP's trajectory, which has been increasing over the last 10 years in this particular phase, will see a reversal, given the fact that it is looking at Telangana as a breakout state, the second state in the south.
Yes,
why don't we just have a look at the quick map and the overall
Absolutely.
view?
Telangana, I visited, of course, recently. Big catchment area for the BJP. We're going to break down a little bit of the phase 4 details for you on our magic wall. How well did the BJP do last time? and where were the areas that they did well in last time. But before that, we've got some breaking updates coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, bright and early, has urged voters to exercise their right to vote and come out in large numbers. The Prime Minister says, let us all do our duty and strengthen our democracy. Home Minister Amit Shah has also appealed voters to vote for a decisive government that will continue to promote India's cultural heritage and develop infrastructure, infuse power into the farm sector, and accelerate industrial growth, fortify national security, reform administrative and legal processes, uplift the poor, facilitate youth with new opportunities to build a developed nation. So that's, the big canvas of the BJP eyeing Amrit Kal that has already been laid out by the Home Minister. I've got my colleague Harish Upadhyay joining me. Harish, where are you joining us from this morning?
Well, we are in Pulivendula. This is in the Kadapa constituency. And just a short while from now, we'll have Jagan Mohan Reddy voting here. We are at the YSR Urban Primary Health Center. This is where he will vote. Remember, it's a prestigious seat. Pulivendula is the assembly constituency from where Jagan is contesting. This is a family stronghold, as well as the larger Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency as well. The fight here is to get a piece of the YSR legacy. You have Jagan and his cousin Avinash Reddy, who wants to repeat his performance that he did in 2019. But this time around, for the first time in perhaps 4 decades, you have somebody from the YSR family contesting against another member of the YSR family, Sharmila, who's gone around Kadapa saying that she's contesting from Kadapa. It's the same symbol that her father was contesting on. She's raised several issues, including the murder of her relative Vivekananda Reddy and the Kadapa steel plant not being activated, operated, and several such issues. And perhaps this is the best and the big hope for the Congress across Andhra Pradesh. This is one seat they'll be hoping that Sharmila can get for them. And also, this is a constituency that has a significant minority votes. And the Congress is hoping that traditional votes will come back from YSRCP to the Congress and they can grow here. Remember, they've had a double whammy here. One was the death of YSR and then Jagan walking out of the party. And the post-bifurcation of the undivided Andhra Pradesh, the Congress has been decimated here. They're hoping that it's time for revival here.
Oh, absolutely. One of the very, very interesting contests to watch out for as far as this phase is concerned. And Andhra.
लिख के दे रहा हूं, इंडिया गठबंधन का तूफान आ रहा है।
कांग्रेस जहां भी आई है उसने सपनों को कुचला है।
আর যদি মোদি ক্ষমতা আসে আর কোনো নির্বাচন করবে না, মাথায় রাখবে এটাই শেষ নির্বাচন।
बंगाल के दीदी के मंत्रियों के घर से 50 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिलती है।
Well, a good 10 hours to go for you to come out and cast your vote. 96 Lok Sabha constituencies and, of course, assembly constituencies in the state of Andhra Pradesh and Odisha going to polls today as phase 4, the midway point of the 2024 general elections takes place this Monday. I'm Shivani Gupta. Thanks a lot for continuing to be with us this polling day on CNN News 18. We'll get you all the breakup that you need to know, not just on the numbers, the magic wall, but of course what's happening on the ground. We've got special guests and analysts also joining us in just a bit. But let me first break down. We're talking about the big state of Andhra Pradesh going to simultaneous polls as far as Lok Sabha and Assembly is concerned, and what are the factors playing out there. Quite like in neighboring Telangana, Muslim reservation is a big issue in Andhra Pradesh as well. Of course, Jagan Mohan Reddy has very clearly said that the 4% quota that Andhra also has is not going anywhere, while the BJP's main contention this election, led by the Prime Minister himself, has been that no quota based on religion or for the entire religious community should be allowed, as is the case in some states in southern India particularly. Special category status, 5 years since bifurcation, no special status has been granted yet. This is where there could be a little bit of disaffection for the central parties. We know that Congress has suffered really badly since the bifurcation, both in Andhra and Telangana, contrary to what their expectations were when they announced that move to bifurcate the state. But YSRCP and TDP both have been blaming the BJP and the centre for the lack of the special status. How is it playing out as far as alliances are concerned? Well, the BJP considers Andhra too as a big catchment area for it, but it is heavily dependent on both its alliance partners, the TDP and the Janasena party. It doesn't really have that kind of presence in Andhra Pradesh. We know that Chandrababu Naidu also didn't fare very well when he went out of the NDA group, and now he's come back. But how is it going to play out for the BJP that has possibly a lack of cadre electoral representation remains to be seen. They're not, of course, contesting on the lion's share of the seats in Andhra Pradesh in any case. My colleague Rahul Shivshankar also with me in the studio with me. Javed Ansari, senior journalist, also with us. We'll have the likes of Smita Prakash, R. Rajagopalan also with us in just a bit. And Rahul, as I toss over to you, I think we have visuals of Asaduddin Owaisi, who's also come out to poll in Hyderabad.
Yeah, of
These
course.
are, of course, some of the other visuals from earlier. Yes, go ahead.
All these pictures, of course, will keep coming through, but Andhra Pradesh and Telangana is really where this election is going to be today. This is a phase where, let me be very honest with you, viewers, there are no favorites. There are no favorites. Yes, the BJP has about 42 of those seats, mostly coming from the Hindi belt, as well as some from Odisha, and of course, one or two from, in fact, one from Bengal. So it's not really a phase where there are favorites simply because a fifth of the seats were won by wafer-thin margins. These 96 seats have been contested very closely. Only 3 seats have actually seen more than 35% vote share for a particular party. So not very big margins of victory either. Everything is a toss-up, and at stake really are the reputations of non-NDA and non-India alliance parties, the BRS, the YSRCP. Contending against them in Andhra, of course, is an alliance. So when you look at the YSRCP, it is up against an alliance of the Janasena, the BJP and the TDP. And if you really break down the numbers in Andhra from the last election, the TDP may have finished with fewer seats, but it was not an insignificant player. If you look at the vote share, it still commanded a huge chunk of the vote share. There was only a 4% gap between the TDP and, of course, the YSRCP. Before that, in the 2014 election, the TDP did very well because it was part of a larger alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party in the NDA. That alliance has come back. Pawan Kalyan is adding the X factor here. The Kapu votes, they all play a huge role in a large number of seats. In at least 17 seats in Andhra, the Kapu vote has a significant potential. So will the chemistry all work for the NDA? Remains to be seen. The Congress, the India alliance, so to speak, is not even in the context. The Congress did not win more than 1.5% of the vote. And it would be a leap of faith for the Congress to come back very strongly in Andhra Pradesh. It will try to make a beginning at the state level. Remember, there are 2 elections going on. So The voter has to be very calculating here. He has to decouple from the national scene and also think who he wants in power to govern for the next 5 years at the state level. Now, there is a perceptible urban-rural gap here, divide, so to speak. Why? Because many people in the urban areas are not too impressed by the YSRCP. The rural base of the YSRCP is really from where Jagan derives his strength, and he's realized this. So he set out on a bus yatra trying to cover all those seats, and he's really had success in the past when he's done these yatras. Right. Millions of people have sort of galvanized behind them. He's also counting on all those welfare schemes that he has championed. He's going to obviously expect all of those to play into his kitty. Will that happen or not, of course, is the big question. Let me tell you, yes, very quickly.
No, on the welfare part, Rahul, it's very interesting that a lot of the chief ministers today do contest on welfareism, right? That's their big ticket, whether it's Mamata Banerjee, whether it was, KCR as well. But look at what happened to KCR recently in the Telangana elections. His welfareism, so as to say, did not quite reap rewards for him very soon after, 2 terms. So welfareism alone, can it work or not, is a big question for chief ministers, for regional satraps now. They need to do a little bit more. There needs to be welfareism plus something, Javed Ansari.
Yes, that's a very interesting point that you make. Welfareism or no, no election is a one issue election. There has to be a bouquet of things that you present. So if you're banking just on welfareism and all the good governance and everything,
it wears off after a point. I think that's what we're witnessing.
And there's huge competition as far as welfareism
is concerned. Yes.
So it's for Jagan Mohan Reddy. This Andhra election for the BJP is a win-win situation. Either which way it stands to gain. Like they say in Hindi, dono haath mein laddu hai. So you have an ally in Chandrababu Naidu, and you have Jagan Mohan, who's
neutral
who is supposedly neutral, but has always sided and with the government in the last 5 years. And we might just see a situation like we saw in the time of Atal Bihari Vajpayee and UPA 1, where contending parties parties that are rivals in the state are both supporting the government at the same time.
Well, so that's the point I made in the piece and I was making earlier, that Jagan here is coalition agnostic. So the BJP knows that it's got a win-win if in case there is a complication in the post-poll
but
scenario.
But his numbers don't add up to the 400 par, no. So they would want a little bit more.
No, it's not that. It's just that if there is a complication, if things don't work out as well for the BJP as it is thinking, obviously it's early days yet because Mr. Amit Shah says they've already crossed the 200 mark and phase 3 has just ended. So what I'm trying to say is that if there is a complication, they know that the YSRCP, if it does very well, is not going to be someone
Andhra is the least of their troubles.
Of their problems. The one thing that the BJP will, of course, want to do here is to prove that it is also an emerging party. And that matters more. But there is a very big contradiction between the BJP and the TDP. Ideologically, one bats for the OBC quota and one doesn't bat for the OBC quota. How does this contradiction resolve itself on the ground is an interesting point.
Not just the OBC quota. Everybody's, people in the din, we've all forgotten that Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has mooted reservation for Muslims.
Yes.
So while everybody pounced on Lalu Yadav and what he had to say about this, people forgot that it was Mr. Chandrababu Naidu who's come out batting very vocally.
So I left it for you to say that. That's why I used the term.
No, actually there are many contradictions between the TDP and the BJP, which we've seen as far as their animosity, when they were not really in alliance anymore post Chandrababu Naidu's exit is concerned. We've seen that play out, and it's not like everything is hunky-dory still, but does that work for them in these elections? Well, these results will prove. Just a quick check of the magic wall as far as the numbers from Andhra Pradesh are concerned. 25 Lok Sabha seats that this state throws up for the national picture. And as you can see, it was a sweep by Jagan Mohan Reddy, the YSRCP, winning 22 of those seats. So, of course, Guntur went to the TDP. It is showing up as NDA numbers in this because the alliance is back. And the Guntur is their stronghold. But, of course, Vijayawada is the other seat that they won in middle Andhra Pradesh. Now, Vijayawada, the candidate from the TDP, has jumped ship to the YSRCP. So, this has also become a very interesting contest. The previous TDP leader actually fighting for the YSRCP now. I think, Rahul, you spoke about the Kapu factor. So
Yeah.
there is about 3 seats where the Kapu factor is pretty strong, and YSRCP swept all 3 of those seats as far as the last elections are concerned. Yes, there are some shift in ground as far as support is concerned. That support came to YSRCP, lock, stock, and barrel. But this time around, a lot has changed. We've talked about the urban-rural divide as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. We've talked about the fact that welfareism alone does not always reap the same kind of rewards. We've seen that play out in state after state. And of course, the fact that, that whole resurgence of some of these parties post bifurcation, that that has kind of waned off. That sentiment has waned off, and these are national elections. So how much of that bifurcation sentiment does the YSRCP or the TDP, the BERS retain? Because this was their main factor.
There's a sympathy factor also at work here for Mr. Babu. So Chandrababu Naidu is playing on that. He's also playing on, of course, the fact that there is 10 years of anti-incumbency against the YSRCP. And look, if you really look at the numbers on the ground, there is a lot of welfareism, but the prospects, economic prospects of the state haven't really improved dramatically. In fact, Andhra is not doing too well on some key indexes. So there is a general sense here of despondency, of, let me put it differently, pessimism. Whether that translates into a bounty for the TDP remains to be seen. As you just showed on the map itself, the vote share gap is only about 3.5%. Actually, the BJP got 0.9% of the vote. Jan Sena really doesn't really add up there. So it's only about a 2.5% difference between those two. And those are close contests that you're fighting. And this particular election is very open. It's a very open election here in Andhra.
Smita Prakash, editor ANI, R. Rajagopalan, also joining us on the show. Smita, if things were to work for the TDP, if they were to contend that these elections could be their revival elections and help the BJP in alliance this time around as well, what is it that has to go in favor for them? What is it that could go in favor for them to do well in these elections?
Good morning, Shivani, and to my fellow panelists. As I said in the earlier one, पहले मतदान फिर News 18 पे ज्ञान और उसके बाद जलपान. That's how it works for me.
Great to have you here.
It's very interesting what is happening in this phase. So a lot of crucial contests which you're talking about, and as Rahul pointed out, that this phase is extremely important. I agree with what he said, that these contests, whether it is you're looking at Telangana, whether you're looking at AP, you're looking at the 6-cornered contest in Maharashtra, some in Bengal and Odisha where there are binary contests. It's very interesting. As far as Andhra Pradesh, which you're talking about, it's always been a little complicated because you have the Kammas, the Kapus, the Reddys. They've been competing with each other over who's going to control governance and administration there. In AP, it's also you're talking about Chandrababu Naidu wanting to make this spectacular return to power. He's been very, very vocal that he wants to bring back the glory of Andhra Pradesh, which has taken a toss after Jagan has come back. And I totally agree when you say that Jagan is agnostic when it comes to going with the BJP if the need comes. And BJP will be looking. See, if you look at India and you make a kind of what should I say? If you divide it vertically, just for the purposes of analysis, you'll see that the BJP is looking to mop up seats in the east, which it might lose towards central and western India, because last time it had swept western India. So if you just see metaphorically, if you divide, it has to mop up seats in Bengal, in Orissa, and that includes Andhra Pradesh. So either way, it wins in Andhra Pradesh. So this is extremely important to see how voting takes place. And as Javed said, when it comes to Muslim reservation, it is going to impact in some manner, because there is a little bit of uncomfortable feeling, shall I say. It's not so much of rejection, but you're talking about Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, where in some areas it's 80 to 90% minorities and scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and OBCs. And the messaging that has come in, the BJP says it is disinformation, and the India Alliance says that we've hit the ball on, we've hit the nail on the head, where they have managed to communicate that it is possible that there will be dilution of reservations, whether Muslim reservations or for other castes and tribes. So this disinformation, misinformation, real information, whatever you want to call it, has seeped down to the ground level, and that might result in some kind of, maybe not a wave, but it can impact on the voting pattern.
Yeah, actually, our Rajagopalan, the BJP rhetoric on or the plank that they're fighting on, they're unabashed about it. On Muslim reservation is also their albatross around their neck in southern states, because in states like Telangana, Andhra, you've got Kerala, you've got Tamil Nadu. Actually, these are the states where you've got religion-based, reservations, and some of them blanket reservations for the entire community. How do you see that playing out now today as we talk about Andhra Pradesh and Telangana? Rajagopal.
You said it, Shivani madam, you said it. And moreover, Rahul Shivashankar in his editorial, he said about the impact of Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. And my understanding of southern politics, it is crucial for NDA. It is crucial for Narendra Modi. The reason being, in July 2022, Shivani, when BJP National Executive met in Hyderabad, a senior-most leader told me that we have to focus on 10 castes in South India, 8 regional parties, and social engineering is a must. Therefore, what you said about the Muslim factor also fits in. And second thing, Narendra Modi politically, Amit Shah politically, RSS politically, they want to decimate Congress in South. That is, encourage the southern parts. And moreover, parallelly, what is happening with Sharad Pawar? The day before yesterday, Mr. Sharad Pawar mooted an idea that all ex-Congress should join after the polls. And Narendra Modi invited Mr. Sharad Pawar to join NDA.
The NDA instead,
Apart from that, Mr. Narendra Modi yesterday in an interview said, to have LOP in Lok Sabha, Congress is coming with all regrouping. So he understood the politics. Therefore, it is crucial for BJP. My understanding, as Javed said it, dono haath mein BJP ka laddu hai, as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Second, in Telangana, BJP is trying to get 8 to 10 seats.
Yes.
They are decimating another regional party, which was wanting to have a national birth, that is TRS into BRS. So analyzing the southern politics, as I have specialized in for the last 30, 40 years, southern parties, southern states are very crucial for any national government, any state government. And second thing, from 1967 onwards, no Congress in Tamil Nadu. After 2004, there is no Congress in Andhra Pradesh. Just now, last year, this Karnataka Congress was re-elected in Telangana. So therefore, the resurgence of Congress, that is why Mr. Narendra Modi would like to smash it.
No,
This
actually, earlier we were talking about, Rahul and I were talking about, before you all joined us, about how for the BJP, the South contest is also the fact that they will get more than the Congress. Because this whole artificial line has been created about the fact that the BJP doesn't win in South India. And their aim is कि Congress से तो ज़्यादा seats आएंगी, Javed Ansari. You know, Congress इतना बोल रही है कि हम तो, BJP South में नहीं जीतती है, but look at your seats versus our seats.
Yes, so certainly both sides will aim. The Congress is hoping to pick up at least 45 seats in South India. Now, whether
45 seats.
Yes, so whether this is wishful thinking or not, we will get to know on the 4th. It's like Rajgopal actually undersold himself. He says, I specialize in South Indian politics. He specializes in national politics. So, I mean, I really look forward to...
No, but Rajgopalanji, I want you to elaborate on this a little bit. Can Chandrababu Naidu make that big impact that he's hoping for in these elections? Or what is the impact that you foresee?
Yes. Chandrababu Naidu, as Rahul Shivashankar said, has a sympathy factor. Second, most important, today Mr. Chandrababu Naidu is arriving at Varanasi to go with Mr. Narendra Modi to file the nomination. It's a major shift. So South and North. Plus, apart from that, Shivani, wait and watch. Chandrababu Naidu is going to play a crucial role. And second, in Andhra Pradesh, 8 constituencies are there. Congressman is fighting congressman as a rupam of BJP or TDP. So that Congress decimation. Javed may again pull me up and he will run me down. But still, Congress cannot get 45 seats in South India. Take it from me.
Well,
if
look,
it's
let's
45
just,
in addition to what they got,
I was
I
just
don't
doing
think
some
it
maths
happening.
on this. I was doing some maths on this. Look, in Telangana, let's assume that the Congress ends up with 10, okay, and about 34% of the vote share. If it gets that, it will be getting around 10 seats. In Tamil Nadu, let's assume it gets 7 out of the 8 it's contesting, or all 8. Kerala, it gets 16 out of 16 as it did last time. If you do the math, that comes to 34 seats. That leaves it, and then you have Karnataka and Andhra. Andhra, of course, I've said.
Telangana 10, they're targeting 10.
I said 10.
9 to 10, yeah.
And Tamil Nadu, let's say 8. In Kerala, let's say 16. Of course, it has to ensure that it gets all those 16, and that anti-incumbency hasn't kind of
They're hoping for a bump
its
in
card.
Karnataka, though, Rahul.
And then there will be some in Karnataka that it's hoping for. Improve upon its 3, it's 1 actually. We don't know. But in case it gets 5, so that puts it up to about 38, 39 seats. And then it has 5. Whether it gets 5 in Andhra Pradesh, of course, very, very long shot. It's not going to. So it will be around, if best case scenario plays out, 38, 39, 40 seats. Worst case scenario, of course, you never know with the Congress.
But
it could go the other
interesting
way.
is how much would the BJP get? So we have to contrast this with the BJP, because this is a contest between the BJP. This is a bragging rights contest between the BJP
so it has
and the
29
Congress.
seats in 2019 from the south, out of the 126. Okay. So you look at Telangana, and they are saying they're going to get 8 to 10.
Yeah,
right?
they're hoping for 8 to 10. Yes.
So let's put down.
Let's say 8.
Okay.
That's the double from last time.
Of course, it just needs 10% of that vote to shift towards it from the BRS to get
just
those
10%.
8. Just 10%. And it's not unlikely. It can happen because the BRS vote did collapse in the assembly elections. So it is ripe for the picking. Now, where it goes, we don't know. But assuming 10% shifts of the 30%, you have a situation. Remember, as I told you, Telangana has a parallel with Bengal. So it can happen. So there you have about 30 seats, 39 seats, then 38 seats coming to the BJP's kitty. In Andhra, it's not going to win any seats. It will be very unlikely. And then you have, of course,
maybe
Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
1, 2
if you
in
go
either
by,
Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
It could be possible. So 2 or 3 or 4 seats. At most, they could get 8, as they're hoping.
And
5
then they have to
3.
retain everything in Karnataka.
And they have to retain. Well, that's been included in the 29. So one is assuming that that is how it's going to go. So, yeah, I mean, 45 seats either which way, is the number. But I don't think that's really the issue here. I think the issue here in Andhra Pradesh is very significantly where the rural vote is going to go. 62% of the state is employed in agriculture. And that's why the YSRCP has this massive, dispersal scheme agenda. And one has to see whether that is actually at some level fed into the aspirations of the farmers. Now, it also means that to feed this constant scheme, resource, they are spending, from what the CNAG says, about 257 crores a day.
Yes, so that's the plank of the BJP, isn't it, Smita? And not just in Andhra Pradesh, in many states, that all of these guarantees or schemes or welfareism is bankrupting these states. And therefore, these, regional satraps particularly are not managing state finances very well. Also, as we have seen in Telangana, and I was making this example earlier, look at what happened with KCR and the BRS. Welfareism alone is not really getting you repeat mandates. You need a little bit plus there as well. So will Jagan Mohan Reddy's welfareism, quote unquote, as successful as it may be, work on the ground alone?
And what you point out about welfareism and bankruptcy in the state coffers, the point is, whoever comes now, that Raita Bandhu scheme and all that, that cannot be wiped out. Even when you have RR there now, he has to continue with the BRS schemes. Once you begin these schemes, and the weird part which you see about Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana is like what you saw in Punjab, very wealthy politicians, but bankrupt treasury. This is what happens when you do welfareism. The kind of money that has been spent in this election is unbelievable. The crowd mobilization, the crowds that you see. And, to come back to what Rajgopalanji said, that the BJP wants to crush the Congress in South India. The thing is that the rise of regional parties in the South was because the Congress ceded space to them. The Dravid parties pointed it out first. Tamil Nadu pointed out first that it is possible to crush the Congress, literally without battle. And for decades together, it finished off the Congress in Tamil Nadu. Other states said that, hey, if they can do it, so can we. And then you saw NTR with Telugu Desam, then it went on, which is Babu's father-in-law, in case there's a new generation who doesn't know who NTR is. In the rest of the country, of course, Telugu people do know. But NTR started Telugu Desam, his son-in-law continues. You saw YSRCP, BRS, which was TRS. You're talking about so many regional parties which came up as a result of Congress ceding space. So the BJP now wants to bring that in. Right now, it will try with the regional parties and say that we'll work with you, just like the Congress worked with the DMK and AIADMK at various intervals. So the BJP will do the same. It's tried it in Karnataka. It's gone well against its wish. It's formed alliances. It will do so in Andhra Pradesh and everywhere else. But the fact is that it wants to mop up and say that it wants to be the largest single party in South India, which is what Amit Shah said at the press conference. You also showed while polling the visuals that you showed of Owaisi and Madhvi Lata casting their votes. It's for the first time that there's somebody who is putting up a fight. That election has grabbed media attention. And as Babu, you ran a sound. I don't know whether you've run the soundbite, but Chandrababu Naidu today said that the enthusiasm that he's seeing people polling. People have come in even from America to cast their votes, and which is true. It's not exaggeration. When I was in Hyderabad, I met people who were who had come just to cast their votes. So I said, it's a lot of money, right, to come all the way just to exercise your franchise. And they said, look, we went 15 years ago. We could have taken citizenship of America. We could have, but we haven't. Why? So I asked them, why didn't you do that? He said, 15, 20 years ago, we went, we gave our children this education. They've become so woke, we don't even recognize them anymore. They're not proud of being Indians. They're part of this student movement in America. It suddenly jarred us that, no, we need to keep our links with India alive. So we've taken leave, they're doctors, we've taken leave and we're coming back to cast our vote. We want to be part of the Indian political process. We don't want to become so Americanized. And I was fascinated because I saw this in 2014, when I saw this crowds of people who were working with the BJP, who had taken leave of absence and were part of the BJP campaign because they really believed that this was the time when the BJP needed to come to power to change the narrative in the country. Now I'm seeing that happening. Those people who had come in and wanted to be part of the process, of course, I didn't ask them which political party they were voting for, but they want to be part of the political process in India. These are expats in the sense that they live abroad. So a strange kind of a thing. I'd like to see what kind of polling numbers we're going to see.
Yes, I was about to say,
today.
Absolutely. I was about to talk about that, Smita, because in Hyderabad, one of the laments is that people actually don't come out to vote. The polling percentages in Hyderabad and the greater Hyderabad area, the four constituencies there is actually pretty low, sometimes lower than 50%. So it would be great to see more enthusiasm and with people coming out to vote quite a bit now.
Shivani, I want to come in, please.
Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Rahul, Shivashankar and Shivani have forgotten very important factor in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana issue, which new viewers should know. That is liquor gate. Liquor gate has been nationalized because Kavita is in jail, Arvind Kejriwal is out, the kingpin is out, and the person who helped this, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana both have joined together to have this liquor gate. Apart from that, what Smita Prakash ji said about these foreigners, 122 Australians, those who are all settled in Australia, Sydney, Perth, and Melbourne, they all come and canvass for KCR and also for Chandrababu Naidu, because international, Mr. Narendra Modi has been visiting foreign countries, and they're all backlash of the foreign powers plus foreign the NRIs, NROs, CIOs, what is that Indians origin of Indian citizen? They all more in Andhra Pradesh, from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana in USA and Australia. After USA, it is Australia concentrating of southern Indians, especially Andhra and Telugu, the Telugu-speaking persons. Therefore, this election assumes significance. Third point is, one candidate from TDP told me, "Sir, I have spent 80 crores till today." That was yesterday. So therefore, the money play is more. The liquor scam is more. So therefore, it is a liquor gate is also playing a crucial role in Andhra and Telangana.
Yeah, liquor gate factor.
Elections traditionally, what Rajgopal says about liquor gate is a fact. But even with or without liquor gate, elections, especially in Andhra Pradesh, are the costliest. From as long as I can remember.
Even in Telangana, I mean, technically, because Hyderabad being in Telangana now.
Telangana.
One of the reasons, I think you're absolutely right, in this particular phase, they're the maximum number of crorpatis, by the way. So it is an expensive proposition. And I think Mr. Ansari was saying just before we began that those people whose elections are going to be in the last two phases are going to end up spending the most amount of money.
Because they have the longest stretch to take care of, no?
But that apart, look, let me just very quickly tell you this, that Andhra Pradesh, the reason why Jagan has a good relationship, so to speak, not an adverse one, with the center is because he constantly needs money.
Yes.
The money is required to fund all these schemes. There are plethora of schemes. And revenue deficit is very, very high in Andhra right now. It's many people say it's unsustainable. So you're always going to have, whether YSRCP comes or goes, you're always going to have this sort of good relationship between anyone. TDP realized to its own sort of chagrin that it was a mistake to exit the NDA, and it could not use that card, which is a double-engine card. Those schemes, as Smita Prakash says, can't now be revoked. So once you are down that route, then you have to stick with it.
There's no turning back.
There's no
turning back.
Yes, so this is a complicated problem. We're just seeing a large number of visuals also coming in, most of the politicians there. But just fundamentally, I wanted to bring in Mr. Raja Gopal and Smita Prakash once. Smita Prakash, how do you see Telangana from your perspective here?
Telangana, I think, as I don't know who pointed it out, the decimation of the BRS is what is interesting. Of course, the liquor gate has had an effect, but what is also interesting is the sudden belligerence that you saw of Revant Reddy. You know, everybody was saying, oh, when he came out and he said, I'm the younger brother, Modi's the elder brother. He came on to Rajat Sharma show, and that, you know, many of us will think, oh, okay, so what? It's just one show. But that had a lot of impact in the sense that people were like, look what he's saying, even on television channels. He's saying that I have no issues with the BJP government. Suddenly, after the second phase, after the first phase and the second phase, somewhere Revant Reddy changed his tack. And then you saw this real what should I say, a belligerence, which I said. He questioned Balakot, and then that whole morphing of Amit Shah a video came out, and then Amit Shah saying, you messed with the wrong man. So suddenly, he became holier than even the Pope. So he became this strong Congress leader. He probably saw that there's a vacuum of a strong Congress leader in South India. Nobody out there, who other than Rahul Gandhi, who was campaigning a little bit in South India, in Tamil Nadu and in Kerala, but really nothing of significance. Mallikarjun Kharge wasn't coming. So AP and Telangana wasn't seeing any strong Congress leader. So here he's positioning himself as a southern leader who can take on both Amit Shah and Modi, because he attacked both when he's saying Balakot ? And on the morphing of the video, which has not yet been proven, but still when Amit Shah says you're messing with the wrong person. So I think it's going to be interesting to see, but I think the decimation of the BRS, which is what locals are saying, is the benefits are going to go to the BJP, not towards the Congress. They have saturated as much as they could in the local elections. As far as the central elections are concerned, there is no central face in the Congress when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections.
Very quickly, I just want to point out, one of the main rhetorics or election issues as far as Telangana, Andhra Pradesh are concerned, as has been the case across the country, is the Muslim reservation issue or the Muslim quota issue is concerned. BJP says it's been taken out of the OBC quota, unfair on religious lines to begin with. And some of these regional parties, including, the likes of the BRS, the likes of the YSRCP, you've got this factor playing in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, although it happened post the elections in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. They say that this is required, this is needed in Karnataka. This is a big battle where BJP was recently ousted in the state government. I just want to quickly play out the Muslim factor as far as both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh are concerned. So these are, of course, 7 out of the 17 seats in Telangana, which is a pretty substantial portion. That is the where the Muslim factor is pretty high. So this is where the Muslim quota impact could be felt. As you know, of course, this small green one, of course, is the AIMIM. This is the Hyderabad. Above that is the Secunderabad seat. So BJP actually won 3 of the seats out of the 7 where there's a large Muslim population. This includes Karimnagar and others as well, where they're hoping to retain the 4 seats they won in 2019. So in Telangana, they managed pretty well, even in large Muslim Muslim factor constituencies. And then, of course, 2 went to the BRS. One has, of course, this is where I think Uttam Reddy won from Nalgonda. This is which went to the Congress. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch out for. Very quickly, can I just play out the Muslim quota impact in Andhra Pradesh as well? This is only in about 4 seats out of the 25. YSRCP won 3 of those. The NDA, which is, of course, the TDP, won the one from Guntur, which is also their stronghold as well. Javed Ansari wants to come in very quickly. Yes.
No, it's not surprising that the BJP has done well, and it's not peculiar to Andhra and Telangana alone that the BJP has done well in Muslim-dominated areas. Look at areas like Badaयूं, Sambal, Moradabad.
Is it because of cross polarization, you believe? Or
no, yeah, if there is a Muslim polarization, there will be a counter polarization. And in addition to that, there's also a lot of division of vote. In Sambal, I have often seen more than 3 Muslim candidates contesting, or in places like Muzaffarnagar or Kairana in the past.
I would just say, while I agree with you, I think it sometimes can benefit them as well. But I would say that the politics of the religion politics, the Hindu-Muslim politics in, let's say, a state like Uttar Pradesh and a state like Telangana is tonally very different. So, I feel that the comparison sometimes doesn't work because the kind of rhetoric you see in Uttar Pradesh and in some of the other states, you don't really see in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, which is why, it isn't a surprise for sure that the BJP wins in some of those constituencies, but they would obviously need to do a little bit more if they have to increase this or double this from 4 to 8. But we will delve into this as well. Javed Ansari, Smita, R. Rajagopal, Rahul Shivshankar, all will stay with us. I have to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll be back with more.
If I've seen the governance, and if you think that you have benefited from this governance, then vote for that governance which would lead to a brighter future.
Good governance, or you want to have a bright future, you have to go and vote. Then only you will have a right to demand. Today I have seen the crowd. Never in my life or in my political career, I have seen this type of crowds. It is an indication people are willing to vote, and also they wanted to vote by any choice. And again, from America all the way they have come to vote. All over the country, Bombay, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, everywhere people have come.
repeating because it's very important in terms of national politics and the fortunes of a few parties also going for assembly elections simultaneously. But before we get you more from Andhra, Telangana, lots happening there this morning. This is just a quick breakup of phase 4. So this is phase 4 seats as they polled in 2019 Lok Sabha. You can see the BJP has a strike rate of roughly 50%, a little bit less. They won 42 of the 96 seats that are going to polls today. So, not really that great, but they've got to maintain that if they want their target of 400 par or, even 350 plus for the BJP. So what are the regions that are going to polls? Of course, there are this pocket, which is in Uttar Pradesh. I'll show you that in detail. There's Madhya Pradesh seats in Maharashtra. There's, of course, Andhra and Telangana. You see, of course, a sweep of sorts for the YSRCP. There is TRS here. How well will that play out as far as Andhra is concerned remains to be seen, because the Congress seems to be on a resurgence. And the fight is being seen between more Congress and BJP for the national elections in Telangana, not so much the BRS now. And whether the BRS is able to retain some of its hold in the national, in the assembly, in the general election remains to be seen. Key constituencies in Bengal, Bihar, and of course others as well. But I want to just quickly go across two states. Now, this is, of course, the UP map. The UP, fortunes very key for the BJP. Last time, the NDA won 64. This time around, they're talking at least in excess of 70. Who knows, 75 plus. Amit Shah was recently on CNN News 18. He said it could be 80 out of 80. Remember, Akhilesh Yadav's fortunes in contest today from his family bastion. But if I was to show you just how this went in 2019 as far as the 13 seats polling today are concerned, then this is how it was. It was a sweep for the BJP in all 13 states, and this will remain to be their toughest challenge. Let's just get you a bit of a brief headline as far as voting for phase 4 for the Lok Sabha elections is concerned. Just what are the numbers really like? As I mentioned, this is phase 4 out of the 7 phases, and there are many, many key constituencies that are going to polls. A lot of very key contests to watch out for as well. There are as many as 96 seats in phase 4 of the 7 phases. There's going to be voting in as many as 10 states and union territories. So there will be about 1,700 candidates whose fortunes are going to be put into the ballot box today. There are as many as half a dozen union ministers who are testing their mettle in this election. Remember, Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir is going to polls today. So this is, of course, going to be a big one to watch out for. The first election in Srinagar after the abrogation of Article 370. There's also a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress in half of the seats, roughly, going to polls today. We'll also get you, of course, a breakdown of how each of these parties performed last time around. But 42 is where there's a direct fight. The rest, roughly half of them, is where a lot of other regional players come to power. Talking of regions, a fierce battle on 13 of the Maharashtra seats today. Remember, Maharashtra is the big conundrum to watch out for as far as these elections are concerned. We don't really know which way it goes. Hindi heartland, 30 seats. 13 of those are coming from Uttar Pradesh. How did the BJP fare in those seats in the last time around? We'll show you on our... Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us on our rolling election coverage. Some breaking updates coming in from Bengal now. The showdown is taking place between the BJP and the TMC, where the former has claimed that in Asansol, TMC has attacked their workers. A video has been shared by BJP that is alleging that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's posters have been torn, that TMC workers are trying to intimidate the BJP workers. They have torn their banner, posters, etc., and are attacking their workers. This has happened last night, late last night, or in the run-up to the polling booths opening today, is what we are being told. That the BJP is alleging that the TMC is trying to intimidate voters in every possible way, including tearing off Narendra Modi posters.
দেখুন আমরা আপনারা জানেন কিছুদিন আগে আমাদের এখানে নরেন্দ্র মোদীজির ব্যানার লাগানো হয়েছিল ভোটের কালকে আজকে ভোট রয়েছে, ঠিক আছে, তার জন্য আমাদের ব্যানার এবং পার্টির পোস্টার যেখানে পেস্টন লাগানো ছিল পতাকা, কিছুদিন আগে 2-3 দিন আগে ওই ব্যানার পোস্টার সমস্ত কিছু খুলে ফেলা হয়েছে এবং ছিঁড়ে ফেলা হয়েছে তৃণমূলের তরফ থেকে। তৃণমূলের পঞ্চায়েত সদস্য বিবেক মণ্ডলের নেতৃত্বে এইসব ঘটনাগুলো ঘটছে। গতকাল আমাদের এক ছেলেকে রিভারঘাট ঠেকিয়ে পড়ে তাকে ভয় দেখানো হয়, ঠিক আছে, এমনকি আজকে পুনরায় যখন আমরা ব্যানার পোস্টার লাগানো ছিল এলাকার মধ্যে প্রত্যেকটা ব্যানার পোস্টার খুলে ফেলা হয় নতুন এলাকা গ্রামের। তার কিছুক্ষণ পর যখন আমরা দেখতে যাই তখন সেখানকার ব্যানার পোস্টার সমস্ত কিছু খুলে দেওয়া হয়। আমাদের এই পিতৃপ মণ্ডল যে জেলা পরিষদের প্রার্থী ছিলেন এখানকার, ঠিক আছে, সে প্রতিবাদ করে তার উপর চড়া হয়, দেখতে পাচ্ছেন কিরকম ভাবে মারধর করা হয়েছে বিদ্যুৎকে, ঠিক আছে, তার হাতে মেরেছে এবং জামা পর্যন্ত ছিঁড়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, তাকে ফেলে মারা হয়, ঠিক আছে। তৃণমূলের পঞ্চায়েত মেম্বার এইসব কাজগুলো করায় নিজের এলাকায় মোদিজির প্রধানমন্ত্রী যিনি আমাদের দেশে তার ব্যানারটা পর্যন্ত ছিঁড়ে দেওয়া হয়, তার ব্যানার পুড়িয়ে দেওয়া হয়। কিন্তু পশ্চিমবঙ্গের পুলিশ এতটাই নির্লজ্জ, কোনো প্রতিবাদ নেই এখনো পর্যন্ত। আমরা 2 দিন ধরে কমপ্লেন করেছি, কাল রাত্রেও কমপ্লেন কপি আছে, দেখুন এই মাত্র আমরা কমপ্লেন কপি করে এলাম। আমাদের একে মারা হয়েছে এবং আরেকজন সৌরভ মণ্ডল বলে আছে কার্যকর্তা, তাকেও মারা হয়েছে। তো এই কমপ্লেন কপি রয়েছে, আমরা কমপ্লেন করেছি, পুলিশ রিসিভও করেছে, বাট এখনো পর্যন্ত তাদের বিরুদ্ধে কোনো অ্যাকশন হয়নি।
All right, let's shift our attention to the big state of Maharashtra. Now, this is the one that is baffling everyone because the scenario politically has changed dramatically. But I just want to begin by presenting you what transpired in 2019. So these are, of course, the results from the 48 Maharashtra seats in 2019. Mind you, the NDA winning 38 of them, the India Alliance winning 9 of them. Mind you, this is as per present day alliances. So we've superimposed what was the result given who is standing in what camp today. Of course, we can just look at phase 4, which is happening today. As far as the seats from Maharashtra are concerned, 11 of them going to polls today. The NDA handsomely won 9 of them. The India Alliance winning 1 and others. And of course, others overall included in the BJP tally because that was Amravati. Navneet Rana was the independent candidate from that time around. So that's not obviously polling in as far as this is concerned, but this is what it looks like. 52% vote share for the NDA alliance as it stands today. Are they going to be able to retain this because the alliances have shifted? This was the BJP and the Shiv Sena proper at that time in 2019 fighting the election. That is no longer the case. So which Shiv Sena is going to be able to retain that vote share? Which NCP is going to be able to retain the vote share remains to be seen. Or is the BJP going to be dominant as far as the narrative is concerned? Let me first go across to my colleague Mayuresh joining us. Mayuresh, where are you joining us from? Give us a sense of the big contest there.
Absolutely. I'm joining you from the Parli village, which is a native of Pankaja Munde, and soon she will be coming out to cast a vote. We are just right outside her house, and it's a very, we can say, battle of prestige for Pankaja Munde, because if you remember that in 2019 she lost her state assembly election to her cousin brother. After that, now after 5 years, she is getting a ticket of Lok Sabha. This is the first Lok Sabha she will be contesting. Before her sister was here, and she had represented from 2014 to 2019 until now. So 10 years she got it, because this particular constituency, first time Gopinath Munde was basically elected, and after that, after his death, the by-election happened, and Pritam Munde got ticket, and she won with a good margin.
Okay. We've got, of course, big contests coming in the likes of the ones, Rahul, in Baramati. You've got, basically the legacy of Sharad Pawar being decided. Your thoughts on the big contests in Maharashtra today?
Well, phase 4, of course, extends from the tribal heartland of Nandurbar right up to the urban constituents. You can see the belt. You have Pune and you have Aurangabad, key seats. Now, Pune and Aurangabad, of course, Aurangabad, more of a challenge for the Shiv Sena. Pune, of course, remains something that the BJP would want to do well in. The other seats really, again here, the test, most of them are rural seats. And are a test really for the Bharatiya Janata Party and Mr. Fadnavis. And his basic claim that, look, we can provide you with the services on the back of a double-engine sarkar that you need. Remember, Maharashtra has 48 Lok Sabha seats. So this is the second largest concentration of seats in any state after Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
If the BJP has to come back and retain some amount of dominance with the NDA at the center, Maharashtra's 41 play a key role. And these 11 where the NDA, if you really look at the numbers, have 9 and a huge 52% vote share. It'll just have to ensure that the chemistry on the ground works. Again, Bede is another one of those constituencies, Jalgaon, Jalna, all of these were interestingly poised contests even this time, because here is where a large number of those factors will come into play that will determine whether the BJP is still in demand. Yes, Javed Bhai, you wanted to make a point.
Yes. Maharashtra is going to be a huge challenge for the BJP, not just because of the splits and all the other thing that has happened and its fallout, especially the sympathy that it has generated for Sena and for Sharad Pawar, but there's also tremendous farmer distress. Sometimes in November or December, the government banned the exports of onions. Suddenly, prices of onions from 3,000 rupees has come down to 12. That has caused a huge amount of distress, angst, and all there's a multiplicity of factors which seems to be stacked up against the BJP. So, in addition to not just tiding over factional problems, it also has to deal with farmers' distress, and farmers play a big role there in Maharashtra.
Yeah. Well, of course, we will get you more updates from some of the key constituencies going to polls today, and I'll get in some of our other experts in on this as well. But the other big seat that we're also watching out for is, of course, the one in Srinagar. The first contest in Kashmir since the abrogation of Article 370. That is not really playing out as a big factor. I think most, even in Kashmir, are resigned to the fact that the article is history, even though some voices here and there have tried to reignite some of the passions on ground or sentiments on Article 370. Yes, there is an ideological divide as far as that article abrogation is concerned, but not so much anymore a political rhetoric charged atmosphere. Let me go across to my colleague Ishan as well. Ishan, of course, the big contention of the local parties there was why no state assembly elections and statehood for Jammu and Kashmir along with the national elections. That, of course, has not happened. The Election Commission has given its clarifications. But what is the mood on ground as the public comes out, for example, the big Srinagar seat today?
Well, it's important to highlight the fact that there is no boycott call this time around, and the violence graph has come down and people are freely able to exercise their franchise. You will go to polling stations, you will see first-time voters, people who have boycotted previous elections, but this time they are voting. There are several key issues which are on cards because regional political parties went to voters saying that it's about what they call a dignity of Jammu and Kashmir that they have to vote for, because the first election after the abrogation of Article 370. BJP says it's history, but the regional political parties are still playing on the card of 370 and claiming that once they come to power, the time will change and they will be able to bring it back. But remember, the political dynamics have also changed. After 370 abrogation, there are new political parties which have come into existence, like Apni Party, which is fighting on Srinagar seat. Their candidate is very much here fighting and giving a tough fight on this particular seat. He has been contesting, he has been going to places to get those votes, while traditional political parties like National Conference and PDP have been vocal about 370. They have been clearly saying that these elections are not about development, Vikas Road, but their political pitch has been 370. Whether or not that resonates among the people, that we will know. But yes, we have witnessed large queues in those areas which have traditionally seen boycott, and people who have stayed away from polls in the previous election feel that they're able to come out and freely go to their polling station. Violence has come down. We have seen in the past that whenever polling staff would reach polling stations, there would be stone pelting or attempts being made to loot that particular polling station. But this time around, what we are seeing is that polling stations have been, there is security, but we are seeing a different kind of trend that no stone pelting has taken place, no clashes have taken place, and polls are happening in a very free atmosphere. So yes, the dynamics have changed. One has to see that assembly election when they will happen, but these elections are something which will be a test for not only regional political parties or traditional, but also for those parties who have entered now after the abrogation of Article 370.
Yes, certainly one can say one thing, that politics in Jammu and Kashmir has changed or is changing. Certainly good news that there is no violence, unlike the last few times. We'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we will talk in detail about some of the other states that are also witnessing key contests this election.
Co-presented by
bit. And as I mentioned, today is the final step of the battle of the South. So Andhra and Telangana both are polling today in single phase, but not to forget, of course, that Andhra Pradesh is also witnessing its state elections where CM Jagan Reddy is facing a resurgent TDP. There's the Janasena party, of course, the BJP alliance as far as the national elections are concerned, but that is giving the opposition a spring in its step in the assembly polls as well. So lots to watch out for. What is going to be the BRS's future, for example, in Telangana? They didn't really fare that well in the recent assembly elections. Also joining me is our consulting editor, Rahul Shivshankar. Rahul, many good morning to you. What is the big one that you're watching out for today?
Yes, it's been many good mornings. We've been here so early, crack of dawn, for the last four phases. Wonderful to be back amongst the viewers. Viewers, this is in sum. Let me just very quickly give you the top 5 headline numbers here. I've written a piece, summed it all up. It's the trickiest phase. It's the trickiest phase because there is no one clear dominant player in this particular election. Why isn't there a dominant player? Because neither the BJP nor the opposition have any defined strongholds, or let me put it in a more militaristic term, strangleholds over the voters in any of the main constituencies. So neither is the BJP, of course, has 42 out of the 96 seats, but it is really the non-India as well as the India bloc, in particular the Congress, which is up for test here. And it is fundamentally so because if the Congress wants to get beyond the 54 mark, which is where it needs to be to at least claim the leader of the opposition post, it needs to do phenomenally well in this particular phase. And let me break down the top line numbers for you. As I was saying, unpredictable. Why? Because, and look at the statistics here. Out of the 21 swing seats, 11 were won by less than 1% of the votes cast. Of these 11, only 2 were held by the BJP, and they were Bardhaman, Dungarpur in West Bengal and Khajuraho in Jharkhand. The opposition is therefore more vulnerable to voter disaffection in these 21 seats. Out of the 20 strongholds or strangleholds, as you want to call them, of a fifth of the seats, these are a fifth of the seats, it's 10 all. So basically, the BJP has 10 of these strongholds, that is, seats that it has won in 3 consecutive elections beginning 2009. And the same applies for the opposition. It looks like an even contest here, but it's not quite, because in a number of these strongholds, the BJP finished a very close second. And remember, the BJP has not been traditionally very strong in any of the phases, especially this particular phase, where it is seen as an emerging party in Odisha, it is seen as an emerging party in Telangana, in Andhra. So for it to draw even on strongholds is a phenomenal achievement. It's a remarkable achievement. And remember, there is little reason why the BJP's trajectory, which has been increasing over the last 10 years, in this particular phase will see a reversal, given the fact that it is looking at Telangana as a breakout state, the second state in the south.
Yes,
why don't we just have a look at the quick map and the overall
Absolutely.
view?
Telangana, I visited, of course, recently. Big catchment area for the BJP. We're going to break down a little bit of the phase 4 details for you on our magic wall. How well did the BJP do last time? And where were the areas that they did well in last time? But before that, we've got some breaking updates coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, bright and early, has urged voters to exercise their right to vote and come out in large numbers. The Prime Minister says, let us all do our duty and strengthen our democracy. Home Minister Amit Shah has also appealed voters to vote for a decisive government that will continue to promote India's cultural heritage and develop infrastructure, infuse power into the farm sector, and accelerate industrial growth, fortify national security, reform administrative and legal processes, uplift the poor, facilitate youth with new opportunities to build a developed nation. So that's, the big canvas of the BJP eyeing Amrit Kal that has already been laid out by the Home Minister. I've got my colleague Harish.
इंडिया गठबंधन का तूफान आ रहा है।
कांग्रेस जहां भी आई है उसने सपनों को कुचला है।
আর যদি মোদি ক্ষমতা আসে আর কোনো নির্বাচন করবে না, মাথায় রাখবেন এটাই শেষ নির্বাচন।
बंगाल के ईडी के मंत्रियों के घर से 50 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिलती है।
Staying with us here on your election hub, Battle for Bharat with CNN News 18. Phase 4 polling today taking place midway point, the halfway point. Certainly by the end of today, more than half of the 543 Lok Sabha seats would have gone to polls. Today is interesting, particularly from the point of view of the southern fight. 25 in Andhra Pradesh, 17 in Telangana, 42 southern seats that are up for grabs today. And yes, a lot has changed in both of these states from last time around. So these are the catchment areas for the BJP. These are areas where the Congress is hoping for a revival on the back of some of the regional parties that have ruled the roost. But are they going to be maintaining their stranglehold or not remains to be seen. Let's talk about Telangana in detail first up. What are the factors really playing out? There are the poll guarantees by the Congress. They're riding high on their recent election victory in the assembly polls. They've made promises like free bus rides, there's power, there's schemes for farmers. And how will those poll guarantees pan out? There is some murmurs on ground that they've not really fulfilled some of these guarantees, or they're using that as leverage even for the national elections. So how will poll guarantees work out remains to be seen. Of course, we're also talking about the rise of the BJP here. The Modi factor is being pushed quite impressively, actually, for the BJP in southern states. And actually, unlike what people may say, Modi is a figure who people are talking about. There's really no animosity, as some hashtags initially were trying to suggest in most of South India. And there's actually, a lot of popularity that Prime Minister Narendra Modi enjoys in these states. Will it transfer to votes? But there is an absence of multiple regional parties, which is also giving a scope for the BJP. Like I said, the Congress has been on a decline in these two states especially. The BRS saw a reversal in the recent assembly elections. Will they maintain their vote share or come back in some ways? Will the Congress keep its revival? All up in the air. The BRS's footprint, that's exactly what I was talking about. Their popularity has dwindled since the last assembly polls. And one of the factors to gauge that, particularly in a state like Telangana, is who's going where. So actually, BRS has lost a lot of its, prominent leaders. Even their sitting MPs, MLAs, they've jumped ship to the Congress or the BJP. That just gives you a sense of where the wind is blowing. So the contest is being seen as one between Congress and BJP actually in Telangana. Both are looking to touch the 10 mark. The KCR family is battling graft taint as well. This is going to be their existential battle. If they survive this test, they can hope to rebuild from here on. Of course, K. Kavita, KCR's daughter, in jail, mind you, on the Liquorgate scam taint. My colleague Swastika is also joining us. Swastika, this is a very interesting contest to watch out for in Hyderabad. Not only are there big names, including union ministers and others in fray, but overall, these Telangana national elections will give us a sense of where each party stands now.
Well, that's right. And if you look at Telangana elections, or for that matter, even the elections in United Andhra Pradesh, it's always been personality driven. Modi factor, because the BJP here has a lot of ground to cover. It's the Prime Minister's face on the bank of which the BJP is asking for votes here in Telangana. For BRS, interestingly, though the party right now may not be in its best form owing to its loss in the assembly elections and a huge migration of its existing leaders to Congress mainly, the KCR factor is something that cannot be ruled out, particularly in the areas where he has campaigned, because he's been drawing a huge crowd. And also, when it comes to BRS, KCR is the only face, at least right now, on the basis of which they're asking for some numbers to go in their favor as far as Lok Sabha elections are concerned. Still a tough contest for the BRS because they are starting off from the scratch. If you talk about the Congress, the face here is Revanth Reddy. And in fact, Revanth Reddy, who is confident of winning at least 14 of the 17 Lok Sabha seats, is seeking votes on the basis of his performance in the last 100 days, ever since the party has come to power in the state of Telangana, on the basis of the 4 guarantees that have been rolled out. He's even gone on to say that it's a referendum as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned. That's why you've seen the Chief Minister here travel the length and breadth of not just Telangana, but also campaign in Andhra, campaign in Kerala, campaign across the southern states to boost the Congress's prospects in the south. And that's why I say, going back to the first point, it's going to be completely based on the personality fight that is happening across. Of course, cannot rule out Asaduddin Owaisi as well. We got a word from him some time ago, and he's also extremely confident, considering that Hyderabad as a constituency has been a bastion of the MIM since 1984. He himself has been representing that constituency since 2004. So definitely a tough fight for BJP candidate Madhavi Lata, but also should she be able to make some dent as far as Owaisi's vote percentage is concerned, then that too is going to be a big news point.
All right. Swastika, I'll keep coming back to you. My colleagues are also joining us from Andhra Pradesh. Of course, Neetu is joining us from Vijayawada. Harish is live with us from Pulivendula in Andhra Pradesh. Interesting battles to watch out for. This is, of course, in the district where Revanth Reddy, where YSR Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to want to play some key roles. But very interesting fights being witnessed, isn't it? Between cousins, between siblings, between family members, between those who were party men or women together, now fighting differently. Harish, it's all happening as far as the Andhra Pradesh battle is concerned.
Well, absolutely. The Congress really hoping that Kadapa is one seat that they can win in Andhra Pradesh here. But let's remember, it's not an easy task for the Congress. All 7 MLAs here belong to the YSRCP. Apart from that, the Congress's traditional votes have eroded over the last few years, last decade or so, ever since Jagan formed YSRCP. And we've seen him win with a huge margin. In fact, he got around 5 lakh votes in 2011 in that by-election. Later on, his cousin has managed to get around 3 lakh vote in 2019. So it's an uphill task for Sharmila, but Sharmila going on campaigning, saying that it's a fight for justice. It's a fight against somebody who was perhaps named as an accused in the killing of her relative, her uncle, here at Kadapa. And we've also seen the campaign talking about issues here. Sharmila constantly saying that this government has failed to ensure that the steel plant in Kadapa takes off, despite 3 different inaugurations that have happened over the last nearly 7 to 8 years, especially 2 under Jagan's tenure. She's saying that's a huge failure. She's also said that it's her father who contested on a Congress ticket, and now she's also contesting on the same symbol, trying to strike a chord. It's at the end of the day, it's not a fight between Sharmila and here in Kadapa, the YSRCP candidate here in Kadapa. It's more of a fight between Sharmila and Jagan Mohan Reddy. This is a fight for the legacy of YSR here. She's hoping that she can gain some votes and build a Congress party from here in Andhra Pradesh. Remember, they've been decimated ever since the death of YSRCP, and then further on, the bifurcation that happened. They haven't had much in terms of vote share in Andhra Pradesh. They're hoping they can gain some. And Sharmila, who's been made the Andhra Pradesh Congress Committee chief, they are hoping can get that vote share here. At the same time, you can't rule out the alliance that's here The BJP, the TDP, and the Jan Sena alliance. They are saying that if it's a three-way contest in Kadapa, we will also stand to gain here. At the same time, the YSRCP slightly worried, saying that if Congress gets stronger in Kadapa, the traditional minority vote that usually would go to Congress before YSRCP got formed, perhaps some chunk of it, Sharmila might walk away with that. That's the worry for the YSRCP. But they're very confident that it won't dent their prospects in terms of winning this seat. They're saying we are more worried about looking at how much vote share we'll get and also the lead that we'll get. They're saying that's the focus right now. Just a while ago, we have seen Jagan Mohan Reddy voting. He said, if you're happy with the governance for the last 5 years, go ahead and vote for us. So he's been campaigning across Andhra Pradesh, his wife campaigning here in Pulivendula, as well as the larger Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency as well. So interesting fight here, fight for legacy here, fight for survival for the Congress, and perhaps rebuilding as well. So multiple plots here in Andhra Pradesh, especially in the Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency.
Yeah, interestingly, the Congress wasn't even in contest here. It's YSRCP winning with a percentage of 63% votes. And then the TDP was second, actually, with 32. So, now the Congress is back and back with a big face as far as this contest is concerned. Yes, it is indeed a contest for the legacy of YSR. But the other big contest where the brothers are fighting each other is actually Vijayawada. There, the TDP candidate or the TDP MP left because he was replaced, went to the YSRCP. Neetu is joining us from Vijayawada. Neetu, how confident are the contestants looking there?
See, as far as TDP is concerned, they're saying that they're very confident of this victory here. Right now, we are in Mangalgiri constituency. In this constituency, in this assembly constituency, it's Nara Lokesh that is the TDP candidate. Now, Pawan Kalyan, Jan Sena Party's chief and actor, has just casted his vote here at this polling booth here. Now, what we are noticing in many of the polling booths from morning in Andhra Pradesh, at least in Vijayawada, where we are right now, is that these long queues are here. For even outside the polling booth, we can see that the queue is up to the road, and people are still standing on the queue from morning. This is what we are witnessing in many of the polling booths here in Vijayawada. Now, here it is a tough fight, and mostly in constituencies here, it is a fight between the TDP and the YSRCP. TDP is in alliance with the BJP and the Jan Sena Party here. The TDP says that they are confident. They say that the Jagan Mohan government has not been able to do much for the people. It was only promises. There has been no development, no jobs. So the youth, the women, they are all worried because of the inflation, of the issues that are going on. And at the same time, the YSRCP believes that the welfare measures that they have been taking out, that will help them in Andhra Pradesh, and Jagan is hoping that these welfare measures will help him. Now, we are in this part of Andhra Pradesh, which is near Amravati, a few meters from here in this area. So again, when Chandrababu Naidu was the chief minister, they had developed this as the capital. Work was going on, but after Jagan Mohan Reddy came into power, he said that the state will have 3 capitals and no work has gone beyond that as far as the capitals are also concerned. So for Andhra Pradesh, after the bifurcation, they don't really have a capital. So that is also something which is of concern for the people on the ground. We can see that there is a clear difference between the rural and the urban voters.
Absolutely. Neetu, how will that play out remains to be seen, because Andhra, of course, is also witnessing simultaneous assembly elections. Those are going to be very interesting to watch out for as well. If the YSRCP wins a thumbs up yet again, the Congress is fighting these elections with a greater vigor than we've seen them do in the past. For example, I've got Nalin Mehta, managing editor, Moneycontrol.com, also joining us, Karan Verma and Sanjeev Srivastav. A big thanks for all of you for making time. Nalin, let me come to you. How do you read the Andhra Pradesh battle, both the state versus the national battle?
So Andhra is one state where I think the BJP has headroom for some growth.
it's one state, two elections, like you mentioned. With YSR, see, last time he swept the assembly elections. This time there's a challenge from a from a triple alliance of TDP, Pawan Kalyan, and the BJP. I think with YSR, fundamentally what's happening right now is that while Chandrababu Naidu has been largely became marginal to Andhra politics in the last 8, 9, 10 years, there is a concerted challenge now to YSR, and therefore to Jagan Mohan Reddy, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, and therefore. This election, I think, must be watched, because both Andhra and Telangana are both states where there's headroom for BJP growth. In Telangana, the BJP won 4 seats last time. In the BRS lost in the state assembly elections. Revant Reddy is giving a spirited fight after having swept the state assembly elections a few months ago. So there is a serious contest there, because there is a change in the local political matrix. The BRS is sort of on the wane. The BJP is the challenger party, which it wasn't even 4-5 months ago. So something has changed in Telangana in the last 4-5 months.
You know, interestingly, Sanjeev Srivastav, what I noticed in Hyderabad in Telangana was that actually this is a prestige battle for Revant Reddy. Because he did so well and, in the Congress elections, and there are different claimants, mind you, to the chief minister's position. It's not like he's sitting pretty. It's always a crown of thorns when it comes to a Congress chief minister, or maybe for any party. But this is a prestige battle for him. He needs to convert the assembly election success into the national election success, or there could be knives out for him.
So we have been traveling. We were in Andhra Pradesh with a group of editors, and Telangana. I met Revant Reddy also earlier this last week, actually. And you can notice the difference, because we met him before the assembly elections also. He comes across as so much more confident and with so much more swag, if I may. And from our little interactions with people and some political leaders, observers, I think Telangana is now a two-horse race between the BJP and the Congress. And the common general perception there is that it will be something like 10-6-1 or 9-7-1. So Owaisi may retain his seat. But other than that, Congress will be the single largest party, it seems like that. And BJP is benefiting from the decline of BRS, like Nalin just said. So KCR came out towards the last leg of the campaign. He still remains popular. They may do well on one seat, or I think that's the kind of scene there is in Telangana. Congress on a pretty strong wicket, with BJP being a close second. In Andhra Pradesh, again, it's Congress is not so much of a factor in Andhra Pradesh. Despite Sharmila and everything, I think, like your reporter was also saying from on the ground, there might be a factor max on one seat or maybe 2 seats, but it's largely between Jagan and this triple alliance. Pawan Kalyan is a big draw in rallies. He's a bigger draw than the Prime Minister or anyone else because of his film star character. And traditionally, Andhra Pradesh has voted along the same lines for assembly and parliament. But I just have this hunch that this may be different this time. Jagan is very strong on the assembly track, but will he get similar traction for parliament seats, or will this be the triple alliance, or will we just follow the pattern of people voting the same party in bigger numbers? But it's a close fight in Andhra.
Well, let me just give an overview. Look, phase 4, I think, and this is what I've written in a piece, is very important for the Congress party. Now, let's look at the basic overlying numbers here. Why is it important? Because if the Congress really wants to go past that psychologically important barrier of 54 seats, which Amit Shah says it's not going to, then it has to do well in Telangana. It has to do well against the BJD in Odisha. I'm talking about this phase, okay? And it has to begin to show signs of revival in Andhra, both at the state and at the Lok Sabha level. I think it's going to be very tough for it in Andhra Pradesh. I agree with Sanjeev Srivastava. But I do think, fundamentally, if the Congress is not on its way back in phase 4, its overarching dream of trying to re-establish itself as the dominant challenger to the BJP will suffer a setback. And now let's go state-wise. Let's very quickly look at this phase from a larger picture and then narrow it down. This is a tricky phase. The BJP might have 42 seats, but it only on 2 seats has got more than a 35% vote share. It tells you that this is a very closely contested bunch of seats, this phase for 96 seats. All margins were quite tight. This is specifically true of states, even in Andhra Pradesh, where, well, the YSRCP has this huge numeric advantage, but vote share difference of only 2.5%. Max. So you really have marginal fights. Andhra Pradesh is also important because this time the YSRCP is struggling in rural areas. Despite the schemes, there are problems with delivery, and 62% of all voters live and are occupied in the rural sector in Andhra Pradesh. I have to say, and I've been wanting to be saying this a little cheekily, that actually for the BJP, Andhra doesn't matter any which way, because the YSRCP needs the center, needs the NDA more, because it needs the money to constantly push
all of those guarantees
into all these guarantees. So it's never going to be agnostic. Never going to be hostile to the center. It might be agnostic at best, but certainly not hostile. So win-win the BJP will be in a post-poll scenario in Andhra. In Telangana, I think there is a fundamental clash here. It is exactly like where it was for the BJP in 2014 in Bengal. If those BRS votes shift 10, 12%, the BJP can gain to about 10 seats. At the moment, it has around 4. It could gain 6 more seats with just a 10 to 11% vote share.
But that's a huge swing.
No, but it's not improbable, because the BRS
what is
had
the guarantee
BRS
that all of it will shift
I'm not saying that. They had 30% vote. 20% could still go to the India Alliance or the Congress. But my point is, all the BJP needs is about 10% vote share to accrue to it to really do very well in Telangana, which it sees as its second breakout state in the state. Yes,
Nalin, very quickly, I have
to
to go
make
to
a quick point
current.
here. See, in the past, when the Congress has come to power with alliances, Andhra has been critical to it.
Yes.
In 2004, 2009, without a strong performance in Andhra, Telangana, the India Alliance is really going to be out of the game. So therefore, this is very important. Now, if you see Andhra, and I want to add to what Rahul was saying, you have TDP here, you have Pawan Kalyan, you have BJP, whatever seats they get. And also, like Rahul said, with Jagan Mohan Reddy, you're likely to have outside support. So now earlier we were talking about 400 par, now we're talking about a majority. In that, what happens in Andhra becomes absolutely critical.
Yes.
Okay.
The Congress party's decision to bifurcate Andhra Pradesh, as we knew it, has come,
Like Rahul
continues to
was
hit them. Continues to hit them. They may have now carved a niche for itself in Telangana, but in Andhra Pradesh, they're nowhere in the fight. And Andhra Pradesh was the 38 seats that they won under Jagan Mohan Reddy's father. That was instrumental in installing a Congress government.
No, absolutely. So that's why they're at least going for it. I think they're at least trying for some sort of a revival here. They know that this is critical, particularly in Telangana. But can I just say, just taking off from what Rahul was saying, just as the vote share difference between the YSRCP and the TDP in Andhra is actually not that huge, similarly, the vote share difference between the Congress and the BRS is actually not huge in Telangana.
But the BRS has a problem.
The
in
BRS
a national
holds
election,
to its vote share and held to its vote share.
I agree.
Even
but,
in these
but let me,
recent
yes, but
assembly
let me
elections.
tell you, this is a national election.
Yeah.
Is the BRS in contention in a national election
No,
after?
Well,
having
last time
lost-
they had 41% vote
but
share
it was,
and...
but the Congress was not a challenger at all.
Okay.
So I am saying that in a national election, the BRS, after having suffered a debacle in the assembly election just 6 months ago, will not be prime in the minds of its own voters.
So
Remember,
no, what I'm saying is I'm just, kind of
there is
taking
also
forward...
an AIMM factor. The BRS is no longer close to the AIMM.
The
Don't forget.
AIMM is no longer close to the BRS,
Well,
the other way around, because the AIMM has
whichever
now
way,
figured out the Congress
point
is on the ascendancy.
No, actually, not just that. Don't forget that the BRS is worrying about its own minority vote also floating to the Congress. So there are problems there. You're right, there are problems there. But the fact is that the BRS is being eaten into by two secular parties, so-called secular parties, AMM and Congress.
My point is,
in a national election, it's not going to figure.
My point is, in the national election last time around, they had over 40% vote share, the BRS. How much of it will go away from them is the question. In the recent assembly elections, Karan, where they didn't do very well, the BRS on ground in Telangana says, you projected like, oh, we did so badly. Look at our seats. We actually won 30 plus seats. We had 37% of the vote share. So don't count us out. Election victories come and go. But this has, in fact, become almost like an existential battle for the BRS. They say their numbers don't suggest that this is an existential battle for us. Karan.
Yeah, good morning, Shivani. Good morning to all your panelists. This is one phase where if Congress has to make some sort of a comeback, it is this phase where they have to do the heavy lifting. I mean, just to give you perspective, these 96 seats, last time around, Congress won 6 seats. And if we go back to 2009, they won 51 seats. I mean, that is such a steep decline. And, the division of Andhra, gentleman pointed out, that has really hurt Congress's prospects. They used to have a head start in Andhra Pradesh. It used to be their cash cow pretty much, to sum it up. And now to see them make a comeback in Telangana, they really, really badly need to make a comeback in Andhra. I don't know how they'll be able to do it, but because there is a massive anti-incumbency against Jagan, that is for sure. Will Sharmila be able to capitalize on that? She's played her emotional cards pretty much. And it'll be interesting to see. It's the first state where you really have a three-way battle. I mean, nobody can really put their prediction hats and say something about Andhra. It's that complicated this time around. You're right that BRS, yes, they were not completely routed out if you look at the vote share. But then I agree with Rahul. Is BRS a factor in the national picture? The national elections, people are very decisive. If they don't see BRS coming up with numbers, they'll either go the Congress way, where they believe that, it can make some sort of an impact to the eventual arithmetic and the eventual bottom line. So Revanth Reddy, you're right. This is a prestige battle for him. I see him getting good dividends in this phase. Though the Prime Minister has done some rallies, he's had some amazing crowds in Telangana. But I doubt, I honestly doubt. I think there is an upswing for Congress. Right after the assembly, there has been a consistent upswing. It is this phase where if Congress can bring together and even other battles. I mean, you look at Odisha, it's one phase where the so-called third front back in the day used to do pretty well. So, it'll be interesting. Whichever party gets the edge in this phase, that's going to make the difference in the eventual tally. Because these 96 seats are those seats where the margins are very, very narrow. I mean, 2-3% here and there. And Rahul again pointed a point that I really wanted to make. That in Bengal, we saw a lot of voters from the West, when they saw that their prospects are decimated, they shifted to the BJP back in 2019. If we see something of that sort here, the BRS voters shifting towards the BJP, it can make a big difference because a 4-5% margin can make a big difference in this closely contested election. It has all the ingredients of a pot boiler.
A fifth of the seats
against each other, siblings pitted against each other, and some existential crisis for some battles also.
A fifth of the seats are swing seats,
Yes.
out of which 11 of these seats, the victory margin was less than 1%.
You're talking about Andhra Pradesh, or
I'm talking about this phase.
This phase.
So this is a very, very unpredictable phase, but it is crucial for the Congress. And I want to re-emphasize this point. If you look at the seats that are going to the elections in Odisha, for example, this time, the BJP only has one. The rest are held by the BJD, I think one by the Congress. And if you look at Uttar Pradesh, for example, there the BJP, and in Maharashtra, the BJP are pretty ascendant. And I don't see in Maharashtra the BJP losing its seats.
Maybe the allies will suffer.
It could be a problem with the allies, but even there I'm beginning to wonder if that is actually... I think Maharashtra is going to be a decisive outcome and it's going to be for the NDA, but that's a different story. It's not really the factor.
The jury is still out on that.
Well, yes, I mean, that's my view. It's my view.
Can I just quickly bring in Sanjeev? Yes, Sanjeev, actually I wanted to bring you in. Since you did travel to Andhra and Telangana, what is your take on the BRS?
See, South Indian politics is so much of a personality. I think Revanth Reddy is the new KCR. In Telangana, now it's Revanth Reddy music playing all over the state. Now, who else gets what is secondary. But I think Congress is clearly going to get the highest number of seats, whether it is 9 or 10 or 11 or 12, whatever, because it's impossible to get your hang on a number, really. And BJP will be number 2, and AIM will be 1. I think BRS will get at most 1 seat. And it's not necessarily that all the BRS vote is shifting to BJP. BRS vote can shift a bit towards Congress as well. And number 2, I agree with Rahul that Andhra Pradesh, whether Jagan Parliament MPs or the TDP, Jan Sena MPs, they will all ultimately count on the BJP side if the BJP falls short of number. But one thing I want to say, the last bit, I think only Mr. Amit Shah has any doubt about the Congress not crossing 54. I think the 50 number has already been done and dusted in the polling which has happened till date. Because even if you don't count Andhra Pradesh, where I think Congress may max get 1 seat, I'm not even sure of that. They still have 40 to 45 in their kitty from the rest of the 4 states.
Okay, I'm pressed for time. Pressed for time. We've got a big exclusive coming up. 10 seconds, Nalin Mehta.
We talked about various states.
Yeah.
Bengal is also going to polls today.
Yes.
And in Bengal, the tally last time for these 8 seats was 5-3 with Trinamool vis-a-vis BJP. And these seats now are very critical because Bengal has also now become, just like Telangana, a two-horse race.
A two-horse race, absolutely. Well, more on the big elections that are playing out in India. We've got none other than the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi's exclusive interview with Network 18's Amish Devgan coming up on the other side. The PM mounting an attack against the India bloc, claiming that the alliance has become directionless. Listen into that in just a bit.
नमस्कार व्यूअर्स, मैं हूं अमीश देवगन और मेरे साथ इस चुनावी सीजन का सबसे बड़ा, जिसे कहते हैं सबसे बड़े मेहमान है, यानी एक मेगा एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू देने के लिए हमारे साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस समय मौजूद हैं। मोदी जी, आपका अभिनंदन है न्यूज 18 पे। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार भैया, आपके सभी दर्शकों को भी हमारा नमस्कार।
मोदी जी, चौथे चरण की वोटिंग जारी है, 3 चरण संपूर्ण हो चुके हैं। ये चुनाव आपको कहां जाता हुआ दिख रहा है? खासतौर पर तेलुगु स्टेट्स में भी वोटिंग है।
पहले 3 चरण के जो चुनाव हुए हैं उससे मैं साफ देख रहा हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कहो या उसके साथी कहो
जी,
सबके सब एक प्रकार से दिशाहीन नजर आते हैं। आप देखिए, आपको कहीं पर भी इंडिया अलायंस नजर नहीं आएगा। वो नेता नहीं तय कर पा रहे हैं, वो एजेंडा तय नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। उनको लगता है कि मोदी का घोर विरोध, मोदी को गाली गलौज, उसी से उनका काम चल जाएगा और वो उसी के आधार पर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं। देश, इतना बड़ा देश
जी,
आज खास करके जो नौजवान मतदाता है
जी,
वो ये हमेशा सोचता है कि भी आखिरकार इतने बड़ा देश, इतनी विविधताएं, ऐसा कौन नेता है
जी
जिसको संभाल पाएगा? नाम बताओ। इंडिया अलायंस के लोग नाम नहीं बता पा रहे हैं और वो कहते हैं बाद में, फिर इतना भी कहते हैं कि भाई, अभी एक मैंने कहीं अखबार में पढ़ा, वो एक ऐसी फॉर्मूला ला रहे हैं जिस फॉर्मूला में 5 साल में 5 प्रधानमंत्री, हर वर्ष एक प्रधानमंत्री। अगर हर वर्ष एक प्रधानमंत्री वो लाएंगे तो आप मुझे बताइए कि देश का क्या होगा। आपको गांव के लोग बड़ी मजेदार कथा सुनाते हैं कि एक बार 10 किसान इकट्ठे हुए
जी,
और उन्होंने सोचा कि भाई कुछ पानी के बिना क्या होगा, तो मिलकर के उन्होंने जो पानी की जांच करने वाले लोग हैं तो उनको बुलाया। तो कहा भाई पानी तो निकल सकता है, अगर 100 मीटर ट्यूबवेल कर देंगे तो पानी आपको निकलेगा और पानी मिलेगा। तो फिर 10 किसानों ने कहा ऐसा करो भाई 10 मीटर मेरे यहाँ गड्ढा करो
जी,
दूसरे ने कहा 10 मीटर मेरे यहाँ करो, तीसरे दसों ने कहा 10-10 मीटर कर लो, 100 मीटर हो जाएगा, क्या पानी निकलेगा क्या? तो 5 साल में 5 प्रधानमंत्री इतने बड़े देश को वो समझ भी नहीं पाएंगे।
लेकिन विपक्ष कह रहा है कि 400 पार की पहले मोदी जी बात कर रहे थे, अब नहीं कर रहे हैं।
मैं कल भी बोला हूं जी। अब वो ठीक है कि उनकी चिंता ये है, आगे कांग्रेस का एजेंडा क्या है, 400 पार कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे। उनका एजेंडा नहीं है कि वो कितनी सीटें जीतेंगे और कैसे जीतेंगे। दूसरा, मैंने करीब हिंदुस्तान के एक 3-4 राज्य बाकी है, सभी राज्यों का भ्रमण किया है और सभी राज्यों के भ्रमण से मैं देख रहा हूं कि आंधी है, आंधी,
बड़ी आंधी।
और
2019 से बड़ी वाली आंधी।
400 पार बहुत आराम से देश की जनता करने वाली है। विपक्ष 19 से 24 में विपक्ष के नाते भी विफल गया है। जो लोग विपक्ष के नाते भी विफल गए हो, उनको इतना बड़े देश का कारोबार कौन देगा भाई?
लेकिन एक सवाल मन में आता है कि बीजेपी ने 2019 के अंदर 303 सीटें अपने दम पर पाई। हिंदी भाषी राज्यों में एक तरह से बहुत बड़ी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिली, लेकिन इस बार क्या वो रिपीट हो पाएगा? और
आप देखिए
जी,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी, जो आप इतनी पुरानी सोच के साथ बैठे हुए हो, गोवा
जी,
ये क्या हिंदी भाषी है क्या? गुजरात हिंदी भाषी है क्या? महाराष्ट्र हिंदी भाषी है क्या? असम हिंदी भाषी है क्या? बंगाल हिंदी भाषी है क्या? कर्नाटक हिंदी भाषी है क्या? आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे देश में है और पूरे देश में मैं कह रहा हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी हैट्रिक करेगी, करेगी और करेगी। और ये मोदी कहता है इसलिए करेगी ऐसा नहीं, देश के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों ने तय कर लिया है, इसलिए 400 पार होना है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी और एनडीए भी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी।
तेलुगु स्टेट्स में आपको क्या लगता है? आंध्रा में,
तेलंगाना, आंध्र एंड तेलंगाना
जी,
इस चुनाव में साउथ सबसे बड़ा सरप्राइज देगा। केरल, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी, कर्नाटका, आंध्र, तेलंगाना,
विपक्ष को भी
सभी
साउथ से उम्मीद है बहुत ज्यादा।
सभी में ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन आपको नजर आएगा और बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि
जी
भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के पक्ष में रहेगी
जी।
ये बिल्कुल साफ नजर आता है। और मैं मानता हूं
जी
कि तेलंगाना क्लीन स्वीप करेगा। जिन राज्यों में राज्यों के चुनाव है वहां भी जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी है वो रिपीट करेगी, जहां एनडीए है वो नई सरकार बनेगी। और इसलिए इन सभी राज्यों में
जी
सरकार बनना तय है। आंध्र तेलंगाना में भी क्लीन स्वीप होने वाला है।
एक मैं पूरे देश घूम रहा हूँ चुनाव के लिए। एक चीज मैंने देखी, इस चुनाव में नैरेटिव बार बार बदले। पहले नैरेटिव आया रिजर्वेशन का, फिर आया नैरेटिव की बीजेपी के लीडर्स के फेक वीडियो चलाए गए। नैरेटिव बार बार बदल रहे हैं, कैसे देखते हैं आप इसको?
इसको आप नैरेटिव नहीं कह सकते हैं। चुनाव का नैरेटिव एक ही है और वो है फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार।
जी,
चुनाव
मोदी
का
फैक्टर है इस चुनाव का।
चुनाव का नैरेटिव एक ही है, अब की बार 400 पार। नैरेटिव वही है, लेकिन
एक नैरेटिव
जो
पूरे
लोग
देश
हताश हैं, निराश हैं, जो मुद्दों की तलाश में हैं,
जी
उनके लिए बार बार वो खोज रहे हैं कैसे टिके, कैसे लोगों के बीच में रहे, इसलिए उनको ये खेल करना पड़ रहा है। लेकिन वो नीचे तक लोगों को बात पहुंचा नहीं पा रहे।
लेकिन उत्तर से दक्षिण तक, पूरब से पश्चिम तक एक नैरेटिव है मोदी जी, और ये हमारा एनालिसिस है, वो है नरेंद्र मोदी। मोदी एक नैरेटिव है। इस पर आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? आप पर बहुत बड़ा एक प्रेशर है कि आप अपनी तीसरी टर्म में वापस आए।
मेरे पर कोई प्रेशर नहीं है
जी।
देश की जनता का प्यार, यही मेरी बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है
जी।
देश की जनता के आशीर्वाद यही बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। और इसलिए प्रेशर मैं देख रहा हूं कि इंडिया अलायंस में है, क्योंकि उनके इंडिया अलायंस बन ही नहीं पा रहा है। अब बनते ही बनते देखिए केरल में जाके, लेफ्ट उनका सबसे बड़ा साथी,
जी जी,
केरल में जाकर के ही उन्होंने उन पे छुरा भोंक दिया, खुद चुनाव लड़ गए। और मैंने पूरे चुनाव में सबसे तीखी आलोचना, सबसे तीखी भाषा
जी,
अगर मैंने कहीं सुनी है तो वो मैंने
वायनाड की सीट पे सुनिए।
वायनाड में सुनी है, केरल में सुनी है, जहां कांग्रेस की इतनी भद्दी तरीके से आलोचना हुई और कांग्रेस ने अपने इंडिया अलायंस के साथी के खिलाफ इतनी भद्दी भाषा में बोला।
एक आपका बयान था कि कांग्रेस अगर आई सत्ता के अंदर तो ये राम मंदिर का फैसला पलट देगी, ये क्या?
ये मेरा बयान नहीं है।
आपने बोला इस पे?
ये मेरा बयान नहीं, मेहरबानी करके मेरे मुंह में बयान मत डालिए। ये बयान है कांग्रेस के विश्वस्त सलाहकार का, जो कांग्रेस के 30 साल तक और टॉप परिवार के सलाहकार रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा है कि ये तय है और उन्होंने निर्णय करके लिया है कि हम रामलला को फिर से एक बार टेंट में बेच के ही रहेंगे।
सुपर कमीशन बनाने की बात
हाँ, रामलला को फिर से टेंट में बेच करके ही रहेंगे, ये उनके सलाहकार ने कहा है। ये कांग्रेस वालों ने निर्णय किया है और देश को पूरा भरोसा है कि इस प्रकार की करने की इनकी आदतें हैं। वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए कुछ भी करना इनकी आदत है।
एक सवाल और, हम बिहार की धरती पे है, आरजेडी यानी लालू जी की पार्टी और कांग्रेस का अलायंस है, इंडिया अलायंस देखने को मिल रहा है। लालू जी ने मुस्लिम आरक्षण की बात कही है, उन्होंने बोला कि मुस्लिम का आरक्षण होना चाहिए, क्या देखते हैं आप?
उन्होंने आरक्षण होना चाहिए इतना ही कहा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं, उन्होंने ये कहा है पूरा का पूरा
जी,
मतलब SC ST OBC उनको जो आरक्षण है वो अब मुसलमानों को देना चाहिए। और संविधान सभा ने गंभीर चर्चा करके तय किया था कि इस देश में धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण नहीं होना चाहिए। बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर के भी विचार बहुत स्पष्ट रहे हैं कि धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण नहीं होना चाहिए। पंडित नेहरू भी इसी विचार के थे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी राजनीति और सत्ता की भूख ने इनको इतना नीचे गिरा दिया है कि वो देश को फिर से एक बार धर्म के आधार पर बांटने के रास्ते खोज रहे हैं, बांटने के तरीके खोज रहे हैं, और उसमें धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण है।
पाकिस्तान का मुद्दा एक बार फिर चुनाव के अंदर आ गया है। तेलंगाना के सीएम है रेवंत रेड्डी, उन्होंने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुआ था नहीं हुआ था वो पूछ रहे हैं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी एक ऐसी पार्टी है जिसको देश की सेना के प्रति नफरत का भाव पड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए देश के सेना नायक को उन्होंने एक बार गली का गुंडा कहा था। जिनकी भारत की सेना के प्रति ये भाव होंगे उनसे आप कैसे अपेक्षा कर सकते हो? पाकिस्तान भी सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक नहीं हुए ऐसा कहता नहीं है, पाकिस्तान भी नहीं कहता है।
हाल ही में पाकिस्तान ने तो राहुल गांधी की तारीफ करी थी, पाकिस्तान के एक नेता
लेकिन कांग्रेस पाकिस्तान में सदन में उनके नेताओं ने भाषण किया है कि भाई ये जिस प्रकार से सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करके जाते हैं, एयर स्ट्राइक करके जाते हैं और हम हाथ से हाथ जोड़ करके बैठे रहते हैं, ये उनके भाषण है वहां के। अगर हमारी बात नहीं माननी है, हमारी देश की सेना की बात नहीं माननी है, तो वो अपने मित्र पाकिस्तान के लोगों की बात तो सुन ले, हम उनको तो मान ले।
इस चुनाव में लगातार आपको अपशब्द कहे जा रहे हैं। औरंगजेब कहा गया महाराष्ट्र के एक नेता ने, एक और विपक्षी नेता ने आपको तुगलक का, फिर उसके बाद तानाशाह का। आपको बुरा लगता है, आपको गुस्सा आता है इस पे?
भाई देखिए, हम तो कामदार है, बेनामदार है, और हम कामदार लोग जन्म से ही गालियां सुन सुन करके बड़े हुए हैं, लोगों की लाते खाते खाते बड़े हुए हैं, और इसलिए इन चीजों को हम मन पर लेते नहीं है। हम एक प्रकार से गाली प्रूफ बन गए हैं। और तो मैं तो कहता हूँ, लोग मुझे कभी पूछते हैं मोदी जी आपकी इतनी बड़ी एनर्जी का रहस्य क्या है, तो मैं कभी मजाक में कहता हूँ कि मैं डेली 2 किलो गाली खाता हूँ और उसी से मुझे ऊर्जा मिलती है। देखिए, मेरी एक बहुत पुरानी कविता है, मुझे अभी याद तो नहीं है, लेकिन उस कविता का भाव ये था कि मुझे जो पत्थर फेंकते हैं, मैं उन्हीं पत्थरों से पक्षी बना देता हूं और मैं उसी से ऊपर चढ़ जाता हूं। और दूसरा मैं कहता हूं कि जितनी गंद उछालेंगे, जितना कीचड़ उछालेंगे, कमल उतना ही ज्यादा खिलेगा। चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
जी। एक आखिरी सवाल एक सवाल आखिरी ये है कि माताओं बहनों का आपसे एक विशेष लगाव है। कल हम बंगाल का वीडियो देख रहे थे, उस बंगाल के वीडियो के अंदर महिलाएं, मतलब उनके आंखों में आंसू आ रहे हैं। एक इमोशनल कनेक्ट जो है, इसको प्रधानमंत्री जी आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा इमोशनल कनेक्ट है।
मेहरबानी करके
जी,
इन माताओं बहनों का जो आशीर्वाद है, इसको राजनीति के तराजू से मत तोलिए। ये एक भावात्मक विषय है और मैं मानता हूं कि मेरे देश का कल्याण करने के लिए मेरी मातृशक्ति को एम्पावर करना चाहिए, स्त्री शक्ति को एम्पावर करना चाहिए, नारी शक्ति को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। तो मैं एक बड़ी श्रद्धा से, एक पूजा भाव से काम कर रहा हूँ। कृपा करके इसको राजनीति के तराजू से मत तोलिए। और मैं चाहता हूँ मैं वैसा ही पूरे भक्ति भाव से इस देश की माताओं की सेवा करूं, इस देनों की बहनों की सेवा करूं, इस देश की बेटियों की सेवा करूं।
यूथ वोटर को, जो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, उसको आपका मैसेज क्या होगा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी?
मेरा उनके लिए कोई मैसेज नहीं है। मुझे तो देश के युवा का मैसेज चाहिए। मैं देश के युवाओं की इच्छा आकांक्षा के अनुसार चलना चाहता हूं।
फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर क्यों वोट करे नरेंद्र मोदी को,
फर्स्ट
बीजेपी
टाइम
को?
वोटर की इच्छा अनुसार देश बनाना चाहता हूँ। हमने अभी जो 2047 का विजन बनाया, करीब 35 लाख नौजवानों से मैंने फीडबैक लिया है और मैं अभी 100 दिन का कार्यक्रम बनाया है
जी।
मैं अभी सोच रहा हूं कि मैं 125 दिन का बनाऊं और मैं 25 दिन जो है उसके लिए देश के युवाओं को पूछने वाला हूं। ये 25 दिन के लिए उनके क्या सुझाव है, कौन से काम मैं पहले करूं। तो मैं इस प्रकार से देश के युवकों को उनकी आशा आकांक्षा के अनुसार देश चलाना चाहता
जेनजी
हूं।
जनरेशन आपसे पूछना चाहती है, आपका कोई बेस्ट फ्रेंड है? नरेंद्र मोदी का कोई बेस्ट फ्रेंड है? BFF, बेस्ट फ्रेंड फॉरएवर।
मतलब क्या मतलब होता
आपका
है?
कोई खास दोस्त है जिसके साथ आप दिल की बात करते हैं?
ऐसा है, मैं देश के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों से दिल की ही बात करता हूँ जी। मैं तो जीता हूँ दिल के संबंधों से
जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने हमें समय दिया और आप 100 से ज्यादा रैली और रोड शो कर चुके हैं। इतनी ऊर्जा आप कहां से लेकर आते हैं?
धन्यवाद जी।
धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री मोदी।
Harish, where are you joining us from this morning?
Well, we are in Pulivendula. This is in the Kadapa constituency, and just a short while from now, we'll have Jagan Mohan Reddy voting here. We are at the YSR Urban Primary Health Center. This is where he will vote. Remember, it's a prestigious seat. Pulivendula is the assembly constituency from where Jagan is contesting. This is a family stronghold, as well as the larger Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency as well. The fight here is to get a piece of the YSR legacy. You have Jagan and his cousin Avinash Reddy, who wants to repeat his performance that he did in 2019. But this time around, for the first time in perhaps 4 decades, you have somebody from the YSR family contesting against another member of the YSR family, Sharmila, who's gone around Kadapa saying that she's contesting from Kadapa. It's the same symbol that her father was contesting on. She's raised several issues, including the murder of her relative Vivekananda Reddy and the Kadapa steel plant not being activated, operated, and several such issues. And perhaps this is the best and the big hope for the Congress across Andhra Pradesh. This is one seat they'll be hoping that Sharmila can get for them. And also, this is a constituency that has a significant minority votes. And the Congress is hoping that traditional votes will come back from YSRCP to the Congress and they can grow here. Remember, they've had a double whammy here. One was the death of YSR and then Jagan walking out of the party. And the post-bifurcation of the undivided Andhra Pradesh, the Congress has been decimated here. They're hoping that it's time for revival here.
Oh, absolutely. One of the very interesting contests to watch out for as far as this phase is concerned. And Andhra, of course, as I keep repeating, because it's very important in terms of national politics and the fortunes of a few parties also going for assembly elections simultaneously. But before we get you more from Andhra, Telangana, lots happening there this morning. This is just a quick breakup of phase 4. So this is phase 4 seats as they polled in 2019 Lok Sabha. You can see the BJP has a strike rate of roughly 50%, a little bit less. They won 42 of the 96 seats that are going to polls today. So, not really that great, but they've got to maintain that if they want their target of 400 par or, even 350 plus for the BJP. So what are the regions that are going to polls? Of course, there are this pocket, which is in Uttar Pradesh. I'll show you that in detail. There's Madhya Pradesh seats in Maharashtra. There's, of course, Andhra and Telangana. You see, of course, a sweep of sorts for the YSRCP. There's TRS here. How well will that play out as far as Andhra is concerned remains to be seen, because the Congress seems to be on a resurgence. And the fight is being seen between more Congress and BJP for the national elections in Telangana, not so much the BRS now. And whether the BRS is able to retain some of its hold in the in the assembly, in the general election remains to be seen. Key constituencies in Bengal, Bihar, and of course others as well. But I want to just quickly go across two states. Now, this is, of course, the UP map. The UP, fortunes very key for the BJP. Last time, the NDA won 64. This time around, they're talking at least in.
ममता बनर्जी यूसुफ पठान को सामने रखकर मुझे हराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और ये सांप्रदायिक तनाव पैदा करके सांप्रदायिक विभाजन की राजनीति करते हैं। इसलिए कहा क्योंकि वो राजनीति के आदमी नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर राजनीति के आदमी होते तो मोदी जी के लिए गर्व महसूस नहीं करते।
कितना प्रतिशत कॉन्फिडेंट हो आप?
100 से ज्यादा।
मतलब बढ़ेगा आपका मार्जिन। और आप अभी सभी उस जगह पे जा रहे हो जिस जगह पे प्रॉब्लम है, तो यू कैन सी
प्रॉब्लम हो तो जाऊंगा।
प्रॉब्लम
हो तो जाऊंगा ना।
Co-presented. Who knows 75 plus? Amit Shah was recently on CNN News 18. He said it could be 80 out of 80. Remember Akhilesh Yadav's fortunes in contest today from his family bastion. But if I was to show you just how this went in 2019 as far as the 13 seats polling today are concerned, then this is how it was. It was a sweep for the BJP in all 13 states, and this will remain to be their toughest challenge. Let's just get you a bit of a brief headline as far as voting for phase 4 for the Lok Sabha elections is concerned. Just what are the numbers really like? As I mentioned, this is phase 4 out of the 7 phases, and there are many key constituencies that are going to polls. A lot of very key contests to watch out for as well. There are as many as 96 seats in phase 4 of the 7 phases. There's going to be voting in as many as 10 states and union territories. So there will be about 1,700 candidates whose fortunes are going to be put into the ballot box today. There are as many as half a dozen union ministers who are testing their mettle in this election. Remember, Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir is going to polls today. So this is, of course, going to be a big one to watch out for, the first election in Srinagar after the abrogation of Article 370. There's also a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress in half of the seats, roughly, going to polls today. We'll also get you, of course, a breakdown of how each of these parties performed last time around. But 42 is where there's a direct fight. The rest, roughly half of them, is where a lot of other regional players come to power. Talking of regions, a fierce battle on 13 of the Maharashtra seats today. Remember, Maharashtra is the big conundrum to watch out for as far as these elections are concerned. We don't really know which way it goes. Hindi heartland, 30 seats. 13 of those are coming from Uttar Pradesh. How did the BJP fare in those seats in the last time around? We'll show you on our magic wall in just a bit. And as I mentioned, today is the final step of the battle of the South. So Andhra and Telangana both are polling today in single phase, but not to forget, of course, that Andhra Pradesh is also witnessing its state elections where CM Jagan Reddy is facing a resurgent TDP. There's the Janasena party, of course, the BJP alliance as far as the national elections are concerned, but that is giving the opposition a spring in its step in the assembly polls as well. So lots to watch out for. What is going to be the BRS's future, for example, in Telangana? They didn't really fare that well in the recent assembly elections. Also joining me is our consulting editor, Rahul Shivshankar. Rahul, very good morning to you. What is the big one that you're watching out for today?
Yes, it's been many good mornings. We've been here so early, crack of dawn, for the last four phases. Wonderful to be back amongst the viewers. Viewers, this is in sum. Let me just very quickly give you the top 5 headline numbers here. I've written a piece, summed it all up. It's the trickiest phase. It's the trickiest phase because there is no one clear dominant player in this particular election. Why isn't there a dominant player? Because neither the BJP nor the opposition have any defined strongholds, or let me put it in a more militaristic term, strangleholds over the voters in any of the main constituencies. So neither the BJP, of course, has 42 out of the 96 seats, but it is really the non-India as well as the India bloc, in particular the Congress, which is up for test here. And it is fundamentally so because if the Congress wants to get beyond the 54 mark, which is where it needs to be to at least claim the leader of the opposition post, it needs to do phenomenally well in this particular phase. And let me break down the top line numbers for you. As I was saying, unpredictable. Why? Because, and look at the statistics here, out of the 21...
मैं आपको लिख के दे रहा हूँ, इंडिया गठबंधन का तूफान आ रहा है। कांग्रेस जहाँ भी आई है, उसने सपनों को कुचला है।
আর যদি মোদি ক্ষমতা আসে আর কোনো নির্বাচন করবে না, মাথায় রাখবেন এটাই শেষ নির্বাচন।
बंगाल के ईडी के मंत्रियों के घर से 50 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिलती है।
Come out and vote, exercise your franchise. That's the big message that has come from the Prime Minister, Home Minister, and others ahead of Phase 4 polling that is taking place as we speak. There are 96 constituencies for the Lok Sabha, and with that, the halfway mark of the general elections will be complete. But remember, there are 200 plus seats also going to polls in states like Andhra Pradesh and Odisha that are witnessing simultaneous elections. Of course, in Andhra Pradesh, it is one phase simultaneous elections with the one phase general elections that both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana are witnessing. Thanks a lot for staying with our coverage here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. My colleague Rahul Shivshankar is also with us in the studios, along with a whole host of experts. So let's break down the numbers and the significance of Phase 4 for you. As I said, as many as 10 states and union territories are witnessing elections today, 96 seats in phase 4. And by the end of this evening, as the last vote is counted or cast, we would have gone through the halfway mark of the 543 Lok Sabha seats. As many as 1,717 candidates in fray in 10 states and union territories. This stage, phase 4 is also, of course, about the southern battle because this is 6 union ministers in contest. In the southern battle, this is the last of the south stretch. Andhra Pradesh and Telangana both going to polls in a single phase. First election in Srinagar post Article 370 as well. The buzz there is a little bit different from the rest of the country. And of course, all eyes are on when the state elections happen. But yes, Srinagar are coming out to vote. No reports of violence coming out. A direct fight between the BJP and the Congress in as many as 42 seats. And the strike rate of the BJP was also actually 42 last time around out of these 96 seats. So they've got some room maybe to make over and of course a lot to retain. But this election, this phase is also extremely crucial for the Congress party because this is where they can come into their own. The fierce battle in Maharashtra, 11 of those seats, including Bid, going to polls. And Maharashtra is one of those battles where a lot of new regional alliances have come to forth. It's a six-way battle, very key contest taking place, and really nobody can predict. 30 seats in phase 4 are coming from Hindi heartland, including states like UP, where 13 are going to polls, all won by the BJP last time around, and Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, etc. Single phase polls for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Along with that, of course, Andhra Pradesh is going for its simultaneous state election as well, where Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy, overall, as far as the battle is concerned, is facing the BJP, TDP, and Janasena party combined. How will that play out, both for the national and for the state picture, remains to be seen. My colleague Rahul Shivshankar also with us, and Rahul has been pointing out how this phase is crucial, particularly for the opposition, Rahul, isn't it? More specifically, the Congress party.
Yes, obviously, Shivani, one has to look at really the Congress as a challenger. Can the Congress stack up really against the Bharatiya Janata Party? And if it needs to, then it has to start winning against not just the BJP, against non-BJP, non-Congress parties, non-India Alliance parties. And in this particular phase, there are at least three parties where the Congress should begin to do better if it wants to pose a challenge overall in this election to the BJP. And in these three states, we are talking about Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Odisha. Three important states, because if the Congress doesn't do well against the incumbents in these states, or the dominant players in these three states, it can forget about challenging the BJP at the national level going forward, because its record against the BJP is dismal. In head-on clashes, it doesn't do well. It has got eaten out from the back, really, by some of these non-BJP, non-India Alliance parties, the so-called nebulous third parties, which are, of course, in Andhra Pradesh, the YSRCP, in Telangana, it is the BRS, and of course, in Odisha, it is the BJD. All these three are going to be big players in this particular phase. If you look at the total number of seats up for grabs in both Andhra and Telangana and Odisha, they make up close to around 45 seats. So a little bit more. So this is a huge chunk of the Lok Sabha seats where the Congress really is not in play. If it actually makes a bit of a mark, it has the possibility of causing an upset. And remember, historically, when the Congress has come back at the center, it has regained ground at the center. It is when it does well, of course, at one time in unified Andhra, and also where it held ground in Odisha against the BJD. If it doesn't do this, it's got a problem. Therefore, Shivani, yes, you're right. This is a phase where the BJP has won the maximum number of seats, 42 out of the 96 up for grabs, but not by great margins. It's not also a particular phase where anyone can sit easy, because a large number of seats are swing seats. 21 of these seats are swing seats. And therefore, it's an open contest. Even where victories have taken place in strongholds, they haven't taken place by huge margins. Margins remain slim, and therefore, changes in voting percentages could really change the entire picture.
Yeah.
Maharashtra is one state where, of course, the BJP will look to hold ground. In Uttar Pradesh, it has all the seats which are going into the election in phase 4.
But speaking of the voting percentages, I think we've got some of the first numbers now coming out. It will be interesting to see what the voting percentages will be as they're pouring in. We'll keep firing those numbers on our screen, because the last 3 phases, the big news or the big debating point, Rahul, as you know, has been the voting percentages. Exactly what do they tell us? So about 5% at 9 a.m. 65 was the number last time around. These are numbers coming in from Maharashtra. So in Aurangabad, just 7.5% at 9 a.m. 63 was the percentage last time. 6% in Jalgaon. 56 was the percentage last time. 6.6 in Pune at 9 a.m. It was under 50% last time around. So the numbers not really looking that great, not that robust, at least this morning, Rahul, coming out of Maharashtra. But let me quickly go across to my colleague Mayuresh also, who's joining us. He's actually tracking the very interesting constituency of Bid right now, which is one of the big ones, the big battles with Pankaja Munde being witnessed there. But Mayuresh, the polling numbers are not very enthusiastic.
Absolutely, 6.5 average, if we can say, till 9 a.m. In Maharashtra. That is not certainly encouraging. But the atmosphere today is supposed to be a very quiet one, because since yesterday it was raining in few parts of Bid. When we traveled from Aurangabad to Bid, even we faced the rain. So it is expected that the voter turnout may increase in the you can say the last session of this particular voting. So when we spoke to Pankaja Munde also, she also said that yes, it is a cause of concern for us, but still we are appealing all the voters to come out in a large number and exercise or perform their right. And even she is expecting that after 4 p.m. or after 3 p.m. The voter turnout may increase. So it is very interesting to see that 6.5% till 9 a.m. and how much it basically goes, because in Maharashtra in last 3 phases we have seen it was somewhere across approximately 50 to 52%. So it would be interesting to see that how much voting percentage now happens in Bid, because as you said, it is very crucial constituency. This is the first time Pankaja Munde is contesting a Lok Sabha election. We have seen Pankaja Munde got defeated in 2019 against her own cousin brother Dhananjay Munde, but now Dhananjay Munde is in alliance with the BJP, because he is from the NCP Ajit Pawar. So it would be interesting to see that how much impact it has got. And we have to remember one thing, just taking one short minute, that this particular region of Marathwada has seen the intense violence and intense agitation of Maratha reservation. So we have seen the violence also happening in this particular. So how much impact this particular issue has got, that needs to be seen.
All right, Mayuresh, thanks a lot for bringing us that update. We'll keep coming back to you for more. Let me quickly introduce our panel this morning as well. Nalin Mehta, Managing Editor, Moneycontrol, is continuing to be with us. Shekhar Rai, our senior journalist, joining us. Suman C. Raman will be with us in just a bit. And Sanjeev Srivastav also continues. Of course, Rahul Shivshankar with me as well. Let's talk about Maharashtra a little bit, gentlemen. Nalin, this is, of course, one of those ones that nobody wants to stick their neck out for. But what is your gut feeling telling you?
See, Maharashtra, the thing with Maharashtra is that because everybody has switched sides, it's been a game of musical chairs in Maharashtra, and ideologically everybody who was on the left is now on the right, and vice versa. So therefore, psephologically, it's very difficult to predict Maharashtra, because there is no basis, there's no benchmark for it. So in Maharashtra, you have to depend a lot on old-fashioned reporting, old-fashioned boots on the ground to get a sense of what's happening. The sense that I'm getting is that for the NDA alliance in particular, I think riding on Brian Modi, the BJP is likely to retain its seats or be around about that similar number. The question mark really is about the allies, about the Shiv Sena and so on. But I do have to say that in this election, when it's turning out to be a closer election than many people thought, Maharashtra is absolutely critical. If the Congress doesn't get Maharashtra right, if the India Alliance doesn't get a Maharashtra right, it's a real issue for them. So Maharashtra is one state where everything is up in the air. But I would still say that the Saffron Alliance is a little bit ahead.
But wouldn't it be more interesting or more, problematic for the BJP and the NDA if it doesn't retain? Because, as such, they have the larger numbers to defend in this. And, if they were not to be matching their performances from 2019, Nalin, then it would be a problem for them, isn't it?
No, that's true, because the last time BJP won 23 seats in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena had won 18. So the BJP had something like a 27% vote share, the Shiv Sena had 23% vote share. So they were, between them, they were over 50% of the vote.
Yeah.
So therefore, Maharashtra is critical for the BJP.
I have a slightly different take on this, though I agree completely with Nalin that obviously there is no baseline. I think it'll come down to chemistry. When you have such huge changes, cadre, personnel, people, personalities, it comes down to absolutely at the end of the day how the cadres sit and overlay over each other. The problem, I think, is greater for the India Alliance, where you have the Shiv Sena up against NCP in a large number of seats. I'm talking about the UBT, the Uddhav Sena. It's less with the Shinde Sena and the BJP. They are ideological alliances in any case, ideologically similar. The problem for the NDA will be these lateral entrants that have come in. That could pose a problem, especially in the Maratha constituencies.
And the other problem that some are saying that the NDA has versus the India Alliance, and Sanjeev can come in on this as well, is that actually the India Alliance was already the pre-placed alliance, right? So they've had some time, some years, as the alliance was built post 2019. Successful or not is another matter, but they've had some running time versus the NDA, where after the entry of Ajit Pawar especially, the pitch has been queered a little bit, and we've seen problems, isn't it? Their seat sharing took a little while. There were seat sharing problems with the India Alliance as well, and some back and forth. But the India Alliance had a head start versus the NDA. That's the other problem some are saying. How do you read the Maharashtra battle, Sanjeev?
From Mumbai, last 3 days we were in Marathwada. So Mayuresh was talking about Beed. We spent a little bit of time, 6-7 hours in Beed. We met Pankaja Munde's sister, Preetam Tai, who was the MP in 2014 and 19. So I would stick my neck out and tell you that Marathwada is proving to be the Achilles heel for NDA. So there are 3-4 issues playing out here. There is a lot of sentimental disgruntlement with the BJP and NDA for the manner in which the parties were broken up. So Marathas and Maharashtrians are upset about this because they thought this is like breaking up families, and breaking up parties is not good politics. That's point number one. In Marathwada, the Maratha agitation is taking its toll. Nobody can give Marathas the reservation they are demanding, but right now their anger is directed against NDA and BJP. And final thing is that there is this onion issue there, which is playing out big time in Marathwada, because onion farmers are very upset because on the stroke of midnight in December, the onion exports are banned. So the farmers are very upset. So I think Maharashtra is the state which is critical for the BJP. Because right now it seems like the BJP allies, both Ajit Pawar and Shinde, are going to perform very badly. Whether BJP is able to retain its 22 seats is a big question. I think Maharashtra is split right down to the middle. In the next phase, BJP will be doing very well. But in this phase, the NDA alliance is really in deep trouble.
Okay. Shekharaya, you want to come in on that as well before I get in Suman C. Raman as well?
No, I do agree with Sanjay Srivastav that India alliance is in deep trouble, but so is the MBA. See, this is a situation where there is no clear advantage for anybody. If the question of splitting of these parties and people feeling sympathetic towards Uddhav Thackeray or Sharad Pawar, but also there are other factors like, there is a age factor which is at work. There are a lot of young leaders of, NCP as well as Shiv Sena. They feel more that Eknath Shinde was not given his due. And since his takeover, he has not done badly, despite all the difficulties. There were difficulties over sheet sharing also. And let us not forget, If Marathas are unhappy over lack of, delay in the reservation for them, there is a backlash among OBC community also, because they are worried about Marathas being included under their category by giving them that status of that particular status which they enjoy now. So there is, I would say that, for every factor that you see as a plus point for Agadi, there is also a plus factor for the other side. Similarly, the minus point. This is one contest where a lot is going to depend on candidates, because all these parties have tried to, attract candidates from other side. Sharad Pawar has managed to patch up with some of his erstwhile rivals and got them to contest election on his ticket. It's a complete picture for us, from Delhi to appear very confusing. But on the ground, I think the candidate matters, also the sympathy factor, and also the fact that this is about the central elections or the Lok Sabha elections.
Yes.
Of course, this is a preparatory ground for the assembly elections, which will take place in October.
Sympathy factor is something that has been spoken about quite a bit, Sumant, as far as Maharashtra is concerned. So while the MVA may believe there is sympathy with them because of the way, quote-unquote, parties were broken up, PM Modi was on record recently to say that actually the sympathy is with them. They won the mandate fair and square in 2019. They were backstabbed purely because of the lust of a position. And the public doesn't remember that. The public hasn't forgotten that.
Much water has flown under the bridge since then. And I think what the public remember a lot more is the manner in which the Sena was split, the manner in which the NCP was split. So I think that those are more recent events than what happened several years ago. And while I do agree, I think I agree with a lot of what Sanjeev said. Look, the point is these two factions are going to underperform, whether it is Ajit Pawar or Mr. Shinde. Now, whether the BJP should have given 15 seats to Mr. Shinde, something that they will have to think deeply about. But clearly, they are going. Those 19 seats are going to be a massive challenge for the NDA in Maharashtra. And whether the BJP will be able to hold its own, it's a separate issue. Where marginal seats are involved, the BJP may have a few issues there as well. But by and large, the general consensus seems to be that these 19 seats of the alliance partners are the ones which are under serious threat in Maharashtra. And, without sort of definitely saying it's basically to see whether the power of Mr. Modi or the charisma of Mr. Modi can drag their allies also over the line. At this point of time, that is seeming very unlikely. So that is why the BJP is facing a setback in Maharashtra.
So I want to ask this question. I mean, this is fundamental. Who is a charismatic figure on the other side? You see, the onus can't only be placed on Modi to carry along the alliance. What about the other side? Who is the charismatic figure?
No charisma
I think, no, 1 second. I think you're forgetting.
Rahul, I just want to know.
If you allow me,
Mr. Sharad Pawar
sir, if you allow me, his party, lock, stock and barrel, has deserted him. Has there been any massive ripple in the state?
And in the last two elections, they won 4 seats.
Absolutely.
So what charisma are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
Only in his stronghold.
In his Baramati area, localized. I mean, just think about it also, Dr. Saab. I mean, I'm not making any... I'm only testing them against the seats and their performance. Okay, Uddhav Thackeray was the original person who played truant ideologically. That was a 29-year-old alliance. Now, whether there was a pull factor or push factor, we can't speak. I can't say. There must have been equally a push factor as there was a pull factor. But that was the original betrayal. Then you suddenly had Ajit Pawar come in and bolster the Fadnavis government. At that time, they would have gotten away with it, but for the courts. But one second.
Had accused of a scam of 60,000 crore.
Look, 1 second. Look, 1 second. I am not... please allow me. I am therefore saying that all things be equal. Yes, there are corrupt people who have moved left and right. We are talking about Ashok Chavan, who was labeled in a white paper as one of the fountainheads of corruption. And I'm saying all that is true. And therefore, I'm saying at the end of the day, it will come down to chemistry at the cadre level. Who will get along with who best at the cadre level? Don't forget that there was a massive turn in Uttar Pradesh. The BSP and the Samajwadi Party came together.
But the BSP vote didn't transfer to the
But the votes didn't transfer. You've had other combinations. you had other combinations on the ground.
Yeah, no, actually, as you were mentioning, Rahul, just to add to this, and you can continue, that you talked about a lot of these alliances.
No, by this, no, I haven't finished actually. By this logic, when you talk about people flipping sides, this, that, the other, in Delhi, the AAP and the Congress, ideologically opposed, each calling each other corrupt till 2 months ago. In fact, even today, there are enough people at the local level in the
Congress,
Delhi Congress who are saying that Kejriwal needs to be in jail. There is Mr. Markan. There is a whole bunch of the former chief minister's own son.
has left.
There are several people who have gone. At that rate, if you are talking about sympathy, voter disgust, etc., then this should apply everywhere.
No, but there is a larger question on alliances. Sumant, I'll give you an opportunity. But just to make this point very briefly, in Andhra Pradesh also, for example, there's the BJP, TDP and Janasena alliance. You've got an alliance that the BJP has in Maharashtra. And there is a larger question of how much of the alliance vote is going to transfer to each other. In Maharashtra, I believe they're very confident that yes, even in Andhra, some say they're very confident that actually their votes will go to each other. Ideologically, there is not that great a barrier as in Congress or an AAP face, or even within the MVA, as some would say, they faced. Mind you, the Shiv Sena UBT faction and its vote share going to the other side has not been tested either. It's not like we've known whether those who are still with the Uddhav Sena are okay voting for the NCP and the Congress.
We don't, but the point is they have been together in government for a much longer period of time, at least in the recent past, and therefore there is some expectation that there is chemistry. Forget that. I'll come to Andhra. There is a diametrically opposite. BJP says, no way we are giving reservations to Muslims. Chandrababu Naidu says 4% reservation, we will never, we will definitely give that to Muslims. So I think that there are contradictions. In fact, the general consensus is possibly the TDP may have been better off going just with the Janasena, not necessarily the BJP in Andhra. Telangana is a state where the BJP is going to do better than what they did last time. And that is possibly because of the implosion of the BRS more than anything else. So possibly they could pick up 2 or 3 seats in Telangana more than what they got last time.
I have to shift our attention a little bit to those southern states that we're talking about, because we've got some breaking updates now coming in. First, let's take what we're getting from Andhra Pradesh. Big allegation by the TDP again being made there. Their booth level agent has been attacked by YSRCP in Andhra Pradesh's Kadapa. TDP statement says, and I quote, violence after violence by YSRCP cadre across Andhra Pradesh as the state goes to polls today. After incidences of kidnapping of TDP polling agents, YSRCP is now resorting to a new law as they further carry out attacks on booth level agents in Maidakur. So this is another charge coming in from the TDP. Maybe the way the charges sometimes come from ground on booth management, on polling, on certain disturbances in polling, they give you a sense of exactly who is more enthusiastic on the ground. So TDP saying that earlier they had made an allegation that some of their polling agents were kidnapped. Now they're saying their booth agent has been attacked. All right, we've got some more breaking updates coming in from Andhra Pradesh. A YSRCP agent has been stabbed allegedly by a TDP worker in broad daylight. They both clashed even during the previous Sarpanch elections. The TDP leader confronted the YSRCP agent outside the polling station and stabbed him. So these are charges and counter charges now coming in. My colleague Swastika Das is joining us. It's all getting very heated up, but unfortunately in a violent way, Swastika.
That's right. In fact, first violence was reported in Kadapa, where the TDP alleges the YSRCP Karyakartas allegedly attacked their poll agents. And now we're picking up from the ground is that in Chittur, violence also broke out. Clashes broke out between the TDP and the YSRCP cadres, leaving people from both sides injured. The YSRCP claims that this kind of poll violence is being instigated at the behest of Chandrababu Naidu. And this has been the third such incident that's being reported from the state of Andhra Pradesh, which has gone to polls and which is in fact seeing a good turnout of voters on the ground.
Yeah. Rahul, does that give you a sense of how cutthroat the battle is in Andhra Pradesh this time around? You don't generally get these news unless, stakes are pretty high on ground.
Well, elections are, hotly contested at the cadre level anywhere across the country. And you're going to obviously have this sort of tenuous peace between cadres. But on election day, when the stakes are so high, as you rightly said, obviously it's going to lead to all sorts of explosions. And unfortunately, this is a violent one. And it is extremely unfortunate. There you can see the gentleman who has been stabbed is now getting medical attention. And obviously, it's unfortunate to see all of this. But as I said, there the contest has really become a clash of two. It's a straightforward fight between an alliance and, of course, YSRCP. The YSRCP, many will say, hopefully is wanting to consolidate itself after it sees huge amount of sympathy building for the TDP, Mr. Naidu. That stint in jail sort of triggered some sort of a reaction amongst various people in the state. You have a problem. Yes, doctor wants to come in on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Rayalaseema is an area which is known for violence. I'm sure many of us know, for instance, that Jagannath Reddy's grandfather, Raja Reddy, Rajశేఖర్ Reddy's father, was himself hacked to death. Jagannath Reddy's uncle, Vivekanand Reddy, was murdered. So I think that Rayalaseema has a tradition of violence, not just during elections, but particularly during elections. In fact, you will find that such incidents are more likely in Kurnool, in Kadapa, in Anantapur, those kind of districts where the feudal system of the past still exists. Voting is largely still driven on caste lines and the old landed communities and so on. But the point is, Andhra this time in Rayalaseema is witnessing a mini revival. I use the word mini because it is still very, very early days, but the Congress is sort of starting to flower in, sort of take little offshoots in Rayalaseema. Sharmila is contesting from Kadapa against Jagan's cousin, and in fact her own cousin Avinash Reddy. So I think that those are little areas where we could see some changes in the voting pattern. Rayalaseema is a YSRCP stronghold. It will continue to remain a YSRCP stronghold. The question is, what are the margins going to be? Can the TDP make any impact there? Coastal Andhra is where the TDP actually expects to gain. That is their traditional vote bank. That is their traditional area. East Godavari, West Godavari, Srikakulam, coming all the way down towards Vijayawada, Guntur, and so on. So those are the areas where the TDP and the NDA expects to do well. And Rayalaseema is pretty much Jagan's fortress.
All right. The one state we haven't really talked about much today, Rahul, is Uttar Pradesh. And we did, of course, mention for our viewers that Uttar Pradesh is witnessing elections and polling in 13 of those 80 seats. It's obviously one of those states that is going to polls in all 7 phases of the elections this time around. But out of those 13 seats polling today, all 13 were won by the BJP. This includes Kannauj, of course, where Akhilesh Yadav has now thrown his hat back into the ring. He's got some support from alliance partners. You've got the likes of Rahul Gandhi, Sanjay Singh, etc., campaigning for him. But overall, Rahul, the fervor of elections has been a little weak in Uttar Pradesh. And some say that's because the contest has been missing, even though the Congress and the SP came together this time around as well.
Yeah, there is at the local level there a sense of sort of this is a foregone conclusion which way this election is going, though there might be still a twist in the tail here and there. But I think largely what you're looking at in this particular phase, you have to focus on the BSP voter here. It's an interesting contest because even if you look at all the seats that the BJP has won, there are a couple of seats where things could get a bit tricky. This Kannauj seat, I think, is going to see a very, very tight contest. I would think that at the local level, the cadre level, I think Akhilesh Yadav is looking perhaps to squeeze this one out. But there is another seat, of course, which is the Teni seat, where there was a huge amount of, obviously, violence 2.5 years ago at the height of the farmers' crisis. And that's a very interesting one because Amit Shah, when he went there, he said to Mr. Teni that I'll promise you something very big, a big office, if you win this particular seat. So I think if you really look at the map, this is Uttar Pradesh. This is a very important area. The BSP it's really the snake in the grass as far as the secular parties and secular vote is concerned. You just had Miss Mayawati coming out and saying to her nephew that he needs to mature because he took on the BJP and removed him from the successor post that he was sort of obliged with. So I think the BSP vote, Nalin, and you've been traveling there in Uttar Pradesh, this particular phase, the BSP vote is where we need to be focusing because that's going to really determine the outcome.
See, last time the SP and BSP were together and the BJP won 62 seats plus 2 of the allies with the SP BSP together. Now this time they're separate. Rahul, I think you were mentioning earlier that the BSP vote didn't really transfer last time. That's true. This time, see, the BSP traditionally gets somewhere between 16 to 18% of the vote share in UP. In the 2022 assembly elections, for example, that vote share went down to about 14-15%. And that 4-5% differential is what went to the BJP. It was exactly the difference between the BJP's vote share in 2017 and 2022. Because the BJP's expansion in UP has been driven by both non-Yadav OBCs and non-Jatav Dalits. So what's happening is that when there is an erosion of the BSP vote base, and when there's a divided polity, a multipolar polity, the BJP stands to benefit. This time, the BSP is emerging as a bigger version of what is traditionally called vote katwas in election parlance in the heartland, because the primary challenger is the SP. So the BSP may not gain any seats, but every vote the BSP is going to get is largely a vote that the SP could, either anti-BJP vote that could have gone to the SP.
Yeah, there's obviously other seats like Shahjahanpur, there's of course Kheri, there's Hardoi, there's Unnao, Etawah, Kannauj, Kanpur, Barhet, all that are going to polls. So out of the 80 Lok Sabha seats that Uttar Pradesh throws up, Sanjeev, after this phase, 39 of them would have voted in the first 4 phases. Let's go across to Shekhar Iyer as well with this. So we're witnessing a halfway mark. A lot of assessments, reassessments will be done as they are being done post every phase by all of the political parties. But, in UP, the BJP has its best chance, unlike what sometimes grabs the headlines, that their bigger catchment areas are there where they didn't win last time around. So that runs around the eastern coast up till the south of India. But actually in Uttar Pradesh is their big moment to gain as many as 10 seats possibly from last time around.
Indeed, Shivani, that has been the approach of the BJP and particularly that of the Chief Minister Adityanath Yogi. So you can see that they have been making efforts. In fact, the target is Asika C. That means that they have been working on the ground. They have been working in each and every constituency. See, here in Uttar Pradesh, at least from Mayawati's side, what is very clear, she has been more critical of Akhilesh Yadav than of Prime Minister Modi.
Yes.
And the fact that she asked her nephew to step aside this was after he made some very nasty remarks about the BJP.
Yes.
And that itself set off the buzz in the UP that she probably got a hint from Yogi to do this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would face action. Already they have registered cases against her nephew. So that apart, what we are seeing is this is going to be very, very difficult election for Akhilesh Yadav himself. Kannauj is not a seat that he was very willing to contest, but he was persuaded by his the clan, the Yadav clan, and saying that that would send a very wrong message. So there are fingers are crossed even among close aides of Akhilesh that this is going to be very difficult seat, just as Rai Bareli is for Rahul Gandhi. I mean,
this is really the Yadav SP heartland.
Yeah.
This is
Yadav heartland, but then BJP has been working on the Yadav community also.
And they swept this belt.
That's why I'm constantly re-emphasizing that, and Shekhar Iyerji, please bear me out on this, that it's the BSP vote that we may need to really look, because in this Yadav heartland, right in the midst of the state, it's right in the middle of it, it's a band. Etawah, you're talking about Unnao, you're talking about Kannauj. These were seats that the BJP won despite the BSP SP together. This time they're uncoupled. So think about
but this time
how challenging
Akhilesh is fighting. Last time around, Akhilesh did not
but he
fight.
wasn't. He's a reluctant campaigner.
He's
here.
reluctant.
Tej Pratap had the seat.
Contrast that, Suman C. Raman, to what happened, for example, as far as the Gandhis are concerned in Uttar Pradesh. At least the contention or the candidature of Akhilesh Yadav was decided, reluctant or not, we can say, much in advance. Rahul Gandhi's candidature couldn't be announced even till few hours to go for the nomination. That's the problem in Uttar Pradesh, whether they're fighting enough in Uttar Pradesh.
Look, I think that strategically, I think the Congress did make a mistake. I think that Rahul Gandhi should have contested in Amethi. It did give a wrong signal that he was sort of fleeing the battlefield, as it were. But it's the second best option is to contest in Raebareli, and Raebareli is believed to be seen as a much safer seat than Amethi. And it is expected that Rahul Gandhi will pull through.
No, someone, you didn't get my point.
Yeah.
One second, I'm sorry I'm
No.
interrupting you. The point is not so much whether he should have contested from Amethi or Raebareli and whether he's going to win or not. The point is it took till the 11th hour and 59th minute. What is the message that goes on?
I don't see that as an issue. Had he announced, let us say, at the very 11th hour that he was actually contesting in Amethi,
okay,
it would have been seen as some kind of, keeping the BJP in suspense until the last minute and strategic move and so on. But
okay, I have to interrupt you there, Sumant. I've got some breaking updates coming in. The Prime Minister has performed seva at the Patna Sahib Gurdwara. He is also serving or has served or participated in serving langar there. These are the first images that are coming of the Prime Minister participating in the Patna Sahib Gurdwara langar service. Of course, he has donned that saffron turban that we have seen him donning in the past as well when he does his outreach to the Sikh community. And now he's even serving the langar meal to those who have come to the Patna Sahib Gurdwara. My colleague Aman is joining us with more on this. Aman, the significance of these pictures that we are watching.
Well, yes, the Prime Minister is at the Patna Sahib Gurdwara performing seva. As we'll see in the morning, this is Langar Seva, where he's serving food to the devotees who gathered there. And this is something that the PM has been closely associated with the entire rituals of the Sikh religion. You know, we have seen him earlier in Punjab also wearing the turban, and the PM is wearing a bright turban here as well when he's performing seva at the Patna Sahib Gurdwara. And PM even in Delhi at remember at Rakabganj, Shri Rakabganj Gurdwara, also the Prime Minister had visited the Gurdwara earlier as well. So PM has had very close connections with Punjab, with the Punjabi community, and we see these visuals here. My fact, for the first time, we are seeing the Prime Minister perform seva at a Gurdwara. This is Patna Sahib, where the Prime Minister is now supposed to leave Patna and do 3 rallies, public rallies today in Bihar. And this is PM's big electoral push in the state where the BJP is in renewed alliance with the JDU and the LJP, a state which sends 40 MPs to the Lok Sabha. So clearly the Prime Minister devoting yesterday evening, he had a huge road show in Patna as well. And today morning, these visuals coming in from the Patna Sahib Gurdwara, where the Prime Minister is doing Langar Seva. Shivani.
All right. So the visuals coming in. Aman, the Prime Minister has a very busy schedule. He has rallies in Bihar, of course, where, he was or is currently. But of course, the attention all shifts to Varanasi later, his parliamentary constituency as well. But over the last few days, we've seen an extremely busy schedule for the Prime Minister, even more so than he's already used to.
By the end of today, the Prime Minister would have completed 141 public rallies and road shows in this electoral season so far in the last 2 months. That almost 3 public events daily. Yesterday, in fact, he did 4 rallies in West Bengal, followed by a big road show in Patna. Today, he's doing 3 rallies in Bihar, including campaigning in Hajipur for Chirag Paswan, and then he'll be in Varanasi for a 4-hour-long road show that starts at about 5 p.m. in Varanasi. And tomorrow, the Prime Minister is going to file his nomination from Varanasi to seek a 3rd term as the MP of Varanasi. And after that, the PM has more election rallies scheduled tomorrow. He'll be flying out of Varanasi for rallies in other states. So very, very busy schedule for the Prime Minister. And of course, he's putting in this, I would say, a superhuman effort of doing, by the time the election ends, the Prime Minister would have done nearly 180 campaign events that includes road shows and rallies. So almost 3 events daily, as I said, on a daily basis, the Prime Minister is doing his big push in these elections. And he's the biggest, also the biggest eye catcher in these elections for the BJP. So the Prime Minister putting in this big effort.
Absolutely. We'll, of course, also get you more when he lands in his constituency as well. Aman Sharma, thanks a lot for joining us for the meantime. And let me take that opportunity to slip into a very short break because we have lots more lined up for you on the other side.
नमस्कार व्यूअर्स, मैं हूं अमीश देवगन और मेरे साथ इस चुनावी सीजन का सबसे बड़ा, जिसे कहते हैं सबसे बड़े मेहमान है, यानी एक मेगा एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू देने के लिए हमारे साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस समय मौजूद हैं। मोदी जी, आपका अभिनंदन है न्यूज 18 पे। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार भैया, आपके सभी दर्शकों को भी हमारा नमस्कार।
मोदी जी, चौथे चरण की वोटिंग जारी है, 3 चरण संपूर्ण हो चुके हैं। ये चुनाव आपको कहां जाता हुआ दिख रहा है? खासतौर पर तेलुगु स्टेट्स में भी वोटिंग है।
पहले 3 चरण के जो चुनाव हुए हैं उससे मैं साफ देख रहा हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कहो या उसके साथी कहो
जी,
सबके सब एक प्रकार से दिशाहीन नजर आते हैं। अब देखिए, आपको कहीं पर भी इंडिया अलायंस नजर नहीं आएगा। वो नेता नहीं तय कर पा रहे हैं, वो एजेंडा तय नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। उनको लगता है कि मोदी का घोर विरोध, मोदी को गाली गलौज,
जी,
उसी से।
Let's get you some more visuals of the Prime Minister at Patna Sahib Gurdwara in Bihar. Remember, 5 Bihar seats polling today. All of them, of course, went to the BJP in Bihar. There's only 1 seat they lost last time around. So the Prime Minister campaigning for the NDA. Nitish Kumar back in the NDA fold ahead of these elections. The PM donning a saffron turban as he's done in the past, surrounded by members of the Sikh community, men and women at the Patna Sahib there. We had visuals earlier, very interesting ones, not only of him interacting with kids, women and others, but also of serving langar at the Patna Sahib Gurdwara. Remember, Gurdwaras have great tradition of langar where everybody lines up on the floor and takes in the service, the meal service that is offered for free in Gurdwaras. The Prime Minister participating in that meal service. And of course, here he is doing his, paying his obeisance to the gurus at the Gurdwara and doing his ceremonies as well with the Granthis. So there you have it, the Prime Minister at the Patna Sahib, serving the langar, paying his obeisance, of course, and there are the visuals from the kitchen as well, where he's not only served the food in the langar, but he's also actually participated in cooking the food. I saw some visuals earlier as my colleague Aman Sharma joins us, of him actually beloing the roti also, Aman. So the Prime Minister participating in the entire langar service.
Yes, as you can see the visuals here now, he's preparing the food also, he's participated in that also, and he's also the serving of the food at the Patna Sahib Gurdwara. And the big messaging here, I think, by the Prime Minister, being like a common man, preparing food at the langar at the Patna Sahib Gurdwara, then serving it amongst the devotees. And this also shows, as you can see, the Prime Minister's close association with the Sikh community. I would say his close association with Punjab. And no, this is a state which is still to poll in the last phase. So I think a major messaging here, even in Patna Sahib, the Sikh community is the major community to which the Prime Minister is reaching out. And we've seen this attachment, as I said earlier, of the Prime Minister with the Sikh community when he visited the Sri Kapil Gurdwara in Delhi also earlier, and also when he visited Punjab at various occasions. He has made it a point to go to the various Sikh shrines. And here we see the Prime Minister and the Patna Sahib Gurdwara as well today.
My colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us. Payal, in Bihar, of course, the BJP has most of the retaining to do as far as its last elections tally is concerned. What have been the Prime Minister's engagements in Bihar so far?
The Prime Minister has in fact campaigned for all the candidates, whether it is of course for the BJP, for the NDA, otherwise as well. Today also is going to be doing a number of rallies, including that of Chirag Paswan, Nitish Kumar candidates amongst the others as well. The Prime Minister is saying the message across to them, saying that good governance is the only thing which matters the most, and that's the reason the Nitish-Modi combination is extremely important for the development of the state of Bihar, which was at one point in time known as the Bihar state. So that's the message that's going to be taken across. Speaking about the importance of double vote, remember Shivani, Bihar also goes to election next year as well, when the assembly is going to be up for grabs. And of course, the bigger battle between the RJD and of course the BJP team combined as well. So that's something which will try to be watched out for. The Prime Minister is sending a very important message, given the fact that there are Sikh voters all over the country, and also the fact that you will see elections happening in Punjab towards the end of the month. In fact, in the last phase of elections. So that's the message that Prime Minister is really taking forward, given the fact that Prakash Parv was celebrated in a big way by the Modi government. Several important developments have also taken place to, in fact, for the welfare of the Sikh community. Whether it is, of course, starting of the Sikh Gurdwara circuit train, whether it is, of course, providing GST waiver to Langar. All of these things have been done by the Modi government, and so an important message being sent by the Prime Minister over here while he is in Patna this morning.
Yes. Going back to my colleague Aman as well, because Aman, while the attention is in Bihar right now, of course, the Prime Minister is the star campaigner for the NDA in the state of Bihar, as he is in all other states. He also has his own constituency to take care of, and the attention from this evening onwards will shift back to Varanasi with him as well. Let me take that to my colleague Payal. In fact, Payal, big engagements coming in Varanasi this evening after the Prime Minister's engagements in Bihar.
Yes, Shivani, the whole world seems to be descending on Varanasi, the temple town over here. Given the fact the Prime Minister is going to be filing his nomination tomorrow, you will see the presence of all the NDA partners as far as this mega event is really concerned. This evening, the Prime Minister will be taking a 5-kilometer long roadshow, which will become a key feature of his engagements in Varanasi. And of course, the people of Varanasi are extremely excited that the Prime Minister is going to be elected for the third time from there. And they believe this time around the Prime Minister should target a margin of at least 10 lakh win. That's what the BJP Karyakartas on ground are telling us. But yes, nonetheless, every time that the Prime Minister gets elected, the route is to UP as well. So they say that the road to Delhi is via UP, and Kashi seems to be thinking no different. Given the fact that development has taken place over the last 10 years in Kashi as much as it has taken place in other parts of the country. And Kashi Vishwanath corridor, the beautification of the various ghats across the entire state, the fact that roads have also been built, other development is taking place. A world-class center for meditation has also been established by the Prime Minister. So some of the achievements that the people feel that would actually make Kashi go for Afghanistan. And in 2014, the Prime Minister had said that Mujhe Maa Ganga ne bulaya hai. That is something which seems to be centering the tone up for the people of Kashi. The people of Kashi are very excited. The Prime Minister, in fact, expecting to be here by about 6 o'clock this evening. And you can expect him to take at least a 4-hour roadshow, 4-hour-long roadshow to cover that 5 kilometers, right from the BHU to, of course, the Kashi Vishwanath temple. And tomorrow in the morning, the Prime Minister goes to Kal Bhairav. Kal Bhairav is said to be the Kotwal of Varanasi. It is with his blessing that any auspicious task is taking place. It is said that it is important for anybody to take his permission before going ahead. So the Prime Minister, in fact, going to darshan in the morning at Kal Bhairav before he meets various leaders of the NDA, and then goes ahead and files his nomination at about 7:30 tomorrow morning.
Payal, we are witnessing these visuals of the Prime Minister not only, paying his visit to Gurdwara Patna Sahib, he's also participated in the Langar service and in the kitchen. And it reminds you of the many outreach events the Prime Minister has held with the Sikh community. Of course, he's been to Gurdwaras before, he's donned the turban before. But recently, he's also invited many prominent members of the Sikh community to his residence for meetings and all as well.
Yes, absolutely. The reach out to various communities continues to be there, whether it's the Christians, whether it's the other communities, and like Sikhs you were mentioning about. The Prime Minister's government has done a lot of work as far as the Sikh community is really concerned, whether it's celebrating of the Bal Divas or even, asking for the permission to take Langar off the GST list as well. So all of these things have been done by the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister over here, like a common man, going for the Seva this morning at the Patna Sahib Gurudwara, which is one of the oldest Gurudwaras in this country. And it is of course, the Prime Minister's message to people saying that he is as much a common man as anybody else. And he's, of course, sending multiple messages of Seva, which is, of course, something which he feels that the government stands for, and the welfare of all strata of society. And the government of the day has constantly encouraged people to, in fact, acknowledge the contribution of various gurus, across the entire country, and the messaging as well. And the Prime Minister seems to be taking the message across the people of the country as well. Given the fact that Punjab goes into election in the 7th phase of the current election pattern, and the BJP does not see too much happening for themselves in in Punjab. But the fact that the government has worked for the welfare of the Sikh community, who are a very deciding factor in Punjab, this seems to be a message coming from here to there as well.
Right. Payal, I do appreciate you joining us. Also, my colleague Aman Sharma. On that note, we have to slip into a very short break. Rahul Shivshankar, Nalin Mehta, and all of our other analysts, thanks a lot for joining us here on our continuous rolling coverage. A short break and news and updates will continue.
उनका काम चल जाएगा और वो उसी के आधार पर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं। देश इतना बड़ा देश
जी
आज खास करके जो नौजवान मतदाता है
जी
वो ये हमेशा सोचता है कि भाई आखिरकार इतने बड़ा देश, इतनी विविधताएं, ऐसा कौन नेता है
जी
जिसको संभाल पाएगा। नाम बताओ। इंडिया अलायंस के लोग नाम नहीं बता पा रहे हैं और वो कहते हैं बाद में, फिर इतना भी कहते हैं कि भाई अभी एक मैंने कहीं अखबार में पढ़ा, वो एक ऐसी फॉर्मूला ला रहे हैं जिस फॉर्मूला में 5 साल में 5 प्रधानमंत्री, हर वर्ष एक प्रधानमंत्री। अगर हर वर्ष एक प्रधानमंत्री वो लाएंगे तो आप मुझे बताइए कि देश का क्या होगा। आपको गांव के लोग बड़ी मजेदार कथा सुनाते हैं कि एक बार 10 किसान इकट्ठे हुए
जी
और उन्होंने सोचा कि भाई कुछ पानी के बिना क्या होगा, तो मिलकर के उन्होंने जो पानी की जांच करने वाले लोग हैं तो उनको बुलाया। तो कहा भाई पानी तो निकल सकता है, अगर 100 मीटर ट्यूबवेल कर देंगे तो पानी आपको निकलेगा और पानी मिलेगा। तो फिर 10 किसानों ने कहा ऐसा करो भाई 10 मीटर मेरे यहाँ गड्ढा करो
जी।
दूसरे ने कहा 10 मीटर मेरे यहाँ करो, तीसरे 10 ने कहा 10-10 मीटर कर लो, 100 मीटर हो जाएगा। क्या पानी निकलेगा क्या? तो 5 साल में 5 प्रधानमंत्री इतने बड़े देश को वो समझ भी नहीं पाएंगे।
लेकिन विपक्ष कह रहा है कि 400 पार की पहले मोदी जी बात कर रहे थे, अब नहीं कर रहे हैं।
मैं कल भी बोला हूं जी। अब वो ठीक है कि उनकी चिंता ये है आगे कांग्रेस का एजेंडा क्या है, 400 पार कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे। उनका एजेंडा नहीं है कि वो कितनी सीटें जीतेंगे और कैसे जीतेंगे। दूसरा, मैंने करीब हिंदुस्तान के एक 3-4 राज्य बाकी है, सभी राज्यों का भ्रमण किया है।
An unprecedented and historic election. A vote that decides Bharat's quest for greatness.
A mandate that paves the way for 1 billion aspirations.
A verdict the world is watching closely. A battle for a rising Bharat's glorious future. Battle for Bharat. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Co-presented by और सभी राज्यों के भ्रमण से मैं देख रहा हूं कि आंधी है, आंधी,
बड़ी आंधी।
और
2019 से बड़ी वाली आंधी।
400 पार बहुत आराम से देश की जनता करने वाली है। विपक्ष 19 से 24 में विपक्ष के नाते भी विफल गया है। जो लोग विपक्ष के नाते भी विफल गए हो, उनको इतना बड़े देश का कारोबार कौन देगा?
लेकिन एक सवाल मन में आता है कि बीजेपी ने 2019 के अंदर 303 सीटें अपने दम पर पाई। हिंदी भाषी राज्यों में एक तरह से बहुत बड़ी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिली, लेकिन इस बार क्या वो रिपीट हो पाएगा? और
आप देखिए
जी,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी, जो आप इतनी पुरानी सोच के साथ बैठे हुए हो, गोवा
जी,
ये क्या हिंदी भाषी है क्या? गुजरात हिंदी भाषी है क्या? महाराष्ट्र हिंदी भाषी है क्या? असम हिंदी भाषी है क्या? बंगाल हिंदी भाषी है क्या? कर्नाटका हिंदी भाषी है क्या? आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे देश में है, और पूरे देश में मैं कह रहा हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी हैट्रिक करेगी, करेगी और करेगी। और ये मोदी कहता है इसलिए करेगी ऐसा नहीं, देश के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों ने तय कर लिया है, इसलिए 400 पार होना है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी, और एनडीए भी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी।
तेलुगु स्टेट्स में आपको क्या लगता है? आंध्रा में,
आंध्र आंध्र एंड तेलंगाना
जी,
इस चुनाव में साउथ सबसे बड़ा सरप्राइज देगा। केरल, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी, कर्नाटका, आंध्र, तेलंगाना,
विपक्ष को भी
सभी में
साउथ से उम्मीद है बहुत ज्यादा।
सभी में ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन आपको नजर आएगा, और बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि
जी
भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के पक्ष में रहेगी
जी।
ये बिल्कुल साफ नजर आता है। और मैं मानता हूं
जी
कि तेलंगाना क्लीन स्वीप करेगा। जिन राज्यों के चुनाव है, वहां भी जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी है वो रिपीट करेगी, जहां एनडीए है वो नई सरकार बनेगी, और इसलिए इन सभी राज्यों में
जी
सरकार बनना तय है। आंध्र तेलंगाना में भी क्लीन स्वीप होने वाला है।
एक मैं पूरे देश घूम रहा हूँ चुनाव के लिए, एक चीज मैंने देखी, इस चुनाव में नैरेटिव बार बार बदले। पहले नैरेटिव आया रिजर्वेशन का, फिर आया नैरेटिव की बीजेपी के लीडर्स के फेक वीडियो चलाए गए। नैरेटिव बार बार बदल रहे हैं, कैसे देखते हैं आप
इसको आप नैरेटिव नहीं कह सकते हैं। चुनाव का नैरेटिव एक ही है, और वो है फिर से एक बार मोदी सरकार।
जी,
चुनाव
मोदी
का
फैक्टर है इस चुनाव का।
चुनाव का नैरेटिव एक ही है, अब की बार 400 पार। नैरेटिव वही है, लेकिन
एक नैरेटिव
जो
पूरे
लोग
देश
हताश हैं, निराश हैं, जो मुद्दों की तलाश में हैं,
जी
उनके लिए
A very good morning. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Tritsween Walia. The big polling day of Phase 4 is being witnessed across 10 states in the country, with 96 constituencies that are witnessing polling as we speak. Before we deep dive and get you the latest sentiment on ground, what's really transpiring across these 10 seats, there's a bit of breaking news update coming in from the national capital. A PCR call has been made from the Chief Minister's residence by Swati Maliwal, the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP, against Delhi Chief Minister's close aide Vibhav. The Delhi police team, in fact, reached the Chief Minister's residence, and this call was made close to 10 a.m. So that is Swati Maliwal's big claim coming in as we speak, a big accusation against Chief Minister's close aide. Anshul Singh joins us live with more details. Tell us more about the allegations coming to fore by Swati Maliwal. It's directly aimed at the Chief Minister's close aide Vibhav, and in that sense, it's likely to raise several eyebrows. Anshul, over to you for the latest.
So yes, this is the information that we are picking up by the way of sources within the Delhi police, that at approximately 10 a.m. a PCR call was made from the CM residence by Swati Maliwal against the close aide of the Chief Minister, that is Vibhav. And in that PCR call, she had raised some severe allegations against the close aide of the Chief Minister. But when the Delhi police team reached on the spot, she was not found over there. Eventually, what we are being told, that she moved towards the civil line police station, where the police asked her for the medical legal certificate to be made, and what sources are telling us that she has refused to do that at this point in time. But yes, definitely, this is a very, very shocking incident that seems to be coming to the fore at this point in time. Official details are still awaited from the side of Delhi police, but what sources have confirmed to us that at least 2 PCR calls were made by Swati Maliwal from the residence of the Delhi Chief Minister. However, at this point in time, an official FIR has not been registered in this entire matter. It remains to be seen if at all Swati Maliwal will decide to go ahead and file a complaint and eventually make sure that an FIR is registered in this entire matter, and the police then can eventually take action against Vibhav.
Okay, so what we're understanding so far, Anshul, is that a PCR call most certainly was made. This call was made close to 10 a.m., but the police have not been able to gain in on any follow-up. They have no clear idea so far on what this altercation perhaps could be all about.
Yes, since this is the very initial stage of the investigation, and also this is a very big political case, and hence even the political party that is involved in this, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, is also trying to trade with caution and is trying to make sure that an out of police settlement is reached somewhere or the other, and that is the reason why we are seeing that the entire process of filing a complaint against the accused, that is Vibhav, in this entire matter, is going at a very slow speed. We are not seeing that sense of urgency from the side of Swati Maliwal as well, because there could be a pressure from the higher ups of the Aam Aadmi Party, because this could actually roll into a big trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, because a very close aide of CM is being accused of something very serious being done against the former DCW chairman and now Rajya Sabha MP. So yes, we are awaiting for the official details to also come out from the side of Delhi police and the Aam Aadmi Party. But what sources have told us that 2 PCR calls were made where allegations were put against Vibhav by Swati Maliwal, but when the police team reached over there, Swati Maliwal was not found over there, and eventually Swati Maliwal reached the civilized police station where the police had asked her to file her medical to get her medical legal certificate made, and to that Swati Maliwal has not agreed at this point in time, is what we have been told.
Now, one is Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MP Swati Maliwal. In fact, the last so many weeks, Anshul, she's been seen campaigning for several AAP candidates in the national capital as well. On the other side is Vibhav, who is a close aide of the Chief Minister himself. The Chief Minister very recently has come out of Tihar jail. He too has been campaigning aggressively. The fact that this call was made from the Chief Minister's residence, what does this tell us? Surely the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to bring the situation under control, is why we're not seeing too many details out in public domain as yet.
Yes, nothing officially has been said from the Aam Aadmi Party, or nothing even from sources have come out from the Aam Aadmi Party. Definitely the Aam Aadmi Party at this point in time is trying to put curtains to this entire controversy that has broken out. Now what sources are telling us as we speak is that in the first PCR call that was made, the Swati Maliwal had went ahead and said that the PA of CM has assaulted her, whereas in the second PCR call that was made by Swati Maliwal, she said that the PA is assaulting her currently. So 2 PCR calls were made, is what has been confirmed to us by the way of sources. But definitely nothing coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. There is radio silence from the Aam Aadmi Party. They are neither accepting or neither denying the allegations that are being put forth. We are also waiting for an official version to come in from Swati Maliwal at this point in time as well.
Okay. Anshul, all of this as per sources, but a big allegation against Chief Minister's aide as per sources at this point in time. And you're telling us 2 PCR calls were made from the Chief Minister's residence by Swati Maliwal. If we try and deep dive into this, given that Swati Maliwal is now closely associated with the Aam Aadmi Party, she's campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party the last so many weeks. Do we know a little bit more about the history between Vibhav and Swati Maliwal? Were there friendly relationships that were witnessed in public domain, or was all not well since the beginning? What was it like, for the Aam Janta? If we talk about these 2 people, very closely linked to the AAP.
So yes, when you see in the public eye, Swati Maliwal and Vibhav have been seen very close to the Chief Minister at all points. Remember, both these people are very close to the Chief Minister, be it in public eye or behind the closed doors as well. But yes, this is the first of a kind incident that has come to the fore. Before this, we have never heard that any sort of this violence could have broken out inside the Aam Aadmi Party between 2 close aides of the Chief Minister, of the Supremo himself. Definitely, this is a very shocking case that has come to the fore. The exact reason is still unknown, but sources within the Delhi police are telling us that they are ready to carry out with the investigation. The only condition is that Swati Maliwal would have to give a written complaint, post which an MLC would have to be done. That is, a medical legal certificate would have to be made, in which it would be proven that if at all that Swati Maliwal and Vibhav had spoken out in a violent uh, uh, in a violent argument, then if at all there are any marks on Swati Maliwal, if at all she is injured, this is something that the police needs to confirm before going ahead and filing that FIR. So now it all depends on Swati Maliwal herself. Will she decide to go ahead and file that complaint and eventually get that FIR registered against Vibhav? Post that, the Delhi police could take strict action against him, because assaulting a woman is a heinous crime, and an immediate arrest is also impending in such cases. So the ball is in Swati Maliwal's court if she at all decides to go ahead and file this complaint in front of the police.
You know, why this is also interesting is Akash Sharma joins us with more. Akash, Swati Maliwal, in her previous role as the DCW chief, was in fact championing women's rights. She was advocating for women's rights. She was speaking for women. She was speaking very strongly against cases such as this. So if this were to be believed, if there is an iota of truth in the allegations that, as per sources we're picking up, have been leveled by Swati Maliwal, this is going to be big and a lot of trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, really.
Yes, and it is embarrassing for the party, because you see, when we talk about Swati Maliwal and Vibhav, so both have been the Karyakartas of Aam Aadmi Party for years. I remember that, from the beginning, Swati Maliwal and Vibhav have been connected with Aam Aadmi Party. As far as, these allegations are concerned, we are still seeking some more clarity on it. But yeah, as Anshul was reporting, that initially this PCR call was made, and the person who made this PCR call identified himself as Swati. And, we still don't know the kind of allegations or the kind of seriousness in the allegations, but definitely inquiry and the investigation will lead us as to what actually happened. But definitely, as Anshul was mentioning, there is a process, there is a police process. When you make a PCR call, everything, whatever you say on that PCR call gets recorded, and police has a record of what kind of allegation or what kind of things you are saying on that call. On the basis of that call, we have seen that now Delhi police has reached CM Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Also, there's buzz that Swati Maliwal also approached a police station. However, we still don't know as to if it is true or not. Post which, if she wants to go ahead with the complaint, she'll have to give a written statement. MLC will happen, and the FIR will be lodged as well. But yes, it's a big embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party, and some serious allegations coming from MP Swati Maliwal. Remember, she's an MP now. She's an Aam Aadmi Party MP, and this incident has happened at CM Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal was in jail for 50 days, and just one day before he has come out of jail for the election campaign. So it's a big embarrassment for Aam Aadmi Party, one, and the serious allegations coming from Swati Maliwal, who's an Aam Aadmi Party MP. Delhi police will investigate and will get to know as to what is the truth, because we are also seeking some sort of statement from the Aam Aadmi Party leaders as to what is their version, what has actually happened. But definitely, it's a big embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely. That's why we continue to repeat and reiterate, Akash, that all of this still in the realm of sources. It is sources who have gone on to indicate that Swati Maliwal indeed did make a PCR call early this morning and has leveled this serious allegation against one of the close aides of the chief minister. Why this should not be doubted all that much is also because 10 a.m. is the time that we're picking up. It's election season. Delhi is going to be voting on the 25th, and these kind of meetings are happening at the chief minister's residence, given that he's out of Tihar jail and back in action. He's aggressively campaigning day in and out.
Exactly, and a number of meetings are happening at CM Arvind Kejriwal's residence. In fact, yesterday only I got to know that Arvind Kejriwal is going to meet with the councillors, Aam Aadmi Party councillors today. And at around 10 a.m., this actually has happened. Vibhav is someone who is seen with Arvind Kejriwal from last 10 to 12 years. We have seen him. He is the person. He is the key person who coordinates this program. He is the key person who sets meetings. And Swati Maliwal is also a senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party. So one cannot doubt their presence at 10 a.m. at the CM Arvind Kejriwal's residence. But yes, as far as these allegations are concerned, so you see a number of factors are there.
A number of factors, and sooner or later, Akash, the Aam Aadmi Party will have to break its silence over the same. Either they'll come out to distance themselves from the claims that are coming to fore, or they're going to have to say what really transpired at the chief minister's residence if there is even a little bit of truth to this. Stay on with us. Let's quickly take in a word from BJP's Harish Khurana with us on the phone line. Good morning to you, Mr. Khurana. It's the big election day today, phase 4 being witnessed across across 10 states. But comes the sensational news of how, as per sources, we're learning that Swati Maliwal, the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP, made a PCR call early this morning and has leveled very serious allegations against Chief Minister's close aide Vibhav.
This is a serious allegation, and this is not the first time this has happened. You remember Anshul Prakash, the Chief Secretary of Delhi, the same thing happened to him. Now his own MP, Member of Parliament Swati Maliwal, says this kind of incident has happened, and in the presence in the House of Chief Minister, this allegation. I mean, this kind of incident. I mean, manhandling of the own Member of Parliament, and that to a lady, that to a female. What kind of message you are giving to the whole Delhi? I mean, a couple of days back, they were talking about the Mahila Shakti and Mahila talking about. Now what we will say, people of Delhi will ask this question, and now Arvind Kejriwal should come and forward and answer this.
Okay, you're asking the Aam Aadmi Party to break its silence, but Mr. Harish Khurana, all of this still in the realm of speculation. This is only as per sources, police sources, that we're learning that these serious allegations have been leveled against Vibhav, who's a close aide of the Chief Minister. But one surely can't turn a blind eye to this, given it's election season. And yes, meetings are happening day in and out at the Chief Minister's residence. He's back in action. He's aggressively campaigning in the national capital, which is going to polls on the 25th.
In Kejriwal is like that only. My only point is like what has happened to Anshul Prakash. The same thing has happened to him also. I mean, if the allegations are coming in and the things are coming in and poking, there's some fire on this. I mean, Aam Aadmi Party should come out. And the complaint has been launched in the Delhi police. What we come to know that the police complaint has been filed to Swati Maliwal. So serious thing, and serious thing has happened. And Arvind Kejriwal is the one who used to say, we are for the Delhi women. Now what will they say?
Okay, many thanks, Mr. Harish Khurana. We're tracking that very closely, and especially the Aam Aadmi Party's response, Anshul. Questions are going to be asked of the Aam Aadmi Party, and more so because it's election season. The Aam Aadmi Party already in a lot of trouble. Arvind Kejriwal has just recently walked out of Tihar jail. He has time till the 1st of June only for campaigning in the national capital. And all of these questions are going to be asked by the BJP.
Well, definitely. This is a big scoop that the Delhi CM is finding himself into at this point in time, because the allegations that have been raised by Swati Maliwal are very, very serious in nature. She has made 2 PCR calls and has claimed that Vibhav is beating her. This is something that is very, very serious and is a heinous crime, because assault on a woman falls under the category of a heinous crime and actually demands an immediate arrest by the police. But for that, Swati Maliwal will first have to give a complaint, post which an MLC will happen, and then an FIR will happen. At this point in time, the development that we are picking is that Swati Maliwal had reached the civil line police station for recording her statement, but there were a lot of what Swati Maliwal has told the media that was present over there, that there are a lot of media persons present over here. There are a lot of phone calls that she is receiving, and hence she has moved out of the civil line police station without registering.
Okay, so is there a sense, Anshul, that we're getting that Swati Maliwal may just be facing political pressure? The Aam Aadmi Party is not going to be able to afford this kind of a controversy right in the middle of elections, right before Delhi goes to vote. Is that the sense that you're getting?
Definitely, that is what it seems like, because Swati Maliwal being assaulted, remember, if at all she backs down from filing a complaint in this entire matter, PCR call has already been made. That PCR call has been recorded. Now, if at all she decides to back out from this entire matter, this will actually raise allegations on her credibility, because remember.
Okay, so there's a reason why we're picking up what we're picking up, what we're learning from the police sources. Anshul, stay on with us. Let's take in a word from RP Singh of the BJP as well. Mr. RP Singh, we're learning that a PCR call was indeed made by Swati Maliwal earlier today. We're also learning that she also reached the civil lines police station. So far, still a lot of silence over whether or not a complaint has been filed, what's going to happen next. But this is going to be big. If these are allegations being leveled by the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP against the Chief Minister's close aide.
Well, there's a track record for all this to believe. You remember Anshul Prakash, the Chief Secretary of the Delhi, was called at midnight around 12 o'clock, and then physical assault was made to him because he was not doing the Chief Minister's line. So this could be the same, that probably Swati Maliwal is not doing the line given by the Kejriwal or his team, and that's why she could have been manhandled. But this is very serious matter of grave concern. A person who talks about women's security otherwise, and if this is happening to a Rajya Sabha and a very close aide of Mr. Kejriwal, then Delhi has to think otherwise. How can Delhi be handed over to a person, or how can someone like him or his team go on Delhi who manhandle or mishandle their own woman colleagues?
That's what I was asking one of my colleagues, Mr. RP Singh. What's going to make matters worse for the Aam Aadmi party is if they're trying to mount any sort of a pressure on Swati Maliwal to remain mum, to sort of brush it under the carpet, at least till elections are over.
Well, if a woman is assaulted, why should she stay mum? I mean, she should react, and she should surely ensure that whoever is culprit, whoever is responsible for manhandling her, that person should be booked, because it's a very serious charge, and that too happening in the Chief Minister's office, that too happening in Chief Minister or place where the Chief Minister operates from.
All right.
And that too by a close aide of Chief Minister.
Right. Many thanks, Mr. RP Singh, for speaking to us here on CNN News 18. Anshul, that's the worrying part of it. For how long will the Aam Aadmi party be able to hide this? For how long will they be able to, sort of mount this kind of a pressure on Swati Maliwal, if at all? Because like you said, the PCR call already has been recorded. She's already been spotted at the police station is also what you're telling us.
So yes, this is the catch-22 situation for Swati Maliwal now. Even if she decides to stay in balance and try to support her party in some way or the other, then a lot of questions will be raised on her credibility, because she has been the DCAW chairman for the longest time, and she has raised voices for women against assaults and against such cases. Now something like this happening to her, and if at all she decides to not go ahead and file a complaint, will actually raise a lot of questions on her credibility while she was the Delhi Commission of Women chairman as well. So yes, it remains to be seen what kind of decision will Swati Maliwal will take. But one thing is for confirmed, that this is a big controversy that has already brewing. It remains to be seen how will the Aam Aadmi party now come out and defend these allegations that have been put forth by none other than one of their Rajya Sabha members. And remember, this is also very serious, because the PCR call has been made from the CM residence, which means that this entire incident happened inside the CM residence as well. So a lot to answer for the Aam Aadmi party at this point in time, but we still haven't got an iota of information from the side of the Aam Aadmi party. There is absolute radio silence from all the leaders of the Aam Aadmi party. They have not come on record and have stated anything regarding this information that we are giving to our viewers by the way of sources in the Delhi police.
So there are signs, Anshul, of assault, of an altercation, of some sort of a violence, perhaps. Those are the signs coming to light as we speak. Like you said, what makes it all the more unbelievable and shocking is that all of this may have happened at the Chief Minister's residence early this morning, while several parts of the country was witnessing voting in the 4th phase of elections, and Delhi is also going to be witnessing elections on the 25th. While this campaigning is being witnessed on part of the BJP, the Congress, the Aam Aadmi party in the national capital is when this news break is coming. The Aam Aadmi party has a lot of answering to do, but should we deep dive a little into who Bibhav is? What kind of a status does he really enjoy in the app? What are his links to the Delhi Chief Minister? And remember, he's also enjoyed a little bit of an ugly reputation. He's been known for a case in 2007 following which he was sacked by the party as well.
So yes, if you look at the history of Bibhav, there was a case that was registered by Noida police back in 2007, where for which notices were served to him, and that case was of violence yet again, where he had beaten up a few people in his society that he was living in back then. Post that, the name of Bibhav came up prominently as he became the right-hand man for the Delhi Chief Minister, and he was what the agencies believe that he was also a very crucial part of the liquor policy scam that is being investigated by these central agencies as well. Remember, Bibhav has also been called in for investigation by the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI as well as a witness. Although he has not been made an accused in this entire matter, but as a witness, he has been called in to join into the investigation. He has been asked questions regarding the alleged liquor policy scam that happened in the national capital, because of which the Delhi Chief Minister and the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister is still behind the bars. So yes, a lot. Bibhav has a lot of reputation. In fact, he is the closest aide of the Delhi Chief Minister. In fact, interestingly, over the last 40 days, since the time Delhi Chief Minister was inside Tihar, two people used to have regular contact with him. One was his wife, Sunita Kejriwal, and second was Vibhav, who was in regular contact with the Delhi Chief Minister. He was the person who was bringing those political messages from inside the Tihar jail cell to the party workers. Now, if you look at this incident, there were two PCR calls that were made by Swati Maliwal. In the first PCR call, she said that Vibhav has beaten her up, whereas in the second PCR call, she yet again made that call and said that Vibhav is beating her. Is the allegations that were put forth by Swati Maliwal. So definitely the kind of reputation that Vibhav has definitely raises a lot of questions, but also the kind of reputation that Vibhav has in the Aam Aadmi Party, and especially in front of the eyes of the Chief Minister, definitely somewhere or the other seems that pressure is being put on Swati Maliwal to do away with the complaint and make sure that an FIR is not launched in this entire matter. But will that happen now, since the entire incident is in front of media? It remains to be seen how will the Aam Aadmi Party now tackle this fiasco that has happened in the residence, in the CM residence at approximately 10 a.m. this morning.
Would it be wrong, Anshul, then to perhaps say that he is the Chief Minister's blue-eyed boy? That's the big question as well that we continue to ask. So here are the details coming to light. If we talk about Bibhav Kumar, the personal secretary of Arvind Kejriwal, he was sacked in April 2024 by the Vigilance Department, sacked due to a 2007 case against him as well. Those are the reactions that, or rather the background to Bibhav that the BJP today is also picking up. We have Kapil Mishra of the BJP once again with us on the phone line. Kapil Mishra ji, क्या कैसे देखते हैं आप इस पूरी सिचुएशन को? खबर आ रही है कि स्वाति मालीवाल ने पीसीआर कॉल सुबह ही आज किया और ये एलिगेशंस थी, असॉल्ट की एलिगेशंस थी, ऑल्टरकेशन की एलिगेशंस थी, तो ये काफी गंभीर मामला है और आम आदमी पार्टी पे काफी सारे सवाल भी उठ रहे हैं फिलहाल।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं भगवान से ये प्रार्थना करूंगा कि ये खबर झूठी हो, क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री के घर में महिला राज्यसभा के सांसद के साथ अगर इस प्रकार की हिंसा हुआ है तो ये इस देश में इससे बड़ा पाप किसी मुख्यमंत्री के घर में कभी पहले नहीं हुआ। ये बहुत बड़ा पाप है अगर ऐसा हुआ है। तो काश ये झूठ हो, लेकिन अगर ये सच है तो फिर इसका जिम्मेदार विभव नहीं है। विभव तो नौकर है, लेकिन मालिक के कहने पर मारा, केजरीवाल के कहने पर मारा। तो ये जांच जब होगी तो मुख्य अपराधी अरविंद केजरीवाल बनेंगे। और मैं कल्पना ही नहीं कर सकता ऐसा अपराध वो कैसे कर सकता है मुख्यमंत्री के घर में। पर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि अगर ऐसा अपराध हुआ है तो स्वाति मालीवाल अकेली नहीं है, उनको न्याय मिल के रहेगा और हम उनके साथ देंगे इस न्याय की लड़ाई में। ये राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है और इसको राजनीति की तरफ लेके भी नहीं जाना चाहिए।
बीजेपी, कपिल मिश्रा जी, आपके अनुसार क्या इसे आगे उठाएगी, आगे बढ़ाएगी? क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री भी हमने देखा है कितनी बार सामने आके नारी शक्ति की बात करके गए और बोला है कि ये बीजेपी का एक वादा है देशवासियों से, महिलाओं से देश की।
बिल्कुल, डेफिनेटली प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत ही क्लियर स्टैंड है कि महिलाओं के प्रति जो अपराधी हैं उन्हें बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। भाजपा भी इस मामले में, लेकिन मैं ये कहता हूँ ये भाजपा, कांग्रेस या आम आदमी पार्टी का मामला ही नहीं है। अगर एक महिला राज्यसभा सांसद को मुख्यमंत्री के घर में मारा पीटा गया है तो ये बहुत बड़ा पाप हुआ है, बहुत बड़ा अपराध हुआ है। ये तो वैसा हुआ है जैसे धृतराष्ट्र के दरबार में द्रौपदी के साथ जो पाप हुआ था। मुझे लगता है इसको केवल एक अपराध की तरह देखा जाना चाहिए, न्याय सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए और जिसने भी स्वाति मालीवाल के साथ हिंसा की है वो सब गिरफ्तार किए जाने चाहिए।
जी, कपिल मिश्रा जी, धन्यवाद हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू CNN News 18. It's a developing story, Anshul. A lot of details trickling in. What are you learning in the latest? The question that the BJP continues to ask is, if this were to be believed, if this were the truth indeed, how did this happen at the Chief Minister's residence?
Well, that is something that is going to be a part of the investigation. We are still awaiting, as I have been mentioning, that we are still awaiting for the details to come in from the side of the Aam Aadmi Party. They haven't come on record or have accepted or denied the allegations that have been put forth by Swati Maliwal herself. The entire thing, in fact, what sources in the Delhi police are telling us that Swati Maliwal has still not given a written complaint to the Delhi police as well. Once that written complaint is given to the Delhi police, then the Delhi police could take up the investigation and start investigating this entire matter. But it is up to Swati Maliwal when will she decide to give this police complaint, because this is a very, very serious crime. It is actually Section 364 of the IPC, that is assault on women, and assault on women is dealt as a heinous crime in the Indian Penal Code, and it demands an immediate arrest of the accused. So once Swati Maliwal gives that complaint to the police, then Vibhav will have to be arrested immediately by the Delhi police, and that is something the Aam Aadmi Party will not
especially at the brink of elections out here in the national capital. And that is the reason why we are seeing that Swati Maliwal is delaying that complaint that needs to be given to the Delhi police. It's just a PCR call that has been made, but a written complaint once given, then the entire procedure of going ahead and registering an FIR, going ahead and conducting her medical legal certificate in which it will be proven that she has been assaulted, and then the arrest of her will be imminent, and that is something that the Aam Aadmi Party does not want at this point in time.
One needs to really try and understand now, Anshul, as to what is leading to the delay in filing a complaint on part of Swati Maliwal. If the PCR call was made at 10 a.m., if the allegations are of the nature they are, extremely serious in nature, what is stopping Swati Maliwal from taking this forward? That's the big question that needs to be asked as well. And, you know, the fact that we've all been discussing how she was the DCW chief, she was fighting for these very issues for the women in the national capital. And we've seen how she's been extremely verbal about these issues. She's in fact raised the issue, if you remember, of the Brij Bhushan harassment case as well, while, sitting with the women protesters in the national capital at Jantar Mantar for days at length.
Well, definitely, we have definitely seen Swati Maliwal be at the forefront of such controversies. Be it the case where, be it the Prithviraj Sharan Singh case, or be it the case where an officer of the Delhi government had actually raped a minor in the national capital. For that, she had also gone ahead and sat on a protest outside the hospital for more than 24 hours. So we have seen Swati Maliwal being at the forefront of things when it comes to making sure that that justice is given to the victims. But something like this happening to her, happening to herself, that too inside the CM residence, is something that is very, very crucial and very, very important. But if at all Swati Maliwal will decide to go ahead and file this official complaint in front of the public eye, that is something that is going to be very, very crucial. Because remember, Swati Maliwal is now no longer the DCW chief, but she still represents women in a way, as she is a Rajya Sabha member from the Aam Aadmi Party. That reward was also given to her by the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, where he had sent Swati Maliwal probably out of turn to the Rajya Sabha. And at that point in time, there were several Aam Aadmi Party leaders that were also that were not in support of this decision as well. But yes, the manner in which Swati Maliwal has been very, very close to the Delhi Chief Minister. On the other hand, Vibhav has also been a very, very close aide of the Delhi Chief Minister. Now, both these very close aides of the CM getting into an argument, and then Vibhav, according to the PCR call that was made by Swati Maliwal, going ahead and assaulting her physically, is something that is very, very serious and shocking. It remains to be seen how will eventually things turn out, and what decision will Swati Maliwal take. Will she finally decide to go ahead and file this complaint and stand for the voices of women? That is something that remains to be seen. Or will she eventually buckle under pressure?
Now, the role that Vibhav plays in the Aam Aadmi Party then becomes very crucial, isn't it, Anshul? Because is the Aam Aadmi Party today really in the spot to act against Vibhav? Given that, despite being sacked from the party, he's been taken in. Forget that. Very recently, he was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate as well. This was just last month. So he perhaps is in the know-how of a lot of things, and the Aam Aadmi Party really may not be in a position, even if this were true, to act against him, don't you think?
Well, definitely, that is the situation for the Aam Aadmi Party, because remember, Vibhav is the right-hand man or the blue-eyed boy for the Delhi Chief Minister. He has constantly been his personal close aide for the longest of time. And as I mentioned, that even when the Delhi Chief Minister was inside the Tihar jail cells, only two people were in regular contact apart from the lawyers. These two people were Sunita Kejriwal and Vibhav, who was taking out those political messages from the jail cells to the political cadre who were fighting those elections. So definitely Vibhav enjoys a very, very high position in the Aam Aadmi Party. And definitely it is going to be very difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party to actually go ahead and act against him.
So is it going to be a recent AAP inductee versus, the blue-eyed boy of Arvind Kejriwal? That's what makes it all the more crucial. And given the sensitivity of this case, that's what the BJP is also gunning for now. Stay on with us, Anshul. Like I said, the BJP training guns at the AAP. The latest reaction coming in is from Amit Malviya of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP IT cell chief, who says Swati Maliwal had maintained radio silence on Kejriwal's arrest. She was in fact not even in India at that time and didn't return for a long time. Now, Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP and former DCW chief alleges that Delhi Chief Minister's peer assaulted her. Call made from the Delhi Chief Minister's house. So that's The latest attack coming in from Amit Malviya of the Bharatiya Janata Party is taken to social media X, raising those questions with the AAP leadership, also talking about Swati Maliwal's absence after Kejriwal's arrest. That's what makes it once again very interesting. Anshul and Akash continue to stay on with us. Akash, the BJP IT cell chief is now making a reference to how Swati Maliwal was not in the country, though. When we talk about reports at that time, they of course did speak of how there were personal reasons which compelled her to move out of India or travel abroad. But he's of course linking it together. He's saying she wasn't in the national capital when he was arrested. She was not in the country when he was arrested. And now comes these serious allegations by Swati Maliwal, while this call was made from the chief minister's residence itself.
Right, and in fact, I remember Swati Maliwal gave a long clarification on social media X, platform X, where she mentioned that how she was not available and why she was not available in the country when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested. But keeping politics aside for a moment, at this point in time, the big question is as to what actually has happened. What has happened? What led to this PCR call? We are learning that Swati Maliwal went to Civil Lines police station, where in fact Anshul has been confirming this piece, where she then left the station saying that media is present there and she'll be coming back later. But at this point in time, we are seeing leaders reacting on it, and not just leaders from BJP, but also who are individuals who are not associated with any sort of party. They are raising question as to what is actually happening in the Aam Aadmi Party. Party that claims to fight corruption, party that claims to fight Bharatiya Janata Party, party that claims to fight the alleged dictatorship that India is facing or having at this point in time, is actually involved in these sort of events where one MP from Aam Aadmi Party is calling police saying that the another leader or the other individual who is associated with the party is beating her. At this point in time, the big question is actually what actually has happened, and this is the reason why we are waiting for some sort of reaction or the version of Aam Aadmi Party. We have been trying leaders, we have been trying Aam Aadmi Party leaders, but at this point in time, Shazia Ilmi, who used to be in Aam Aadmi Party, is attacking Aam Aadmi Party, saying that इस पार्टी के अंदर इतनी गंदगी है, कुछ भी संभव है. याद है कैसे पूर्व मुख्य सचिव अंशु प्रकाश जी को मारा पीटा गया था. विभव एक निहायत बदतमीज शख्स है. So she is also, raising, in fact, putting some sort of allegations on Vibhav. Vibhav, remember, is the close aide of Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. He has been associated with Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party since the very beginning, since the movement days. And at this point in time, Swati Maliwal, MP, has raised, in fact, has alleged that she was, in fact, possibly, we haven't got any sort of clarity if there is some sort of truth, in fact, in these allegations, but definitely, we are waiting for some sort of response from the Aam Aadmi Party at this point in time.
All right. Shazia Almi, like you said, who was associated with the Aam Aadmi Party once, has come out to say that this can be expected of Bibha, which is big in itself. Anshul, those are the kind of remarks coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, from several in the opposition, those in the opposition to the Aam Aadmi Party, who continue to ask the AAP why this kind of a silence when it comes to very serious allegations being leveled against the PA of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. We're tracking that very, very closely. We'll be right back after a very quick break. Keep watching CNN News 18.
और वो खोज रहे हैं कैसे टिके, कैसे लोगों के बीच में रहे, इसलिए उनको ये खेल करना पड़ रहा है, लेकिन वो नीचे तक लोगों को बात पहुंचा नहीं पा रहे.
लेकिन उत्तर से दक्षिण तक, पूरब से पश्चिम तक एक नैरेटिव है मोदी जी, और ये हमारा एनालिसिस है, वो है नरेंद्र मोदी. मोदी एक नैरेटिव है. इस पर आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? आप पर बहुत बड़ा एक प्रेशर है कि आप अपनी तीसरी टर्म में वापस आए.
मेरे पर कोई प्रेशर नहीं है
जी.
देश की जनता का प्यार, यही मेरी बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है
जी.
देश की जनता के आशीर्वाद, यही बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है, और इसलिए प्रेशर मैं देख रहा हूं कि इंडिया अलायंस में है, क्योंकि उनके इंडिया अलायंस बन ही नहीं पा रहा है. अब बनते ही बनते देखिए केरल में जाके लेफ्ट उनका सबसे बड़ा साथी
जी जी
केरल में जाकर के ही उन्होंने उन पे छुरा भोंक दिया, खुद चुनाव लड़ गए। और मैंने पूरे चुनाव में सबसे तीखी आलोचना, सबसे तीखी भाषा
जी
अगर मैंने कहीं सुनी है तो वो मैंने
वायनाड की सीट पे सुनी है।
वायनाड में सुनी है, केरल में सुनी है, जहां कांग्रेस की इतनी भद्दी तरीके से आलोचना हुई और कांग्रेस ने अपने इंडिया अलायंस के साथी के खिलाफ इतनी भद्दी भाषा में बोला।
नमस्कार व्यूअर्स, मैं हूं अमीश देवगन और मेरे साथ इस चुनावी सीजन का सबसे बड़ा, जिसे कहते हैं सबसे बड़े मेहमान है, यानी एक मेगा एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू देने के लिए हमारे साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस समय मौजूद हैं। मोदी जी, आपका अभिनंदन है न्यूज 18 पे। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार भैया, आपके सभी दर्शकों को भी हमारा नमस्कार।
मोदी जी, चौथे चरण की वोटिंग जारी है, 3 चरण संपूर्ण हो चुके हैं। ये चुनाव आपको कहां जाता हुआ दिख रहा है? खासतौर पर तेलुगु स्टेट्स में भी वोटिंग है।
पहले 3 चरण के जो चुनाव हुए हैं उससे मैं साफ देख रहा हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कहो या उसके साथी कहो,
जी
सबके सब एक प्रकार से दिशाहीन नजर आते हैं। आप देखिए, आपको कहीं पर भी इंडिया अलायंस नजर नहीं आएगा। वो नेता नहीं तय कर पा रहे हैं, वो एजेंडा तय नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। उनको लगता है कि मोदी का घोर विरोध, मोदी को गाली गलौज,
जी
उसी से उनका काम चल जाएगा और वो उसी के आधार पर
जी
चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं। देश, इतना बड़ा देश,
जी
आज खास करके जो नौजवान मतदाता है,
जी
वो ये हमेशा सोचता है कि भाई आखिरकार इतने बड़ा देश, इतनी विविधताएं, ऐसा कौन नेता है
जी
जिसको संभाल पाएगा? नाम बताओ। इंडिया
Welcome back to CNN News 18. We continue to keep up with the big shocker coming in from the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Swati Maliwal has made a shocking claim. She has alleged that she was assaulted at the Delhi Chief Minister's residence by his personal secretary Bibhav Kumar. 2 PCR calls were received by the Delhi police as per sources around 10 a.m. in which Swati Maliwal alleged assault by Kejriwal's aide. The BJP, remembers, now gunning for the Aam Aadmi Party, is asking the Aam Aadmi Party to break its silence and treat this as a serious issue. Listen in.
सबसे पहले तो मैं ईश्वर से ये प्रार्थना करता हूं कि ये खबर झूठी हो। किसी मुख्यमंत्री के घर में एक महिला राज्यसभा सांसद के ऊपर हिंसा और अत्याचार होने की ऐसी कोई घटना इस देश में पहले कभी नहीं हुई है। तो काश ये खबर झूठी हो, लेकिन अगर ये सच है और विभव ने स्वाति मालीवाल को मारा है, पिटाई की है स्वाति मालीवाल की, और इतनी हद तक बात पहुंच गई कि स्वाति मालीवाल को पुलिस बुलानी पड़ी, मुख्यमंत्री के घर के अंदर से फोन करना पड़ा, तो ये बहुत बड़ा अपराध है, ये पाप है और इसके जिम्मेदार केजरीवाल होंगे, क्योंकि नौकर ने मारा है। विभव एक नौकर है, लेकिन नौकर ने मालिक के कहने पर मारा है, तो हिंसा का असली अपराधी खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल होंगे। दिल्ली पुलिस को इसकी जांच करनी चाहिए, अपराधियों को पकड़ना चाहिए।
While those are the reactions coming in from the BJP, Anshul, my colleague, continues to stay on with us as well. For the benefit of viewers just tuning in, Anshul, let's piece this together. What we're learning so far is that 2 PCR calls were made from the Chief Minister's residence. The caller identified herself as Swati Maliwal. That's what we know so far. Apart from this, what do we know that sort of solidifies this piece of information coming in and really compels us today to ask these questions of the Aam Aadmi Party?
So yes, as you rightly mentioned, that 2 PCR calls were made, and the caller identified herself as Swati Maliwal, and she said that she is calling from the CM residence. And post that, the Delhi police teams reached at the CM residence to know about the whereabouts of Swati Maliwal and try to register her complaint on record. But that is something that did not happen because Swati Maliwal was not found on the location. Swati Maliwal was not found on the location at that point, and from there, the police teams actually went back. But one thing is confirmed, that Delhi police teams had reached over here at the CM residence, and post that they had to go back because Swati Maliwal went to the civil lines police station, and then tried to register a complaint. But there were many media houses that were calling her, including us, and because she has still not responded to these allegations, and she told the police officials. That she will come back in some time to get that complaint registered. But for what has she taken that time from Delhi police? That is something that is still not clear. We are still awaiting Swati Maliwal to come on record and tell her side of the story. Why did she make that PCR call? And if at all she has been assaulted by Vibhav, because in that PCR call she has very clearly stated that Vibhav has assaulted her. 2 PCR calls were made. In one she claimed that Vibhav had assaulted her. In the second she claimed that Vibhav is currently assaulting her. So this is something that is on record. So yes, it remains to be seen when will Swati Maliwal file that official complaint so that the Delhi police could take the investigation forward. At this point in time, no official complaint has been given from the side of the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP.
And Anshul, there's a reason why we're sensing trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, because the caller identified herself as Swati Maliwal. When the police personnel reached the Delhi Chief Minister's residence, she was nowhere to be found. But remember, this call was made close to 10 a.m. It's a little over 11:30 a.m. and we've not seen Swati Maliwal come out to deny any of this, because remember, everybody in the nation today is talking about it given the seriousness of these allegations, and there's radio silence from the Aam Aadmi Party, and she too hasn't come out with a denial, which is why the Aam Aadmi Party is being asked these questions still.
So yes, Swati Maliwal has still not accepted or neither denied these allegations that is coming to the fore. Remember, the political blame game has already started. The BJP has already started taking pot shots at the Aam Aadmi Party. However, Swati Maliwal or neither the Aam Aadmi Party has come out in any way or the other or try to defend these allegations. So yes, it remains to be seen how will they take forth this entire controversy. But at this point in time, Swati Maliwal has still not responded to our calls as well. She has still not given us her version as to what does she think and in which direction does she want the investigation to go forward. Once that is cleared from the side of Swati Maliwal, then we can expect that Delhi police to take some action against Vibhav in this entire matter.
We continue to repeat, this PCR call was allegedly made from the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. That's why the BJP today has been given the ammunition to ask the Aam Aadmi Party these very direct questions. Anshul, stay on with us. Let's play out a few more BJP reactions coming in and then I'll come straight to you.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर से बड़ी सनसनीखेज खबर आ रही है। स्वाति मालीवाल जी जो राज्यसभा की एमपी हैं, अभी उनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपने पीए वैभव से कह के उनको पिटवाया, उनको साथ मारपिटाई करवाई। ये बात स्वाति मालीवाल जी ने पुलिस को फोन करके जानकारी दी और जब पुलिस 100 नंबर वाली वहां पहुंचती है तो स्वाति मालीवाल जी कहते हैं मैं रिटर्न में कंप्लेंट बाद में दूंगा। इसके अंदर क्या कुछ हो रहा है, ये मारपिटाई क्यों स्वाति मालीवाल जी के साथ करवाई गई, एक औरत के साथ इस तरह का क्यों दुर्व्यवहार किया गया और औरतों के साथ वहां पर क्या क्या मुख्यमंत्री के निवास पे किया जाता है, ये बहुत जल्दी सामने आएंगी बातें जब स्वाति मालीवाल अपनी लिखित में कंप्लेंट देंगी। पर एक बात स्पष्ट है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भ्रष्ट भी हैं और औरतों को पिटवाते हैं, जैसे चीफ सेक्रेटरी को घर बुलवा के पिटवाया था, जैसे अपने एमएलए को पिटवाया था, अब स्वाति मालीवाल।
Anshul continues to stay on with us. Anshul, very serious allegations being leveled by the BJP and pointed allegations at the Chief Minister. He's already in trouble in the Delhi excise policy case. He's out from Tihar jail just in the first second. He's going to have to surrender himself. And comes this very serious allegation, which is now aimed directly at the Aam Aadmi Party. Bibhav Kumar is the Chief Minister's personal secretary, personal assistant. And the BJP today asks that this is the result of the long rope that's been given to him time and again. He remembers made it to the headlines for several wrong reasons too.
Well, definitely that is the kind of image that comes with Vibhav. There are talks that go around in the political circles of the Aam Aadmi Party against Vibhav and the kind of behavior that he has with most of the members of the party, but nothing official has ever come out because he is the blue-eyed boy of the Chief Minister. Whatever he says is believed
blindly by the chief minister. In fact, he is the person who actually suggests and narrates the chief minister, or narrates the version of the CM in front of the public as well. He is the he is the person who ideates many of the political stands of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. That is the reason why till now we have seen that there is absolutely no action that has been taken against Vibhav by the Aam Aadmi Party, even after there are several internal complaints that have been raised by the members of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. He is the closest aide of the chief minister. It remains to be seen if at all this time the Aam Aadmi Party will decide to go ahead and take any sort of action against him, because this is a very, very serious allegation. Raising his hands on a Rajya Sabha MP, on a woman Rajya Sabha MP, is definitely something that is very, very serious in nature.
Okay, so what we do know is that this PCR call was made close to 10 a.m. when the Delhi police personnel arrived at the chief minister's residence. Swati Maliwal was nowhere to be found, but interestingly, she did reach the civil lines police station. Anshul, you're reporting live from the civil lines police station. Have you been able to take in a word from the police personnel there, or anyone else who can tell us what really transpired a while ago?
So yes, the Delhi police is also not ready to come on record at this point in time, because somewhere or the other, this is a very, very political matter. And since they haven't received an official complaint from the side of Swati Maliwal, none of the senior officials of the Delhi police actually wants to come on record at this point in time and tell where the investigation is headed. They are waiting for Swati Maliwal to come or give that complaint to the Delhi police in writing. Post that the investigation could start, post that the Delhi police could come on record and narrate where the investigation is headed. So yes, the ball is now in the hands of Swati Maliwal. It remains to be seen how will she take this entire scenario forward. Will she buckle under the pressure from the political scenarios? Because if a complaint is given against Vibhav, the case will be registered on assaulting a woman, which is a heinous crime, and it will demand an immediate arrest of Vibhav. And if that happens, this is going to be a big, big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, especially at the time when elections are underway. The Aam Aadmi Party had just got a shot in the arm as the Delhi Chief Minister was allowed to campaign for the party during the elections. But if at all Vibhav is arrested on such investigations that has happened, or such allegations that have been put forth by Swati Maliwal, then definitely the Aam Aadmi Party will see it as a big, big setback, and this will give a lot of ammunition for the BJP to go ahead and attack the party. Remember, the Delhi BJP unit has already started coming out and giving out reactions on this entire incident. In fact, Amit Malviya has himself come out and given out a reaction on this as well. In the next few minutes, the Delhi BJP president is supposed to do a press conference as well, in which he will take up this issue yet again. So definitely the BJP is leaving no stone unturned in putting that pressure on the Aam Aadmi Party, making those noises that how a woman Rajya Sabha MP has been assaulted inside the residence of the chief minister, whereas there is absolutely radio silence from the side of the Aam Aadmi Party. They have not come out and defended these allegations in any way or any manner. Not a single leader or a single member of the Aam Aadmi Party has come out or even put out a tweet to deny these allegations or to say as to what were the reasons due to which this entire incident has happened. So definitely a lot to think for the Aam Aadmi Party. Is just a matter of minutes as it will be clear if at all Swati Maliwal will come out and give this complaint in front of the police.
Okay, so two reasons why this is trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party. A, given the reputation that Vibhav enjoys in the app, how he is the personal secretary of Arvind Kejriwal, a very, very close aide to the Delhi Chief Minister. And also B, the fact that this call was made from the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. So if the allegations of assault and a verbal altercation, physical altercation were true, then all of this happened at the Chief Minister's residence early this morning. That's why this could spell a lot of trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, Anshul. But the sense we get at this point in time is that Swati Maliwal perhaps is trying to escape the media's glare, is why she reached the police station, but so far no written complaint from her, nor hasn't even spoken to the media.
Well, yes, that is something that is very pertinent to note, because if at all Swati Maliwal comes out and speaks in front of the media, then she will have to definitely give that complaint in front of the police. Post which stringent action will be taken by the Delhi police against Vibhav, who is the person who has assaulted her, according to Swati Maliwal's PCR call. So it remains to be seen if at all the Aam Aadmi Party would be able to manage this entire controversy behind the closed doors. But that is something that only time will tell. But Aam Aadmi Party would have to come on record urgently and tell as to what is happening, because this is a very, very serious allegation that has been put forth by Swati Maliwal. If at all they continue to remain mum, definitely the BJP will have a lot of ammunition to go ahead and target the Aam Aadmi Party until and unless the Aam Aadmi Party comes out with a defense.
Okay, all right. A lot of answering on part of the Aam Aadmi Party that is yet to be seen in public domain. And, you know, we're trying to get reactions from the AAP, but there is indeed radio silence. The allegations, very serious in nature. It's a developing story still. We're still waiting to hear it from Swati Maliwal. No written complaint has been filed so far, but it is going to spell a lot of trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party. If we talk about Vibhav, tell us a little bit more about him, you know, the kind of relationship he has with the chief minister, the reputation he enjoys in the Aam Aadmi Party, and since when is he really associated with the AAP, Anshul?
So yes, about the recent history of Vibhav, if we talk about, he has been associated with the Delhi Chief Minister since the time he became the Chief Minister of the National Capital, and post that, Vibhav has also been a very close confidant of the Chief Minister. In fact, he was the person, as I've been mentioning, that he used to go ahead and meet with the Delhi Chief Minister inside the Tihar jail cells as well. Vibhav is the person who actually knows each and every detail about the Chief Minister. He is the right-hand man of the Chief Minister. In fact, he is the communicator for the Chief Minister as well. Whenever any sort of advice is needed, then Vibhav is the person who the Chief Minister relies on the most, and that is the reason why he actually enjoys such power inside the Aam Aadmi Party. There have been, as a journalist, I can tell you that there have been complaints against Vibhav within the political circles of the Aam Aadmi Party. Is something that we have been hearing, the rumors, the murmurs we have been hearing, but no action has been taken against Vibhav ever. In fact, recently, when he was sacked from the position of the PS of the Chief Minister, at that point as well, the Aam Aadmi Party came out and defended him. In fact, went to the extent of filing a case against that order in front of the courts as well. So the Aam Aadmi Party has also tried to make sure that he is protected, he is kept away from the glares of the media as well. Now, since
Why
his
the Aam
name
Aadmi
has been
Party is
taken
going
by
to try
Swati
and brush
Maliwal
it
in
aside,
that
Anshul, is because it's already in a lot of trouble. You know, there is a BJP that continues to say, look, this is a party neck deep in corruption. The BJP has made corruption one of its poll planks, not just in the entire country against several other political opponents, but against the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital as well. And Arvind Kejriwal has a brief timeline. He is only out from Tihar jail till the 1st of June. He's going to have to surrender by the 2nd. And the Aam Aadmi Party is in no place really to court another controversy.
Well, definitely. Also, if you remember, when the Aam Aadmi Party was coming up to the political scenes at that point in time, one of the biggest protests that was going on across the country, or that was of the Nirbhaya rape case, and it was one of the planks on which the Aam Aadmi Party came into power with such brute majority in the national capital, where they had promised not only to make sure that the national capital is free of corruption, but they had also said that they will work day in and day out to make sure that the women in the national capital are kept safe, and the responsibility for that was in some way or the other given to Swati Maliwal herself, where she was made the DCW chairperson by the Aam Aadmi Party government out here in the national capital. Post that, we have seen that Swati Maliwal has been very vocal about issues, women-related issues out here in the national capital. She has went ahead and done sting operations on the security situation in the national capital. She has gone ahead and sat on protests demanding justice for the people, for the women victims out here in the national capital, be it underage victims, be it overage victims. Every time we have seen Swati Maliwal come out with a statement somewhere or the other, but this time around, when something has happened against her, she has not come on record or commented in any way or any manner. This is something that is very, very shocking,
You know, those
and
who
raises a lot
parted
of
ways with
questions
the
that
Aam
if at
Aadmi
all
Party, citing that this was a party which was born out of the India Against Corruption movement, is today neck deep in corruption. They have another issue today to raise, that women in the Aam Aadmi Party are also not safe anymore. Anshul, stay on with us. We'll continue with our rolling coverage on this big story coming in from the national capital after a very quick breather. We'll be right back.
नहीं बता पा रहे हैं और वो कहते हैं बाद में, फिर इतना भी कहते हैं कि भाई, अभी एक मैंने कहीं अखबार में पढ़ा वो एक ऐसी फॉर्मूला ला रहे हैं जिस फॉर्मूला में 5 साल में 5 प्रधानमंत्री, हर वर्ष एक प्रधानमंत्री। अगर हर वर्ष एक प्रधानमंत्री वो लाएंगे तो आप मुझे बताइए कि देश का क्या होगा। आपको गांव के लोग बड़ी मजेदार कथा सुनाते हैं कि एक बार 10 किसान इकट्ठे हुए
जी
और उन्होंने सोचा कि भाई कुछ पानी के बिना क्या होगा, तो मिलकर के उन्होंने जो पानी की जांच करने वाले लोग हैं तो उनको बुलाया। तो कहा भाई पानी तो निकल सकता है, अगर 100 मीटर ट्यूबवेल कर देंगे तो पानी आपको निकलेगा और पानी मिलेगा। तो फिर 10 किसानों ने कहा ऐसा करो भाई 10 मीटर मेरे यहाँ गड्ढा करो
जी।
दूसरे ने कहा 10 मीटर मेरे यहाँ करो, तीसरे 10 ने कहा 10-10 मीटर कर लो, 100 मीटर हो जाएगा, क्या पानी निकलेगा क्या? तो 5 साल में 5 प्रधानमंत्री इतने बड़े देश को वो समझ भी नहीं पाएंगे।
लेकिन विपक्ष कह रहा है कि 400 पार की पहले मोदी जी बात कर रहे थे, अब नहीं कर रहे हैं।
मैं कल भी बोला हूं जी। अब वो ठीक है कि उनकी चिंता ये है आगे कांग्रेस का एजेंडा क्या है, 400 पार कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे। उनका एजेंडा नहीं है कि वो कितनी सीटें जीतेंगे और कैसे जीतेंगे। दूसरा, मैंने करीब करीब हिंदुस्तान के एक 3-4 राज्य बाकी है, सभी राज्यों का भ्रमण किया है और सभी राज्यों के भ्रमण से मैं देख रहा हूं कि आंधी है, आंधी
बड़ी आंधी
और
2019 से बड़ी वाली आंधी
400 पार बहुत आराम से देश की जनता करने वाली है। विपक्ष 19 से 24 में विपक्ष के नाते भी विफल गया है। जो लोग विपक्ष के नाते भी विफल गए हो उनको इतना बड़े देश का कारोबार कौन देगा भाई?
लेकिन एक सवाल मन में आता है कि बीजेपी ने 2019 के अंदर 303 सीटें अपने दम पर पाई। हिंदी भाषी राज्यों में एक तरह से बहुत बड़ी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिली, लेकिन इस बार क्या वो रिपीट हो पाएगा? और
आप देखिए
जी,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो आप इतनी पुरानी सोच के साथ बैठे हुए हो, गोवा
जी,
ये क्या हिंदी भाषी है क्या? गुजरात हिंदी भाषी है क्या? महाराष्ट्र हिंदी भाषी है क्या? असम हिंदी भाषी है क्या? बंगाल हिंदी भाषी है क्या? कर्नाटक हिंदी भाषी है क्या? आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे देश में है और पूरे देश में मैं कह रहा हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी हैट्रिक करेगी, करेगी और करेगी। और ये मोदी कहता है इसलिए करेगी ऐसा नहीं, देश के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों ने तय कर लिया है, इसलिए 400 पार होना है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी और एनडीए भी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी।
तेलुगु स्टेट्स में आपको क्या लगता है? आंध्रा में तेलंगाना
आंध्र एंड तेलंगाना
जी,
इस चुनाव में साउथ सबसे बड़ा सरप्राइज देगा। केरल, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी, कर्नाटका, आंध्र।
While you're watching CNN News 18 with me, Swati Maliwal, top focus remains on the big story, the developing story around the sensational charge coming in from Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Swati Maliwal. Serious in nature, the allegations that have been made by her, leveled by her. She has alleged that she was assaulted at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence by his personal secretary Bibhav Kumar. 2 PCR calls were received by the Delhi police at around 10 a.m. in which Swati Maliwal alleged assault by Kejriwal's aide. The BJP is gunning for the Aam Aadmi Party, is asking the AAP to break its silence, to consider this a serious issue. This revolves around safety of women, and the BJP says that the Aam Aadmi Party must not maintain radio silence as is being witnessed the last 1 hour. We hear it from the BJP first up, and then we go across to my colleagues who will get us more details on what's really transpiring in the case. All right, we will play out those reactions by the BJP. The BJP, interestingly, is also going to be holding a press briefing in just a bit. Anytime now, we can expect the BJP to come out and hold a press conference targeting the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP so far, though, has said that this is not shocking given how the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained this kind of silence, has shielded these kind of elements in the app, and Bibhav being a close aide of the Delhi Chief Minister, he surely is not going to act against him. But the BJP most certainly pressing for action against Bibhav Kumar, who, remember, the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Swati Maliwal alleges assaulted her. Listen in to what the BJP says, then we'll go across to more details.
केजरीवाल जी के घर से बड़ी सनसनीखेज खबर आ रही है। स्वाति मालीवाल जी जो राज्यसभा की एमपी हैं, अभी अभी उनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपने पीए वैभव से कह के उनको पिटवाया, उनको साथ मार पिटाई करवाई। ये बात स्वाति मालीवाल जी ने पुलिस को फोन करके जानकारी दी, और जब पुलिस 100 नंबर वाली वहां पहुंचती है तो स्वाति मालीवाल जी कहते हैं मैं रिटर्न में कंप्लेंट बाद में दूंगा। इसके अंदर क्या कुछ हो रहा है, ये मार पिटाई क्यों स्वाति मालीवाल जी के साथ करवाई गई, एक औरत के साथ इस तरह का क्यों दुर्व्यवहार किया गया, और औरतों के साथ वहां पर क्या क्या मुख्यमंत्री के निवास में किया जाता है, ये बहुत जल्दी सामने आएंगी बातें जब स्वाति मालीवाल अपनी लिखित में कंप्लेंट देंगी। पर एक बात स्पष्ट है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भ्रष्ट भी हैं और औरतों को पिटवाते हैं, जैसे चीफ सेक्रेटरी को घर बुलवा के पिटवाया था, जैसे अपने एमएलए को पिटवाया था, अब स्वाति मालीवाल।
सबसे पहले तो मैं ईश्वर से ये प्रार्थना करता हूं कि ये खबर झूठी हो। किसी मुख्यमंत्री के घर में एक महिला राज्यसभा सांसद के ऊपर हिंसा और अत्याचार होने की ऐसी कोई घटना इस देश में पहले कभी नहीं हुई है। तो काश ये खबर झूठी हो, लेकिन अगर ये सच है और विभव ने स्वाति मालीवाल को मारा है, पिटाई की है स्वाति मालीवाल की, और इतनी हद तक बात पहुंच गई कि स्वाति मालीवाल को पुलिस बुलानी पड़ी, मुख्यमंत्री के घर के अंदर से फोन करना पड़ा, तो ये बहुत बड़ा अपराध है, ये पाप है, और इसके जिम्मेदार केजरीवाल होंगे, क्योंकि नौकर ने मारा है। विभव एक नौकर है, लेकिन नौकर ने मालिक के कहने पर मारा है, तो हिंसा का असली अपराधी खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल होंगे। दिल्ली पुलिस को इसकी जांच करनी चाहिए, अपराधियों को पकड़ना चाहिए।
You heard the host of BJP reactions coming in. Anshul, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. He's been tracking the story very closely. Anshul, let's take it from the top. Let's start from when the 2 PCR calls were received by the Delhi police personnel to how the Delhi police officials reached the Delhi chief minister's residence. I'm sure they were not able to enter the chief minister's residence given that there was no proper authorization, perhaps. Further, have they been able to check or rather investigate the veracity of the PCR call? What's really transpired ever since as far as investigations are concerned?
So yes, one thing is for confirmed that these PCR calls were made, and these PCR calls were made from the side of Swati Maliwal herself. 2 PCR calls were made at approximately 10 a.m. this morning. In the first PCR call, Swati Maliwal claimed that Vibhav has assaulted her, has beaten her up. On the second PCR call, which was made just a few minutes post that, she said that that Vibhav is currently assaulting her. So these 2 PCR calls were made, post which a team of Delhi police reached the residence of the chief minister from the civil lines police station, and the PCR team reached over there. They tried to get in contact with Swati Maliwal. They got the information that Swati Maliwal is not present over there. Cut to the next development that happened is that Swati Maliwal reached out here at the civil lines police station, but she refused to give in a complaint to the Delhi police and went away from here. So at this point in time, Swati Maliwal has not officially complained to the Delhi police, and that is the reason why no FIR has been lodged in this entire matter. But what sources in the Delhi police, in fact, the senior sources in the Delhi police have now confirmed to us is that 2 PCR calls were made. Swati Maliwal herself came to the civil lines police station, but she did not give a complaint, and she has till as we speak has still not given a complaint in this entire matter, and that is the reason why the Delhi police cannot register an FIR and carry on with the investigation in this entire matter. Because remember, the allegations that have been put forth, these allegations are actually very, very serious in nature. It amounts to an assault on women, which is section 354 of the IPC, and it demands an immediate arrest of the accused. So once the FIR is registered, then the Delhi police will have to go ahead and register Vibhav and arrest Vibhav at the earliest, at that instant itself. And post that, it is up to Vibhav to prove that nothing like this has happened. So definitely it is going to be a big, big controversy for the Aam Aadmi Party. But the manner in which the Aam Aadmi Party is not responding, is trying to keep the entire controversy behind the curtains, definitely raises a lot of questions on why someone who has been very, very vocal about women and how women are being treated in households as well. Swati Maliwal is the person we have seen always come on record, always be on the ground. But now when something like this has happened to her, she has not given a police complaint. Definitely a lot of questions needs to be answered from the Aam Aadmi Party.
Can you help us draw a brief timeline, Anshul, into what really happened? 10 a.m. is we're learning that the PCR call was made. Following this, when did Delhi police personnel arrive at the Delhi Chief Minister's residence? And most importantly, what time is it that Swati Maliwal reached the civil lines police station? Because so far we've not seen a formal official written complaint being filed by Swati Maliwal. And the sense we get is that she's trying to dodge media glare. There's a lot of media attention at the moment on this particular story, given the seriousness of this particular issue, and hence she's perhaps waiting for it to die down a little. The BJP, though, is not going to let that happen, because I believe they're also going to be holding a press conference shortly.
Well, definitely, the BJP is definitely not going to leave any stone unturned, because this is an issue that they have gotten just by sitting at their houses. They were doing nothing in this entire controversy, and suddenly something like this falling into their laps is something that the BJP, a party like BJP, will not let it go. And that is the reason why we are seeing that the entire top brass of the Delhi BJP has already started reacting to this story that we broke out here at CNN News 18, and post that people like Amit Malviya, who are the senior national members of the BJP, have also reacted to this entire incident as well. But on the other hand, we have not seen any sort of reaction even from a worker of the Aam Aadmi Party, let alone the leaders or the MLAs or the MPs of the Aam Aadmi Party. So yes, it remains to be seen how will the Aam Aadmi Party tackle this controversy at this point in time. By the way in which this entire controversy is going forward, it seems like that the Aam Aadmi Party is definitely trying to get the situation under their control, make sure that Vibhav and Swati Maliwal reach an out of police
All right,
station or an
Anshul,
out
we're
of court
tracking that
settlement
very
somewhere or the
closely. It's a big charge being leveled by Swati Maliwal, the former DCW chief, Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP. We will come back to you as and when we pick up more. Let's quickly shift our attention in the meanwhile to the ongoing Lok Sabha elections. Voting underway in 96 constituencies across 10 states. We quickly talk about Andhra Pradesh. In Andhra Pradesh, YSRCP MLA, one of them have come out to slap a voter after he raised objections against the MLA skipping the queue. The voter also slapped him back. So another instance that's come to light from Andhra Pradesh. It's a high-octane battle in Andhra Pradesh, with the YSRCP up against the NDA, of which TDP and Jansena are also part of, along with the BJP. Let me go across to Swastika joining us with more details. Tell us more about this instance that's come to light with the YSRCP MLA slapping a voter and the voter slapping him back.
Right. The MLA in question is YSRCP MLA from Tenali, Anabatuni Shiva, who was seen slapping a voter, and this happened after the voter reportedly raised objections against the MLA for skipping the queue along with his family and storming and barging into to cast his vote. And in fact, when he raised objections and started commenting, that's when the MLA first misbehaves with the voter and slaps him, and the voter too hits back by slapping at the MLA. In fact, after that, what plays out is complete chaos. The personnel accompanying the MLA was seen hitting and thrashing the voter family as well, and it took poll officials immediately stopped the clashes and ensured that there was peace after that. But what raises question is this high-handed attitude of the YSRCP MLA, who is clearly seen in the video, not just attacking the voter, but also hitting out and beating the family members who were accompanying the voter.
Okay. And any action that's been taken against this YSRCP MLA? Because, this kind of a VVIP high-handedness amid voting is more shocking indeed. And, given that there is a little bit of a security presence there are polling agents who are also present at these booths. Anything that they've been able to do or act in any particular manner?
Well, we've reached out to the poll agents there, seeking details on what exactly was the action taken against the MLA after that, but so far we've not received any word. But having said that, we do have a version from the YSRCP side, which says that the YSRCP MLA had reached the spot as the TDP Karyakartas were allegedly mishandling the voters, and in order to stop that, that's when the MLA was seen in the picture. But very poor argument, as one would say, because if you look at the visuals that have now gone viral, it's seen clearly that the YSRCP MLA from Tenali was seen first instigating the voter and even slapping him. There's physical attack, and after that, the voter also does not hold back and hits back at the MLA.
Okay. Now, Swastika, given that this is an intense battle playing out in Andhra Pradesh, we do know how simultaneous assembly elections are also taking place. And apart from that, of course, all 25 seats voting this Lok Sabha season. The battle indeed is a heated one, and that's what's playing out on the minds of several in the fray as well. The YSRCP, of course, trying to retain what it had won in 2019, but given the kind of challenge that's coming in from the NDA, is perhaps also adding up and leading to this kind of a behavior. But nothing really justifies this. You're waiting for more details on whether or not any action has been taken against this YSRCP MLA. Have you also been able to speak to the voter in this particular case, or any of his family members, on what they have to say?
Well, definitely it's a high octane battle if you look at Andhra Pradesh, because it's YSRCP versus TDP leading the alliance. And particularly, this could be anybody's game at this juncture. We've covered Andhra Pradesh extensively over the past 2 months. And right now, in fact, on the day of polling itself, you've had at least 4 incidents of violence. This is the 5th one that has come to the fore, where you've seen YSRCP MLA hitting and slapping a voter, and the voter also hitting him back. We have not been able to establish connection with the voter in question, but we are hoping for a reply from the poll body regarding what action has been taken. But we do have a version from the YSRCP side, who in fact blamed the TDP for allegedly misbehaving and instigating Karyakartas, and they've also gone on to say that the MLA in question is at no fault. So the party definitely is defending the MLA there, who was seen slapping a voter, but the TDP too has mounted attack on the YSRCP, with TDP leader Nara Lokesh, who's also Chandrababu Naidu's son, tweeting that video and also saying that this is the example that the YSRCP has been setting in the state of Andhra Pradesh since the last 5 years. This is the kind of, as he calls, gundaism that's on full display, VVIP high-handedness that has been the normal norm, as he says, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, appealing to voters that they must now vote for a change and vote for the alliance instead.
Okay, so another election issue that's been served by the YSRCP to the TDP this election season, because voting is still underway. And like you said, the TDP was quick to pick on this particular video, take it to social media and say, this is why you need not vote for the YSRCP. Have we heard from the YSRCP as well? Any other netas from the party who've perhaps responded to this?
The version from the YSRCP is that they're standing beside the MLA, and their point is that they've blamed the TDP here. The YSRCP says, and I quote, the Tenali MLA went to the polling booth after receiving information that women voters are allegedly getting harassed by TDP workers. The TDP workers abused Shivakumar as well, which led to the clash. The clarification does not really throw light on why the MLA was seen slapping a voter, but the word from the YSRCP side is that the MLA went to the polling booth after he had received inputs that women voters were allegedly being harassed by the TDP Karyakartas. Not really a great explanation, because in the video it suggests otherwise. One cannot see women voters over there, but the version coming in from the voter and the ground report is that the voter in fact had raised objections to the MLA jumping the queue and going inside the polling booth, and that's when a heated exchange takes place, and in that melee is when the YSRCP MLA was seen slapping the voter, and the voter also hits back.
Okay, all right. So that's a justification, a vague one coming in from the YSRCP, and shocking visuals indeed. They're indicative of VVIP high-handedness amid voting that is currently being witnessed in the state as well. And like Swastika also highlighted, Lokesh Nara, the former chief minister's son, Chandrababu Naidu's son, has taken to social media. He says voters who say that there is nothing to fear from YSRCP's rowdyism and gundagari, I applaud your courage, and has posted this video as well. Now, of the several reactions that have come in from the TDP, the BJP, they seem to suggest that this is nothing but VVIP high-handedness. This is VVIP arrogance on part of the YSRCP MLA, Would you want to come in, Swastika, a little bit more about the MLA in question, who we have seen in this particular visual set slapping one of the voters, the kind of background he's really seen in the state?
Well, we are representing the YSRCP from Guntur district, particularly Tenali constituency, and this is one constituency where the YSRCP is extremely confident of winning. And it is a largely rural constituency. Last time around, the YSRCP had a landslide victory, remember, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, 151 votes, of which a majority of that came from Guntur, which is otherwise known as a TDP stronghold. Particularly in this incident, this has definitely raised a lot of eyebrows. As you mentioned, TDP leader Nara Lokesh, in fact, has reacted. He was the first one to react, saying this is the high-handed attitude with which Jagan and his men have, in fact, fought the elections in Andhra Pradesh and have also led government in the last 5 years. He's also appealing to the voters not to vote. And what is also interesting is there are elections happening both in Telangana and Andhra, but Andhra is seeing a far better turnout as far as the voter percentage is concerned. And in Andhra particularly, it's a neck-and-neck fight between the TDP and the YSRCP. And what is also parallelly happening is an election which is not free of violence. There have been at least four incidents of violence, starting with Kadapa, and then you had Chittoor, where the TDP has alleged that their Karyakartas were attacked in Kadapa. In YSRCP, Chittoor, you've seen YSRCP alleging that TDP attacked. So war of words have been ensuing between both sides.
And unfortunately, these kind of instances, Swastika, do take away the focus from the real battle, the electoral battle, and one hopes that they're not to come across these instances, but that's what's happening on ground zero. Many thanks for taking us through the details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when we pick up more political reactions. Back to the big story from the national capital, the serious allegations being leveled by Swati Maliwal, the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP. Another reaction coming in from the BJP. This is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who has attacked the Aam Aadmi Party over Swati Maliwal's allegation, says, and I quote, AAP and Kejriwal are fast outdoing Rahul Gandhi's Congress. First, looting public money and lies, then hypocrisy and U-turns, and now violence against women MPs. Question mark. Don't forget, this is the same Kejriwal who also assaulted the Chief Secretary IS officer. So instances from the past are being cited by the BJP, and not the first such BJP reaction coming in. Anshul continues to stay on with us. The BJP asking the Aam Aadmi Party to break its silence, also saying this is not just a party neck deep in corruption, it's also an anti-women's party, Anshul.
Well, definitely, this has given a lot of ammunition for the Bharatiya Janata Party to actually go ahead and attack the Aam Aadmi Party. Because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party was continuously defending itself since the time initially when Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was actually arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP had constantly
been attacking them, and since the time the Delhi Chief Minister was allowed to walk out from the Tihar jail cells to campaign for the campaign out here in the national capital, the Aam Aadmi Party seemed to have gotten a new breath of hope, where we saw that how over the last 2 days the Delhi Chief Minister has continuously been on the ground raising allegations against the Bharatiya Janata Party. They had that ammunition, they had that sympathy factor with them. But now something like this happening inside the CM residence, where a Rajya Sabha woman MP being assaulted by the PS of the Delhi Chief Minister, or a very, very close aide of the Delhi Chief Minister, has given a massive ammunition to the Bharatiya Janata Party to go ahead and attack them. And that is what we are seeing happening. Not only the Delhi unit of the BJP has started attacking the Aam Aadmi Party, but also the central leadership of the BJP is also now slowly coming on record and is now raising questions on the Aam Aadmi Party. It has been more than 3 hours, more than 2 hours now since the PCR call was made, and probably for the last hour and a half, or probably more than that, we have been reporting on this continuously, and still we have not seen any sort of reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. This actually makes us suspect somewhere or the other that the Aam Aadmi Party is actually trying to curtail the situation, and that is the reason why we are seeing that the Delhi police is also now not coming on record and commenting anything on this. What sources in the Delhi police have confirmed to us that they had received 2 PCR calls. PCR teams went to the CM residence. Swati Maliwal was not found there. And at approximately 11 a.m., Swati Maliwal came here at the Civil Lines Police Station, where she refused to give a complaint and walked